Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 56 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host, the wonderful Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. How are you doing?
I'm good. There's protests in Iran's universities, like already. What?
We should go
What?
straight to that. I'm sure you have a
Okay.
lot of footage and videos for us.
Yeah, I mean, I am at awe. I know that the Iranian people are brave, but they keep surprising me. Even though I've been following what they do for so many years. They still somehow surprise me. After the greatest massacre of the Iranian people, and thinking that, okay, unless America and Israel attack, we're not going to see something like this for a very long time. Within a month, within 40 days, they come out again and they're protesting against the regime using all of the red lines, everything that they're not supposed to say, and they're saying it. And guys, this is beyond just the 40th day anniversary of the fallen for the memorials. This is inside the universities. So this is separate from the 40th day memorials, and it's happening over multiple universities at the same time. I don't know why. How was this plan? Is it because universities open? But as soon as they were given the chance, they came in multiple universities at the same time, and they're chanting, and they're chanting. Okay, so let's go through these. I have 7 videos here.
Amazing. You have a whole thread. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, I posted this because people were sending it to me. I was like, how could I manage this for the show? I'm like, let me just tweet them all. I tweeted them so I could have it ready for the show. That's why I tweeted it. Okay, so let's go through them. All right, so let's see. Oh, this is unmute. So this is Danishgah Sharif. And for some reason, I had to go find a longer version of this. I'll get to the longer version of this because for some reason, this video is not including the most important chant. I'll leave the best for last, but let's just go through this first. So Danishgah Sharif is Sharif University in Iran, and they're chanting "In hame sal jinayat marg bar in velayat," which means all these years of crimes, death to the velayat, death to basically the mullahs and the guardianship of the jurists. I don't know. Okay, so let's go through this one. Look at the crowd, guys. Like, I haven't seen, like, we expected, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't expect crowds like this starting again after more than 40,000, tens of thousands of Iranians being massacred for exactly these chants. Honestly, I didn't expect for us to get these crowd sizes back this early. Like, what? Well, by the way, I do have some videos regarding the Basijis coming into the university, so we'll go over those as well. But let's see what they're chanting over here. By the way, I don't know why the audio is weird. Let me just do a refresh. The audio is roboty a little bit. Okay, now it's fixed. Okay. It's fixed now. Yeah, it was slower than it was supposed to be, but now it's fixed. Guys, it's very significant that they're saying Javid Shah. You might think, like, Armin, why is this significant? How would we be hearing Javid Shah over and over and over again? Why is this significant that you're hearing Javid Shah? We're all used to hearing Javid Shah. Why is this significant? Let me tell you why this is significant. Okay, first of all, this is in a university. The universities in Iran just like universities in most places around the world, are more left leaning than the average in the population. So and in Iran, we associate left leaning with being anti Pahlavi, right? So too far left leaning is associated with anti Pahlavi, and so many times for the past couple of decades, we associated the academia atmosphere as being maybe woke and anti-Israeli and anti-Pahlavi. Like, this is how people think of academia. But look, in Iran, the first places that are now coming out, and they're not just chanting against the regime, but they're chanting Javid Shah is our universities. That's the reason number one. That's reason number one why this is significant. This is not just from the streets, this is from the campus. People are chanting Javid Shah. But the second reason why this is very significant is because of a lot of anti-Pahlavi people tried all their best to use a new tactic to attack Prince Reza Pahlavi, because before the early January uprising, the Lion and Sun Revolution, the main narrative was that Prince Reza Pahlavi has not that much of a support inside Iran. Maybe outside of Iran, yes, but inside Iran, no, not that much, not really. And then millions and millions of Iranians came out in the streets in response to his call to action and shouted his names from everywhere in Iran, and they destroyed that narrative. So the strategy number two has been this. Okay, Pahlavi had the support of the Iranian people, but he ruined it by doing the call to action and causing the Iranian people to come out and die. He shouldn't have done the call to action, right? This is what they've been focusing on to try to hurt him. And some people thought that maybe now some people will not support Pahlavi because of all of this garbage propaganda. And now within 40 days after the massacre, we see Iranian people coming out and shouting Javid Shah again, which completely destroys the attempt for these people to say, like, oh, people came, but now they're disappointed, and now they're not pro Pahlavi anymore. So everything they say is wrong, and this one was demonstrated to be wrong very fast. But let me go through the rest of the videos. All right, let's go to another university, the Ulum Pezeshki University of Mashhad. So first they were saying shout for your freedom, and now saying they're shouting for freedom. So we have, obviously, okay, let's go to Danishgah Amir Kabir. This is Amir Kabir University. So here they're shouting Har ye nafar kushte she, hezar nafar pushte she, which means any one of us you kill, there's going to be 1,000 people behind them. This is a very powerful and very important chant, because the regime is banking on, if I kill enough of these people, they will go home, they will be scared, and they won't come back. So this chant is designed to destroy that fear tactic by the Islamic Republic. They're saying, for every single one of us that you kill, there's 1,000 other people behind him ready to come and fight.
That will rise up, yeah.
Rise up, yes. So listen to this. Oh, okay. This is very significant because it's coming from campus. It's coming from a university. Okay, guys, remember the idea for the past couple of decades was that, okay, universities are less pro Pahlavi because they're leftist, but now on university campus, they're saying Marg bar Sefased Mullah Chapi Mujahid. On university campus, these are the university students. Basically, that translates to death to the three corruptions: the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK.
And guys, by leftists, I just want to be clear, by leftists, we don't mean like the classical liberal left. We're talking about the far left extreme, like the socialist communists. Okay, that's what we're referring to, not the left on the normal regular political spectrum. That's very important to distinguish.
Perfect clarification. Thank you for adding that. Let me add another clarification on top of that as well. And even those people, death not to the people, but to their movement.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not. Yeah. So when they say death, we're talking to the leftist agenda. They're not saying death to the individual people belonging into that group. Yes.
Think of like Antifa. You know, like how, for example, Antifa or like the far left communist socialists are teaming up with Hamas in Western countries. It's that ideology that they're referring to, not the classical liberal left on the political spectrum.
Exactly. All right, so let's go. But here, there's more. Oh, I think I already did that. Abdanan. So we have more protests in Abdanan as well, the city of Abdanan, which is a Kurdish basically city, guys. Remember when they say Abdanan has been one of the main cities when it comes to responding to Prince Reza Pahlavi's call to action. It has, the people of the city of Abdanan have made us so proud, and they constantly chant Javid Shah and Pahlavi will return. And it's a Kurdish city. Remember this when people keep telling us, like, oh, do the Kurds support Prince Reza Pahlavi? Do the Kurds support Prince Reza Pahlavi? Yes, one of the main cities supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi is Kurdish.
It's also like, I also want to point out, guys, like, again, like, it's kind of racist to like try to divide Iranians among like various, like, you know, tribes or ethnicities, right? Because we don't do that among ourselves, right? So, you know, like, no one's like, oh, do the Lord Bakhtiaris support King Reza Pahlavi? Or I don't know, do the Gilakis support, or do the, you know, Rashtis or whatever? Like, we all support regardless of which part of the country we're in. And you know, like that separatist narrative is basically made to try and divide us. But we're all equal, like, we're all Iranian first, and we don't differentiate amongst ourselves whatsoever. So, you know, we're all on the same side here, and, you know, we're all Iranian first.
Yes, exactly. We're all united. All Iranians are Iranian first. Kurdish, Azeri, Gileki, Bakhtiari, Arab, Baluchi, all of us. We're all Iranian.
Rashti, the whole thing.
Even
you Tehranis, Armin.
Hey. Okay. I'm half Shirazi, by the way. My mom.
Okay.
My mom was from. My mom.
Oh, wow,
now it's accepted. My mom was from Shiraz. Yeah, I know. Yes. So they're chanting death to Khamenei. It's so amazing. After all of that killing, they're coming out again and chanting death to Khamenei. All right, and then here's the video that I promised. This is a longer version of the video that I showed you first, and it's 2 minutes, so I'm not going to show you the entire thing. Should I show the entire thing?
Sure.
The most important. Okay, let's go through I will translate every chant. این همه سال جنایت، مرگ بر این ولایت, all these years of crimes, death to the, you know, guardianship of the jurist. This is the campus, university campus. Ooh, this is a new chant, I think. Well, I mean, it's a couple of days old, but um, new in this rounds of protests, right? So they're saying, کشته ندادیم که سازش کنیم رهبر قاتل رو ستایش کنیم, which translates to we haven't given so many we haven't given up so many lives, like we didn't give so many people to be killed for us to go and do appeasement with the regime and to praise this murderous leader, the murderous supreme leader, right? So this is exactly what we said to you here on Iran Revolution Live, because a lot of you were constantly asking that would the fact that the Islamic Republic killed so many Iranians, would that dissuade them, would that make them be less eager to continue the revolution? We said here that it would make them more eager, because the costs that have been paid in lives is too high for them not to win. Basically, this chance means we haven't come this far to only come this far, right? So again, it literally translates to, so کشته ندادیم که سازش کنیم.
They
We
saying
haven't given up.
they saying we haven't sacrificed our people just to come to just to come to an appeasement, just to come to like a negotiation. To سازش بدیم.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, سازش کنیم. Yes, exactly.
What's the second part again?
رهبر قاتل رو ستایش کنیم.
رهبر قاتل رو ستایش کنیم. That's really beautiful. Like even the poetry like behind the slogans, honestly, sometimes I'm just so amazed by how beautiful the Persian language is, right? And like it just you can't do it justice when you're translating from Persian to English, right? Like it's just the words that are being used.
Yes, yeah, it's just so beautiful in Persian. Yeah, that's why they call it the language of poetry, Persian. Yeah,
it is.
Even
you'll have to like write that down and send it to me at some point in WhatsApp so I can remember that.
Okay, I will. So I'm waiting for the last few seconds because I'm so glad I found that, people, my contacts sent me the full version of this video, because the original video had this last part cut, but the last part is the most important. Oh yeah, Sazish, actually a good translation for Sazish is compromise. Yeah, we're not going to compromise. Exactly. Good translation. There we go. This was important. This is the most important chant that came out from the university. It was so important to show that not just Javid Shah, but a chant including Pahlavi and mentioning Prince Reza Pahlavi is still alive and is it's being used inside. Like we needed, guys, I know for a lot of you it's obvious, like obviously they're gonna come here, but given how much the propaganda war that we're fighting in, like the anti-Pahlavi people are hell-bent on trying to show that, oh, okay, maybe he had some support, but it's over. This last few seconds was very important for us to show that not just Javid Shah, but chants mentioning Prince Reza Pahlavi are still being used, not just in the streets, but also on university campuses by university students. So let's watch this. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. They're saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Okay, okay. Let's stay in the universities and go full Hader. Goldie, do you want to go full Hader?
Oh my gosh,
Because the best.
I think I've seen that video, but yeah, show us the full Haydar. Ugh.
Oh, I can't- oh my god, I didn't see this caption here. Okay, okay, okay. So,
I actually like retweeted this. I didn't
oh, you
translate the
did?
last line though. I retweeted this and
It's
I
really,
provided the English translation, but without the
yeah,
translation for the last line because you can't even like translate that
yeah.
properly because it's like it rhymes, right?
It rhymes in Persian, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense in English. Yeah. So, guys, a lot of our jokes are funny because it rhymes in Persian. So, if you translate it, it's not going to be funny. But so these are the Basijis, and they showed up to the universities to chant against the university students because the university students have just came out and now they're continuing to protest against the regime. So the Basijis showed up as a counter protest. So let's watch this. So, guys, and let me give you context. On this side, we have the Basijis, and on this other side, we have the university students. Okay, so the university students, the Basijis, are chanting against them. The
And
Basijis
guys,
are chant.
keep
Yeah,
in mind the Basijis are the ones who go out wearing. They're the ones who go and murder Iranians, right? So these are the people who have all the guns and the ammo. So by day they do this like they go and they torment and threaten Iranians, and then at night they go out with their guns on their motorcycles and shoot at people. These are the same ones, the same terrorists.
yeah, exactly. And let me also give you another context. If you see the university students on the other side, they're holding some pictures. Guess what these pictures are in the chat, guys? What are these pictures that they're holding? So these are the people saying, "Hey there, hey there." The university students are here. They're holding some pictures. Who are they? Do you know? These are the pictures of our, yes, good job, last ones. Yeah, these are the pictures of our fallen, the people who the regime killed. They're holding their pictures up. Yeah, the victims of the regime. So let's switch this. So, guys, look at this. Look at the strategy that the Basijis are using. They're lower in number, so they try to make a louder voice. Like they're trying to show like they're bigger with by bringing drums, right? So the other side is like a huge crowd, and the Basijis are like a small number. But to try to make a large, like a bigger sound that than what their population, what their crowd suggests, they bring these drums and these other equipment just so that they could make up for their small numbers. Look at this. This is just two rows. Like this is just two rows. But like watch this again. It's really, they're trying to come here to get on the nerves of the students, because the students are basically are angry over the loss of so many of their loved ones, and they come here and they're basically, as we say in Persian, they pour salt in their wounds. So here's another video. Let me translate this one. Saying, breaking news, continuation of Iran's line on Sun Revolution in the universities, terrorist Basij forces attack on Sharif University of Technology, student gathering, At noon today, students at Sharif University of Technology held a large gathering in the university courtyard on the first day of in-person reopening. Oh, so that's why, guys, look at this. As soon as the universities opened, so this was the reason why you're seeing so many protests in universities, because the universities opened. So as the first opportunity they got, they went out and they started protesting again. That's amazing. Saying in this gathering, students chanted slogans including "Long live the Shah," and then until Mullah is shouted, the homeland won't become a homeland. We fight, we die, we take back Iran, and death to the dictator. According to reports, this gathering turned violent with an attack by a terrorist group of Basij students organization. So let's watch this one. Oh, so they're saying be sharaf means dishonorable. So apparently the Basijis are attacking the students, and the students are chanting be sharaf against the Basijis. Yeah, so and also, oh, let's look at this one. This is from another city. Where is this from? Nurabad. Okay, let me see. The leader of this gathering is a Gen Z woman or girl. It's with, yeah, it says girl, but yeah. So adult. I don't know. Sometimes when I call an adult young woman a girl, people are like, "Yes, they're an adult. You should call them a woman." Okay, so a young woman. Flag of lion and sun. Let me see. Read the Persian. Okay, so this was just recently. This is like just from. By the way, all of these videos I'm showing you guys are from hours ago. So these are very, very fresh and very recent. The reason why the person who posted this, the caption basically shows like, look at the lionesses of our country. Like the leader of this protest here is this young woman over here. So let's watch her. Okay, this is a girl. This is actually a girl. So the leader of this protest is a young girl. Look at this. Look at that. Look at how cute this is. Watch this. Oh my gosh, she's leading the chants. She's guiding the people what to chant. That's adorable. I love her. So the chants included that this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Keep crying, Khamenei. Pahlavi is coming. Amazing. This was beautiful. This is Nurabad Mamasani. Wow. That was so beautiful. I actually had not watched that before. So Goldie, these were the videos I had. Did you have any videos you want to share?
I actually have a whole bunch. I'm just
Okay.
working on something really quickly. But
Okay.
I sent you. Oh, I didn't even notice.
Oh, Petipto.
When did you get here? Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the screen. Hi, Petito. How are you?
Hi guys, I'm fine. What about
Hi.
you?
Sorry, we missed you.
No problem. It's a great honor to be with you.
Yeah. Honor
Thank
is
you.
all
Thank
ours.
you. Sorry, I was listening to you, Armin, but I'm on a different screen right now because
Okay.
let me just show you what I'm working on really quick. Um, I'm just in the process of getting this set up. I'm working on a list of shame.
Ooh.
Let me show you what I mean. So I'm basically working on a list of shame where we can list, politicians, pundits, media people who are quote unquote anti-war and basically supporting the Islamic regime.
Oh my God.
So I'm just working on this really quickly right now. I just want to like add a few names so I can format the table, and then I'm gonna make the link public, and then people who want to um, provide their input, they can send me an email or something, and then we can just have like a Google document where people can do that.
I
So
love these projects that you do, Goldie. Like you can just come up like okay, first it was the Google Doc when it comes to the protests for the gatherings. You created a resource for people to find the location and time of the gathering in their city. Then you started that campaign for that petition for Canada to recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi, and now we have this. This is thank you, Goldie. This is really helpful. So this
thank
is her
you.
organizing skills and everything, her legal and political background being used for our benefit. Thank you, Goldie.
Thank you. I know. And guys, there's like a lot of people we can add, but I think right now I just want to focus on the politicians, right? I want to focus on the elected officials because the list could be thousands and thousands of people long. But I want to focus on the politicians because of what King Reza Pahlavi said. I think it was yesterday with his message where he said, we're a voting bloc, so we need to pay attention and we need to keep track of which politicians are against Iran and against the Iranian Revolution, so that in the future, we can vote as a voting bloc against them. So that's sort of
Amazing.
what I'm working on right now.
Amazing.
Anyways, there you go. So that's a little bit of what I'm doing. I did send you two links, but Petito also sent something in the private chat as well. So
Ooh, I like
if you want to go through the like 3 new links there.
Okay, let me just start with something fun. Is this
and then don't forget the Armin Power Hour is starting at 2.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Like what is this? Oh my god. Is this a new AI video? Yo, Hussein. Okay. Hold on, Hussein.
یا حسینی که منشن بودش
What? Wait, is it going through the doors? Guys, like this is they're closing the door and the planes are still going through.
It's a new stealth technology.
It's a new what?
Stealth technology.
Stealth technology.
Stealth technology. Wow. Guys, not only they have managed to figure out a way to get their fighter jets to take off at a rate that no other country has been able to do so far, but they have managed to go through closed doors as well. So it's so stealth that not even a middle door can detect your plane. That's how stealth it is. But we have to be careful because if they make everything so stealth, then you're not even gonna notice their missiles. Like they're gonna drop a missile on you, and they're like, "We bombed you." I'm like, "Well, when? When did you bomb us?" Like, "We bombed you like at 2 p.m." Like, okay, then why did we not notice it? Like our missiles were stealth. We had stealth missiles. That's why you didn't notice being bombed. I think that's where that's where
Actually,
we're gonna
you're
go.
right, Armin, because this is another level of stealth that they call it anti-material. There's no material affected on these planes.
Okay. Well, then how about this? How about we give an excuse to Khamenei and just say, like, how about like, you'd get destroyed and everything, and then you could just say that the Islamic Republic as a whole continues to exist, but in stealth mode. Okay, we will give them a way out. Okay, how about we have this in the negotiations? Okay, just continue existing in stealth mode.
It's the fact that Khamenei already living in a parallel universe.
Yes, exactly. All right. Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, wait, this is Chitgar. Ooh, guys, this is Chitgar. We have new chantings on Chitgar. People are shouting at the night. They're opening their windows and chanting Javid Shah. This is from inside Iran. Let's watch this. Oh, somebody saying Javid, and somebody responds. Other people respond Shah, and then say Payande Iran. Javid Shah. Death to Khamenei. Guys, you see this revolution, guys. Guys, if you cannot stop this revolution after massacring tens of thousands of people, if it continues even right after, that means there's no way to stop this revolution. There's no way to stop it. All right, let's go to the next video. روایت جنایت جمهوری اسلامی جاویدنام ملیحه فیروزه رو بود شکنجه کرد و قتل رسوند. Okay, so the caption. Wait. Why is it not translating? Hold on, let me refresh this.
The main video is English.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. Let me play it. Thank you. Potip to send this, by the way, guys. So let's watch this.
Maliha Firuza is the name of a young Iranian woman who was abducted by the Islamic Republic. After 25 days of having no information about her, her body was returned to her family. They reported her death as suicide. However, her body shows signs of torture, broken bones, burns, and facial mutilation, including a missing eye. They secretly buried her with no further explanation.
Wow.
Maliha
Sometimes I hear so many of these stories, I feel like I'm losing my humanity because I'm not reacting. Like, how do I deal with this? Because I feel like I'm not properly emotionally responding to every single one of them because there's just so many of them. And I feel because every time I'm not responding emotionally, internally to each one of them as each one of them deserves to be responded to, I feel like the volume of the cruelty is making me lose my humanity because the Islamic Republic is becoming successful in normalizing this level of cruelty in my mind because it's just over and over and over, and it's just so many of them. How do I deal with this? Like, how do I fix this? It's just so many of them. I don't know.
Actually, Armin, you're right. I agree with you. It hits very hard. That's the level of the contents in just a short 20 seconds video that we just saw. I just want to share that with you to the people on the stream that feel that what are we going through right now.
Yeah. My God. Yeah, I don't know. But let me just let me share this. Let me share this. Okay. So let me show you something. Hold on. I need to share something important with you guys because American taxpayers we need to make a campaign about this, okay? Because Voice of America has been a very destructive, a very harmful source of information, and it's being funded by American taxpayer money. And now the main head of the Voice of America, she works in the Trump administration, and she's not like a leftist. She's coming out and defending it. So we need to somehow bring this up with the Trump administration that they have some anti-monarchist, anti-Pahlavi, leftist Ali Javanmari people working there, because this is a complete lie. And look at this lady, she's pro-Trump. So look at her profile, right? And she works for the Trump administration, but then she posted this very wrong, misinformed post out there, and we need to do something about it. So Carrie Lake posted this: Voice of America's debate show called Maidan has hosted discussions with voices from across the Iranian opposition. Voice of America Persian invited monarchist Reza Pahlavi. I mean, this is the first misinformation. Yeah, exactly. This is BS. Like, she doesn't understand Prince Reza Pahlavi.
It's so rude and unpleasant.
Yeah, this is so rude, and because Prince Reza Pahlavi is not a monarchist. Prince Reza Pahlavi has many times mentioned that he's not a monarchist. He's fighting so that the Iranian people could choose whether they want a monarchy or anything else. He has, so she doesn't even understand what she's talking about. Nobody refers to Prince Reza Pahlavi as a monarchist. So yeah, this is idiotic already here. Yeah, see, the Iranian people are getting angry in the chat because they know that this is like not accurate, right? So, Voice of America invited monarchist Reza Pahlavi to participate. Unfortunately, he did not respond to the invitation. Instead, his team claims Voice of America won't have him on. That's a lie. The invitation remains open. So, they're accusing Prince Reza Pahlavi's team of lying, and it's saying Voice of America Persian will continue presenting a full range of viewpoints. This is a lie. I know you're full of shit because this is a lie, because Voice of America Persian, not only they do not present a full range of viewpoints, they have completely banned the mention of Pahlavi on their show under the direction of this evil separatist. I'm trying not to swear. Imagine the swear words that I was going to use right here. Fill in the gap. Ali Javan Mardi, right? And we know that they have a direct order from Ali Javan Mardi to not even mention Pahlavi. And guys, remember, this is taxpayer. Voice of America is taxpayer funded by Americans. So she's either she's misinformed or she's lying here when she says Voice of America Persian will continue presenting a full range of viewpoints on Iran and the current uprising without advocating for any one leader. This is BS. Voice of America is anti-Pahlavi. And then she continues, that decision belongs to the brave people of Iran. Well, Carrie Lake, the Iranian people have decided to shout the name of their leader, Princess of Pahlavi, in the streets of Iran, and Voice of America Persian is not covered that. Is not covering that. So you're not respecting the brave people of Iran. You're censoring their voice, and this needs to be called out. This is very important, guys. Americans, this is your taxpayer money being used, and this lady is not even leftist. She has Trump picture in her profile. So somebody needs to educate this woman regarding what's happening with Voice of America. Very important. Cover
I
this.
I want to ask the people of America who are in the chat, who are listening to my voice from Iran, I want them to take this matter seriously for two causes. One of because they are actually wasting your tax money on echoing actual terrorist groups like MEK through Ali Reza Javamandi, using a official Voice of America titled channel. So this is a serious matter. And the second part of my ask is on behalf of Iranian people who are murdering in this regime and do not want to echo their voices through this channel.
Right. And guys, I will put the link, what everything that Patipto said and everything you've learned from Iran Revolution Live. Use all of that information to educate this woman. I'm going to post the link to this tweet in the chat so you could basically, be educational and set her straight. Okay. I have some good news. This is one of those times that I appreciate Ali Khamenei and his idiotic delusions, because this is the results. Okay, so Reuters have reported that during indirect talks, Omani mediators handed the Islamic Republic a US envelope to missile proposals. The Islamic Republic Foreign Minister Araghchi refused to open it and sent it back. They did not even open the envelope to see what the proposal from the American side is. This is fantastic. I love this. This is going to make the chance of them have their what handed to them a lot more likely. And this is good news. Yes, exactly. Good. Darka said in the
حقیقتا
chat.
آرمین حقیقتا
Yes.
ابی خیلی وقت پیش اینو توی ترانه پیش بینی کرده بود.
Really?
هدیه رو وا نکرده پس فرستاد. برای همچین روزی داشت.
Okay. Oh my god. I don't even know how to translate that joke, but okay. So guys, if you're Iranian, that was a fun. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just telling the people it's an inside joke. That's referring
Yes,
to
it's an inside joke for us. Yes, yes. Hard to explain. But guys, this is such an insulting way to react. This is basically President Trump's proposal for these people to save themselves from an upcoming attack. And they're like, we're not even going to open the envelope. This level of attempted humiliation of President Trump, I mean, it's really hard to imagine that this will not be answered with, I don't know. Write your will, Arakshi. I think you're going to be on the list of the people who are going to be attacked. By the way, I have a list of all the people that we think will be targeted during the upcoming war by United States and Israel. I think we should put Arakshi because Arakshi is not that important when it comes to US and Israeli interests as being targeted, but he is very important for us Iranians because he's one of the so-called reformers. And I personally prefer, is more important for me for the reformers to be taken out, because if there's any chance for the Islamic Republic to survive is through people like Arakshi. So I'm really hoping that this level of insulting President Trump puts him on the list of targets. My main people, I know a lot of people are waiting for Khamenei to be a target. I really actually preferred, if I know this is like too much to ask for, but I really wish Khamenei would be alive to see the fall of the Islamic Republic. When the war starts, the main people I'm going to be celebrating with, if they are a target, is Arakshi here, Javad Zarif, Pezeshkian, Rouhani, Khatami, and Hassan Khomeini. Those are the people that I really want to be taken out, because the hardliners have no chance. The hardliners are already over. It's the reformers that might have a tiny little bit of a chance for survival. So if they are taken out, I think that's even more important in my opinion. Do you agree with that, Patipto, by the way? Like, I don't know if you agree.
I think if we give Arakshi that type of attention, it's good for him. He's like to talk about. He's already in mind. He's competing with his alter ego Javad Zarif, and in this way he think he's better than Javad Zarif. But they are so
Okay.
poor people in terms of intelligence. So no matter what happened to them, they're not going to end up well in this situation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. The reformers are better with politics than the hardliners. That's why I consider them to be a threat. I think the reformers know what they're doing when it
Yeah.
comes to.
The reformers are the main threat for Iran, and
Okay. Yes.
the main IRGC cores like اون کسایی که واقعا راستن اونا در واقع به همون جایی خودت میگی بهترین کمک برای انقلابن.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to, yeah. So he's saying that the reformers are the best help for the Islamic Republic. That's what Potipto said. So an Iranian from Tehran posted this. So he's saying اگه ترامپ موشک زد و اتفاقی من مردم قاتل من خامنه ایه. This is very important. Let me actually repost this. Look at this, guys. Listen to the translation. This needs to go viral. You know what? I'm actually going to post a link to this tweet in the chat, because more people need to see the attitude Iranian people have right now, right? So the translation, an Iranian from Tehran is saying in this post, let it be known that if Trump attacks, well, it doesn't say Iran. This translation is not correct. Let me actually translate this myself. Let it be known that if President Trump attacks basically the Islamic Republic, and I am killed accidentally, I am one of the victims as a result, my murderer is Khamenei. So this Iranian person inside Iran is saying that if under the bombardment of President Trump, I happen to die, I don't hold President Trump accountable. Khamenei is my murderer. And this is an attitude that I'm seeing from a lot of Iranians. Like a lot of people are now mentioning this. Uh, which, guys, by the way, this is a level of political awareness that you don't see in other places. You know where you don't see this level of awareness? In Gaza. All right, in Gaza, I mean, you might see by some people, but most people in Gaza, if you say like, who do you blame? I mean, to be fair, some people in Gaza blame Hamas. Okay, but I think like in Gaza, that level of awareness, unfortunately, is a lot lower. Right? If you ask them, do you like you being bombarded, you being killed, you're losing so many things? Do you blame Israel or do you blame Hamas? Unfortunately, in Gaza, a lot of people would blame Israel first. Even if they blame Hamas, they would blame Israel first, right? But this level of political awareness in Iran shows that they know who's responsible for their death if they die under the bombardment.
آرمین،
So, yeah.
حالا که در این مورد داری صحبت میکنی، منم یه توییت در این مورد زدم همون روزه اول که در واقع ترامپ گفته بود حمایت میکنیم. ریاکشن بقیه رو زیر توییت میتونید بخونید و قسمت غم انگیزش اینه که خیلی از کسایی که ریاکشن کردن هم توی این اتفاق جاویدنام شدن.
Oh, okay. So this is Patipto's tweet. Let me actually repost Patipto. Patipto posted this. Oh, guys, Patipto posted this on January 2nd. Let me use the English translation saying he posted, I would gladly be that. Oh, so actually, let's first read what Patipto is responding to. Okay. So Patipto is responding to this post by President Trump. And President Trump said, if Iran shuts and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then Patipto posted this by saying, I would gladly be that one person who gets killed, but it would cause Trump to show the language of might to Khamenei and his mercenary cronies. And Patipto is saying, look at all of the people who responded. And this guy is saying, me too, my friend Javid Shah. And Patipto responded, Javid Shah.
Just want to mention it's January 2nd. And don't attention to the trolls, but
this is the troll.
Yeah.
So no, it's actually let's actually pay attention to the troll because it's kind of like I want to. Yeah, because because it demonstrates their because when we show people that are the people who are against us are also anti-Israel, it actually benefits us, right? So this person is saying, like, the caption seems like he's with us, but he's trying to make fun of us. He's basically trying to say that we're all basically just Israeli Jews acting like we're Iranian. So his caption is saying, yes, me too, I am willing to also be with one of you guys. But he posted this picture saying, like, yeah, the people basically making fun of us by saying the people who are typing this are just Israelis typing from Israel. So that's what the joke is supposed to be.
Actually, yeah? I would love to be in Israel army, but I'm Iranian. So no offense for me for this comment.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, but the joke backfires because we used it to show that these people are basically conspiracy theories, Jew hating, anti-Zionist nut jobs, and we are on the right side because these are our enemies, right? But this person is saying, "Me too, you brave person, you brave heart. Brave Shojadel is Braveheart." So this person is calling Patipto Braveheart, and she's saying, "Me too."
A shout out to Nico Shakarami, actual Braveheart.
What? Oh yes, okay. Yeah, okay. سر سلامت داداش به امید جشن آزادی ایران کنار هم, saying like be healthy, be like stay alive basically in hopes of our freedom celebration in Iran next to each other. So we see and there's a lot of people here who are basically saying me too. Some people are swearing at him. But Potipto is saying, look at it, the people who are against them, they have these Shia things, right? But could oh my god, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna read that. But Potipto is saying, okay, this is sad. Some of the people who commented under this post saying that yes, me too, I'm willing to die for this to happen, they did die. So some of the people who comment there are not with us anymore. So let me read this. This was sent to me by my network inside Iran, and I haven't read it, so I'm just going to read it with you right now. Saying one of the plans the Pentagon presented to Trump included killing. So, by the way, guys, this is from Barack Ravid. Love him or hate him, he's a major source of many people right now, and he's been considered one of the main analysts with many of his predictions, coming true. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to continue to be this way, and I'm just saying Barack Ravid is cited so many times by so many different people as somebody who has access to information. So here's saying one of the plans the Pentagon presented to Trump included killing Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei and his son Mujtaba, who is seen as a potential successor. A Trump advisor said, and here's the quote: "What the president chooses, no one knows. I don't think he knows." The advisor added. Oh, by the way, let me actually add something regarding a news that came out from Iran International. One of the reporters from Iran International, who is constantly active in Washington D.C., around the Congress buildings, and is constantly talking to the American politicians there. I forgot what his last name is. Arash something. Iranians in the chat, if you know who I'm referring to, the reporter of Iran International who usually comes on camera in Washington D.C. and he reports live from the politician. He constantly talks to the politicians in America. So he has said something quite unusual, and I don't know if I should take it seriously or not, but a lot of people trust him because other things that he has said that politicians have said ended up being true. And I don't know if this is true or not, and I want to see what Patipto thinks about this. Okay, so he just came out and said that he has heard from people, like people around President Trump, that when Arash Aloi, thank you, Arash Aloi. Thank you for putting that in the chat. Thank you, guys. So he said that he has heard from people around President Trump that when Prime Minister Netanyahu came to Washington, D.C., he had a 3-hour meeting with him, and they spent 1 hour, one full hour of that 3-hour meeting showing videos of the Islamic Republic's brutality against the Iranian people, all the videos that they have gathered, right? And they showed that to Trump. Yes, see, exactly. Some people have heard this as well. 1 hour of violent videos. And they said the people who were witnessing that, they say it was really gory, it was really bad. And they said that it really disturbed President Trump. They said that he even had to get up and he was like really disturbed and he had to go walk around and come back. That's how disturbed he was watching it. Again, I don't know. This is coming from somebody who, I'm not saying this is true, but this comes from somebody who has a good record and he's very well connected. And this video is now going viral of him saying that this has happened. And he claims that this video that was shown to President Trump by Prime Minister Netanyahu has now made President Trump's, like, the idea of having to do this for the sake of Iranian people as well has leveled up in the priorities. Like, you know how we keep hearing about nuclear, we keep hearing about the ballistic range of the ballistic missiles, and then we hear about the support for proxies. But the idea of like, okay, we need to also do this because the Islamic Republic has basically slaughtered so many Iranians, usually takes a back seat compared to the priority of this is about nuclear, ballistic missiles, and proxies. This person claims that this 1 hour video that Prime Minister Netanyahu showed President Trump boosted how important that is in the mind of President Trump when it comes to also needing to do this for the sake of the Iranian people. And this is also the explanation of the video that we just recently saw from President Trump saying that the Iranian people are living in hell and this is not good. So I don't know how seriously to take this report. Patipta, what do you think about this report that came from Arash Alawi?
Armin, I think it's mostly emotional biased, but I just try to read between the lines and look for the facts. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu was in a meeting. It's a fact. They are talking about Iran and Iranian protesters. It was a fact. Israel has a technological advance to and capabilities to reach out to Iranian regime closed CCTVs. It's a fact. So no matter of details are sharing through the media, I think that was a effective move through Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think it was the right move at the right time. So I just try to focus on the outcomes of the meetings. This meeting.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're just okay. I that completely makes sense. But this coming out and going viral is also an outcome, isn't it? Though, like, couldn't you also
You know what?
consider this?
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's a direct connection to President Trump mentioning more than 30,000 deaths of the people in the
yes,
street.
Patipto, it seems like my mind and your mind is connected as well, because I was going to remind that to this is the video I have next as well, because I was going to remind and also I just saw something amazing that I'm going to show after this. So let's watch this. This is the video. This is the first video. This was released yesterday. This came out yesterday, and it's the first time President Trump acknowledged that more than 30,000 Iranian people have been killed by the Islamic Republic. This was such a big win for us because we don't have President Trump mentioning that anywhere. And also, this is one of the most direct clarifications by President Trump when it comes to differentiating between the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic. He has done that before, but not with this level of clarity. Usually we see that from Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham, people like Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham. But this is the first time we see that coming from President Trump with that level of clarity. So let's watch this video.
Very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang. Very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a.
Oh, this is not the full video. So the second part of this video, he talks about. Okay, maybe somebody could send that to me. This is just the part that he acknowledges that there's 32,000 people were killed by the Islamic Republic. This part is also very valuable. But yeah, the rest of it, he goes on to talk about how the hell that the Iranian people live in. He starts describing the way that they get executed by hanging them from cranes and slowly making them suffocate instead of the way that usually people hang used to hang people by having a door open beneath them and their neck gets broken and they die quicker. The Islamic Republic doesn't do that. They try to they kill you slowly. Let me show you some a good news. Let me see if I have this. Yes, I do have this. Okay, so first, a good news. We did it, guys. We did it. Last night we were losing almost. We were almost losing. We went down to 49.8%. And we were worried that maybe this is the yes vote is not going to win. But you guys did it. You guys did it. Good job. This is a win. So Thomas Massey, who is an isolationist American, politician, senator, I think, or yeah, right? Is it senator, right? Yes. Let me see. He's an anti-Israeli U.S. representative. Is he a congressman? Okay. But anyways, he's anti-Israeli, isolationist, anti-attacking the Islamic Republic. He made this post and he tried to design it in a way for the no vote to win. And you guys made it so that it didn't work. Oh yeah, congressman. So thank you. But guys, look at this. Look at how slimy. Look at the sneaky version, the sneaky attempt to try to get the no vote to win. So the question was, do you want a US-led war with Iran? Right. So guys, this guy is against Israel, against us. He's like no good, right? He's like worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene. And he put no, yes, like the most unbiased way you could have done this is to just put no and yes. But he did two things for the no vote to win. First, he provided the justification for the no vote next to it without putting the justification for the yes vote next to it. Anybody who has studied, like guys, in university, anytime, if you have studied polling science, like, and statistics and stuff like that, you know how biased this is. So he says, no, not in our interest, but for yes, he didn't put anything there. Just that alone would make the no get more votes if you know how the science behind polling works. But that wasn't good enough. He also tried to divide the yes vote. He put yes, but also said attacking is not war. So some people might say, like, yes, we should, because this is not war. This is just an attack. Why are you calling it war? So he managed to get 7% of the people who voted yes to select this third option to reduce the yes votes so that his no vote could win. And last night when I shared this with you guys, the yes vote was at 49.8%. And you guys did what you do. And this is very significant because it got 700,000 votes. And this now it has gone guys, we won by 1.6%. So that means that this show had an influence. This show might have been what was needed to move this over to the above 50. So you guys, good job, guys. We won. The yes vote has it. And this the fact that he designed this to get the no vote and even now is still got a yes is a huge defeat. I'm sure he regrets even posting this, and a lot of people are making fun of this now. And this was an image that I think was let me actually give credit. Emily Schrader, let me repost this. She posted this, and I think this is a funny way. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. When it was at 50%, they were trying to do everything to stop it. This is a really this is a really good way of covering what was happening. Isn't this beautiful? I love it. It's poetic. Poetic failure for them. It's brilliant. Go on, Patipsa.
Armin, I have a comment on this matter also.
Yeah.
First of all, you know why people like Thomas Massey already doing this jeopardy or anything they can for redirect mind of the people, because they are already know they are losing the battle, so they already know they are the losers. So there is a direct message to these losers from me. When you start to fight, start a war against our, you start to fighting with us, you are fighting with your money, but we are fighting with our will, so you are already defeated.
Okay. Yeah, that's powerful stuff. Um, let me see. Let me see. Okay, I have some AI videos. You guys? Do you want to see some AI videos? We
Yeah.
already saw the one Goldie showed us. Let me see what this is. So this is just a similar one to one the ones that we saw before. I don't know who makes these. Are these people? I wanted to say 14, but I remember myself when I was 14. I had more sophisticated understanding of how military works when I was 14. Like, are these people like 5? So watch this.
إسرائيل يجب أن تسقط وستسقط إن شاء الله.
What? What again? Israel? What language is this?
إسرائيل يجب أن تسقط وستسقط إن شاء الله.
فکر میکنم صدای چیزه این نصرالله یا از هموناست که داره اسرائیل تهدید میکنه.
Oh, it's like Nasrallah. Nasrallah didn't sound like
نه، فکر
okay.
میکنم از همون جبهه اونه، چون داره میگه ما اسرائیل رو انشالله نابود میکنیم یا تنصر
Can somebody?
پیروز میشیم
Yeah,
در
yeah. Oh, we will destroy Israel. It's in Arabic, but I don't understand it. But okay, but they think they're so badass. We will saying, Inshallah, we will destroy Israel. Look at this. Oh wait, I muted it. One more time.
إسرائيل يجب أن تسقط وستسقط إن شاء الله. إسرائيل.
What kind of a plane is that? Like, why is it? I don't know. This is just so cartoonish. Oh my god. I mean, they're getting better. They're getting better. I have another AI video. I don't know who made this one. I like this one better. Oh my god, yeah, this is actually, yeah, this is ideal. So we have our own AI video as well, and look at this. The people who are arresting Khamenei, they have Iran's lion and sun flag. Okay, so let's watch this. Okay. Okay, so these are our Iranian soldiers in the future dragging him and arresting Khamenei. This is done better. This is actually more realistic than whatever that was. One more time. Yeah, okay. That was good. I like this one. I enjoyed this one. Let me see.
من خودم وقتی فانتزی میکنم در مورد سرنوشت خامنه ای، فکر میکنم بهترین سناریو اینه که آمریکا خامنه‌ای رو کپچر کنه، ببره در واقع ایالات متحده، بچرخونتش، بعد تحویل اسرائیل بده، تو تل‌آویو دادگاهیش کنن، بعد بیارنش تو خیابون تحویلش بدن تو تهران. این بهترین سناریو.
Oh my god. Oof. Say that again slowly. Okay,
تل‌آویو رفتنش ولی خب
Oh, Potipto is saying the most ideal situation, the greatest fantasy would be for the Americans to first arrest them, parade them around America, then take him to Tel Aviv, put him on trial in Tel Aviv, and then deliver it to the Iranian people for us to also have our thing in our trial and everything. That would be the most.
You missed
Yeah,
this
but
part. Delivered to streets of Iran, not
Oh,
or anywhere. They just
just
release it on the
just
streets and let the
just-
people do their thing.
just release him in the streets, just saying you're free. Okay. for the next 5 minutes, apparently. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that I can see why. Yeah. That's the most ideal. All right, so I don't. So I went through because I started earlier. I gathered things for 1 hour, but Goldie made me go start sharing things right at the beginning. So I already covered like 1.5 hour worth of material. But I did want to share something that is Islam related, but not Iran related. Before I hand it back to Goldie, um, look at this because everything that we're suffering inside Iran right now is because we Iranians were not careful. We lost our country to Islam, right? So we Iranians, I think it's one of our responsibilities to use our experience as a way to warn the rest of the world, especially the UK, right? Because they seem to be the first to want it to go because of all of this Islamic stuff, right? So I just want to share this with you. Tommy Robinson posted this. Muslims block up a gym changing room in Northern Ireland to pray, expecting everyone else to wait until they're finished. Muslims know exactly what time to pray. They only do this in Western countries, taking liberties everywhere they go. People have had enough. So let's watch this. Guys, this you should not tolerate this. Okay, you should not tolerate this. Watch this.
No, it shouldn't be. It's not a prayer room. Changing room.
Guys, by the way, I'm not against religious liberties. Take this home. Go home. Why are you doing this here?
No, it shouldn't be. It's not a prayer room. Changing room. People come in here and change, not to pray.
There's no way.
Well, that's not my problem, mate. You'll have to leave us room. Well, I'm here to change, lads. I'm not here to watch this fucking crap. Excuse me. It is fucking crap, right? Excuse me.
This guy, I'm proud of this guy. Just like, yeah, you can't do this. This is crap. Like this guy knows what's up. Good job.
I'm not here to watch this fucking crap. Excuse me. It is fucking crap, right? Excuse me. Can I get past you? Excuse me. No. You have to move, more lads. I need to get that lap around here, please.
Let him finish first.
No, excuse me. Excuse me. Well, I don't care. Fuck me. Fucking idiots. It's not a prayer room, lads. Come on. Come on, take it outside, lads. And there's prayer room. Sorry? No, we can't put it in here, Armit. It's not a prayer room. Maybe you lift this up, please. Please lift that up. Please lift that up, mate.
Okay, what's the problem?
No, there's no problem at all, mate. It's not a prayer room. It's a changing room. There's a changing room. People come in and get changed. Not to pray.
Good job for standing up, man. Good job for protecting your rights.
So we'll take it.
And good job for recording this so that the rest of us could see that this BS.
Let's say, please, we'll take it away, man. It's not in here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What happened?
Look, what?
You came here just to grab your stuff,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's a changing room, lad. It's not a prayer room.
You can pray there.
Yeah, yes, no. You can't pray anywhere in here, lad. It's not a prayer. It's a changing room.
If you want, we can pray there.
No, you can't pray in here at
You
all.
are judging.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not, lad.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, please. Thank you very much.
No need to thank you then.
No, I'm not in labor room. I'm in here. I come in and get my stuff, man.
We'll go to the...
Yeah, I find it offensive what you're doing. No, I appreciate it, you leave. Good luck. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to repost this. Follow me on X if you want to see stuff like this. All right. And guys, by the way, I know a lot of people saying this is not a big deal as much in United States. Let me show you United States. Okay. It might not be as bad as UK, but this is New York City. This just happened in New York City. Look at this. This is for Ramadan. This Ramadan in New York City.
Islam not a religion. Islam is not a religion. Muhammad was a woman.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allah. الله أكبر.
Guys, you should not be tolerating this. You should not be tolerating this. I mean, don't they have mosques? What is the point of this? I mean, what is the point of having mosques anyways if you're going to come do it here where people are supposed to be shopping and walking? What is the point of this if you already have mosques? This
I
is
want to
this
tell you-
this is domination. Yeah, go on.
sorry, I don't want, I don't understand. You want to continue? I just want to answer your question about what is the point of this. It's the point of conquerment. It's the sign of conquerment. Actually, the Muslims are using this as a conquering anywhere they نماز برگزار میکنن وقتی یه جایی رو فتح میکنن و دارن اینجوری نشون میدن.
Yes, yes. And guys, this is the beginning. This is just the beginning. And if you're in the United States and you think that it's okay, it's not as bad as in the UK, that's exactly how you get as bad as the UK. If you think that this is okay because it's not as bad as the UK, that is the recipe for becoming as bad as the UK.
الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد.
This is a sign of domination. This is an invasion from within. This is an invasion from within. Like I guarantee it. The next phase is to have more of this and then have Sharia as their way of life. And then they will have enforced mechanisms and they will have courts, but they will not call it courts. They will call it, I don't know, counseling. And they will basically, they have counseling as courts, their norms of life as law, and then eventually they will have enforcement mechanism. They will have their enforcement mechanism will just be at first community and pressure and shame, but eventually they will have patrols. They will have, like, they will call it guards. They were like, hey, we have, these are just security. And then you have, instead of a nation, you have an ummah. Instead of laws, you have Sharia. And with those laws, if we have a parallel enforcement mechanism, you have a state within a state, and that's why this is called an invasion from within. If you are not worried about this, you are not paying attention to what's happening. If you are not worried about this, you're not paying attention.
ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده.
Guys, do you understand that for them, these videos is basically victory? United States is considered to be the power, the capital, the main power when it comes to upholding the world order as it is. The capitalism, what they consider imperialism, the global order that is un-Islamic is maintained by America's economy and America's military. And New York City is one of the most symbolic city of America, one of the most symbolic cities of America. And if they could come and disrupt you and have this prayer there, this is a signal not just to themselves, not just to you, but more importantly, to Muslims all around the world, that this is happening. That the country that came and oppressed you with their military all over the world, that bombed you and all of the goddamn nonsense propaganda they have in America, like we weren't able to defeat them militarily, but we migrated here and we're taking over from the inside. Muslims all around the world will see this video and they were like, oh my God, we couldn't defeat them on the battlefield, but we are demographically re-engineering them from the inside, and they will see this will inspire Muslims around the world to think that that Islamic takeover of the planet is possible if they could do this in the heart of the great Satan America. Anyways, I want to play the rest of it. Yeah, go on.
میشه به همون صحنه قبلی برگردی؟ روی همون رکوع رفته بودن مثلا یکم عقب.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, right. I have two things. First of all, look at these people, how disorganized are these people. Even in the Sharia laws, they are doing it wrong, because the lines are not right, the closing are not right. That second guy in the picture, pants are falling off from his feet. So I have a question for you, American. Do you actually okay with that, to people with this level of organization conquer your land, or becomes superior power, especially in some places in New York? And I hope that that is a controlled chaos. I hope it's the whole thing of Mamdani in New York or anything else is a controlled chaos, organized, actually planned by U.S. officials to show the people how bad the things going to be if they going to get out more, or with Iran gets on the other side, that make Iran powerful, make Iran regime powerful. And my second message to my fellow American is go buy land in Detroit. Go start something in Detroit, because Detroit already have more patriots than New York.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you for all of that. Let me show you this other video. Hold on. This is only 12 seconds. This actually shows you how bad the situation is.
Allahu Akbar.
All right, that's enough. Let's see how this person responds. Maybe this guy could be a good role model for us. So let's see if we approve of this. So this is in the park, in a public park. Muslims are praying. I don't know where this is. Man confronts Muslims praying in a public park. Let's see what he does. I haven't seen this yet.
And pillage and murder. It's disgusting fake religion, and you are going to go to hell unless you repent with them.
Yeah. Well, let me actually say something that I prefer. This one. I prefer this person. I mean, I think somebody, actually, this is what I would prefer. Somebody in the chat said they should have started singing Star Spangled Banner. That you should do that. That would be a good, do that. Like, go in front of them and chant that. That by Kelly Mind, that was a good suggestion. And thank you, Kelly, for the super chat, and also Gambit, thank you for the super chat. But look at this. This is a man walks his dog. This is what I recommended yesterday. I'm really grateful that some people are actually doing this. A man walks his dog in a heavy Muslim area in Manchester, UK. Dogs are considered haram in Islam. So let's watch this. Yeah, take your dogs for a walk. Just walking.
I mean, you know why all of them have so scared of the dogs? I think because they know dogs' instincts are so high, and dogs can see what they are covering. You know what?
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. We get another super chat saying New York has forgotten. Yes, guys, exactly. Like, look at this. This city has paid a heavy price from Islam, and this is what happens.
Armin,
this is what you did. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So when you're done this, I sent you a link. Could you maybe, when you're done this, open it up, test it out on screen, like live for everyone, and fill it out so we could make sure it's working?
Okay. I have like just a few more minutes.
I know, but I
Every
need you to
hour.
test this out because I want to make sure it's working.
Let me do that right away.
Okay.
Just a quick clarification. I was mentioning Detroit against New York as a joke because if New York is so fallen this much, already Detroit is better than New York.
Okay, so where are we here? This is what are we filling up here?
So this is a list of shame that I've created, basically to keep track of all the politicians around the world who claim they're anti-war or support the regime or whatever. You can't edit this, I don't think. Like, can you try to edit something here? Like, will it work? Can you type anything in or not really?
No.
Okay, perfect.
No.
So it's working. But I think what you can do is if you see where it says link to add politicians to the list.
Yes.
So click on that link.
1 second. Okay.
Okay, so now I want you to add a politician. So maybe you could add Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer. I don't know how to spell his name. Is this how you spell his name? No. Starmer.
Here.
Keir. Probably not.
Okay, you know what? Do Olivia Chow. Do Olivia Chow. That's fine. Do Olivia Chow, and I'll send you her her post that you can add.
Olivia Chow. How do you pronounce her name? Okay, there we go. Olivia Chow. And then political. Let me see here.
Let me her political part
NDP.
Yeah, NDP. Where did the StreamYard link go? Oh, here we go. And then let me send you a link to a tweet that you can use there. I put it in the private chat.
You did? Oh, there we go.
I put a link, yeah, for like what you can use as proof that
there is no link in the private chat. The last one is from.
I just put one in there.
نه بالایش tiny URL با tiny URL
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
No, no. I have one even after that.
Yep,
It's
I have
the X one. Okay. Perfect.
All right. So this is very easy, guys. Just Chow, Olivia, Canada, NDP, link, submit. That's it.
Yeah.
That was easy. Yep.
Okay,
Done.
so now go back to the Google form.
Oh, look at it. It's here.
There
Amazing.
you go. Oh, and someone already added Ocasio-Cortez.
Fantastic.
Amazing. It's working. All right, there you go.
Let's look at the evidence they provided. This is the evidence they provided.
Perfect.
I mean, this is not good enough, is it? No war.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough.
Okay.
Anyone who's like anti-war or like, supporting the regime, guys, the list is like it's just basically going by like timestamp. So it's just going in order of whoever is adding names. I'll just go through it, once in a while, and I'll just like resort it so that it's alphabetical, so that it's easier to find. But okay, great. I'm glad.
Very nice. Very organized.
Massey's already there.
Yeah, Massey's already there. Great job. What did you provide for evidence? Let's see.
His poll. No. His this thing. His post about like.
Poll.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Very, very clever, Goldie. Guys, say thank you, Goldie, because she keeps coming up with really creative ways. She uses her political and more than her political and legal background, her organizational skills. So, everything is very. Goldie, you're one of those people in university who I would basically be borrowing your notes from. Like, you're one of those people, one of those students
You know what
who would
everyone
have the
did?
nice. Yes, I would have the nicest notes, and I would just not take. I'm one of those students who doesn't take notes, and I will just look at who has the most beautiful notes, and I will just follow them after class and copy their notes. And can tell that you were one of those students that I would be copying.
Thank you. Guys,
Yeah.
this is only for politicians. Like there's way too many influencers and pundits. And honestly, like I don't care about the influencers. I don't care about the pundits. What I care about with this list is the politicians, right? The politicians. Why? Because King Reza Pahlavi said a few days ago, we are strong, we're a voting bloc, and we should make sure that anyone who is opposing the revolution, or anyone who is against the Iranian people's freedom, they should be held accountable in upcoming future elections. So it's for current politicians who are against the regime, or sorry, who are against the Iranian people and are like anti-war or things like that. So
Perfect.
that's the purpose of this. I don't care about like
So
like I don't care about influencers or people like that. So please, just politicians from anywhere around the world.
okay, 3 points. First, Goldie, if you tweet that, then we could retweet you as well, other than just filling it. So
I
share
just
it.
did. I just did. So
Fantastic.
I'll share that as well.
Second point, this is, by the way, this is Goldie's way of responding to Prince Reza Pahlavi's command regarding us voting as a bloc, which is a very creative way of doing that. Lastly, Amir is in the chat saying, Armin copying notes? I don't believe you. I didn't take notes in the class in university because I wanted to pay full attention listening to I wasn't a lazy student. I copied other people's notes because I thought if I was taking notes, I wasn't going to pay attention. So that's the reason I wasn't taking notes. Anyways, all right, Goldie, is it time? I think it's time for me to.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just grab the links. Guys, I'm gonna go to my discussion group, and you guys could join me there. You guys could come join me there and ask me questions about Iran, Islam, geopolitics inside Iran, inside the Middle East, and above and beyond, everywhere in the world. If you want to come discuss that, the link is in the chat, I think. Yes, it is. All right, and I'm gonna pin it on my channel in case you are wondering where I am. You could come to my channel, and the link to the discussion group is in the chat. So come over there and join me and the rest of the community in the discussion group to talk about politics and answer any questions you have regarding Islam, Iran, the Islamic Republic, Prince Reza Pahlavi, the future of Iran and the Middle East and the region after the fall of the Islamic Republic. All of those questions, we discussed them there in a very nuanced way. So I'm going to be there. I'll see you guys there. And I'm Israel Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran, Bomide Piruzi. See you guys soon.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye. See, this is a part where I would normally say, Moha, you're all stuck with me, but Potipto is here as well. Potipto, is there anything that you would like to speak about right now or focus on, or should we go to the news for a little bit and then come back?
ببین در مورد دانشگاه که صحبت کردیم یه نکته داشتم، ولی نکته مهمتر مردم آبدانانن که لینکش هم گذاشتم هنوزم، یعنی همین چند ساعت پیشم توی خیابون بودن و دارن روشون فشار میارن.
کدوم یکیه؟ اونه که ساعت چند گذاشتی؟ کدوم یکیشه؟ First, second or third one?
الان دوباره میفرستم.
Okay. I did speak about Abdanan yesterday, and I posted some things, but let's see, is it this one? Oh man, what is that mermaid you sent me? That is so weird.
همونه دیگه. یکی از شهراست. ها مرمید رو میگی، فکر کنم مرمی رو میگی. اون مرمی واسه آرمی فرستادم AI دوست داره. این
اوکی
شهر
آره دیدم اونی که شب دیگه.
آره 2 تا شهر اینا همین اتفاق الان در واقع یه معلم رو دستگیر کردن دیروز. مردم همچنان بیرون اومدن و رفتن تا دم در واقع وزارت اطلاعات دنبال معلم.
Okay. Let me just share this one. So this is also footage from tonight. This is a city of Abdanan. Currently, the widespread presence of the people of Abdanan at the door of the home of the detained teacher, Yaqub Mohammadi. According to local sources, Yaqub Mohammadi has been transferred to Elam Central Prison. So this is, people are being arrested and detained. Okay. There's
some cities like Abdanan or provinces like Elam or Nurabad Mamasani, the video of the funeral you already showed, that these people and these cities, they are already made their mind. They're not going to change or come back. They are protesting and defending what we are started.
Absolutely. Okay, let's watch this. I just want to make sure that we get to the news from Tusi. I think it's going to be about maybe 30 minutes. So we're going to take a 30-minute break, and then I'll be back and we'll continue with more breaking news from things that Tusi hasn't already reported on. So we'll see you guys soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the huge clashes have now erupted across Iran, especially in the capital, in Tehran, as the university students have managed to break through the barricades that have been set up over the last few weeks. We've had the Islamic occupation forces essentially barricading the students inside university campuses. They have been hostages of the Islamic Republic, and they are now fighting back. There are a number of videos we're going to show you live. We're going to give you guys the latest updates from the Americans, as well as we are expecting the escalation to reach the Middle East. So first things first, let's talk about the protest and how this whole thing started over the last few days. We've had in a number of cities, as people were carrying out their 40th day memorial for their loved ones who have been murdered by the regime over the last few weeks. Obviously, those, instead of mourning the death of people, they decided to fight back, and a new wave of uprising has now started. First, we're going to go to a video from Tehran. Massive confrontation started initially at Tehran's Iranian University of Technology. You had on one side the IRGC Basij members with the Islamic Republic flags shouting Haydar, Haydar, blah, 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 something about Muhammad, all the nonsense. And of course, the other side, we had the freedom-loving Iranian students chanting, long live the king. It started with this, and then things got out of control. Let's quickly go to the first video. We also have some updates from the Europeans. More European countries are now evacuating their citizens from Iran amid instant escalation. It's a super chat. Thank you very much for the support. Let's quickly go to the university students again. They are chanting long live the king as they break through the barricades. Yes, the chants of Javid Shah, or Long Live the King, continues to be heard across the country despite the massacre of tens of thousands of Iranians over the last few weeks. These guys are not giving up the fight, even though right now they could be staying at home and waiting for the Americans and the Israelis to imminently attack the Islamic Republic. They do believe that they also have a role. They still have to fight their own fight. They still have to refuse to surrender. And this is why, even though it might be a little bit dangerous any moment, they know that they have no other option. Now, IRGC Basij members decided to attack the students. It didn't go too well for them because students are a little bit angry these days. I wonder why. 47 years of oppression, which means that students decided to defend themselves and hit back. And now the IRGC Basij members are crying, are running home crying to their mamas because they have been injured.
چی شدش؟ چیه؟ زنگ زد. چی شد؟ زنگ زدن؟ سنگ میزنن بیشرفا. ببینین دومیه که سنگ میزنن. این بود اعتراض مسالمت آمیز. این بود. ببینین مردم. سنگ میزنن دانشجوی شریف نخبه مملکت سنگ پرت میکنه. دستش بشکنه.
Hang on, and I'm going to translate as best as I can in this whole situation. So, for the record, students out protesting, they were like, let us go, we are barricaded. And these guys, the IRGC Basij members, decided to attack them, right? Students decided to defend themselves. Some of them threw rocks and stones. It hit this guy's head. He's still alive, he's fine, right? And the drama queens around them, this is like Gaza. It's like Gaza all over again, literally, Hollywood. They're going around as if he's been shot 50 million times. Oh, he's just on the floor dying. You seen that video of the cat where the car's driving on the road and the cat just throws himself in front of the car. The car doesn't even hit the cat. And the cat's like, oh no, I've been injured. It's that. And then saying they're throwing rocks as if they are launching ballistic missiles on their heads. And saying that, look what they've done to the future, to the talent of the country. This guy apparently is the talent of the country. But as that's happening, of course, students continue to also chant one of the famous slogans, death to the three corrupt ones, the three corrupt groups, Islamists, leftists, and the MEK, the Mujahideen. Of course, while Western students are woke and left-wing, the Iranian students are fighting against Islam and socialism.
چی شدش؟ چیه؟ زنگ زد.
I can't take him seriously. Oh my God. You F around, you find out, and now somehow you are the victim. I'm going to show you some of the more pictures of these victims, by the way. Victims. But clashes continue, and the IRGC forces seem to be slightly out of control. They don't really know exactly what to do, because what they end up doing is they just wait. They try to contain the situation like the beginning of the uprising. And when they fail, they just have to sit around and wait for a direct order from Ali Khamenei, or Ali the Rat, Ali the Mouse. And when he says, take the shot, then they start the massacre. But let's quickly go to the latest video of the clashes. Yeah, the Iranian students are shouting back at the IRGC Basij members. You are shameless, absolutely shameless. But the main reason this had to happen, and it did happen, was, as I said, is because for the last few weeks, these students have been taken hostage by the Islamic occupiers, and they have been forced to stay in the university campuses because the regime didn't want them out, because if the students join the rest of the crowd, then obviously it's going to be slightly more difficult to manage the uprising. Meanwhile, I just realized, have I been Was I on mute earlier? I'm not really sure if I was on mute. Did I do that again? I wasn't on mute, was I? Yeah? Okay, good. I don't even know what's going on anymore. The victims, the real victims, apparently are these guys. These are the IRGC Basij members who decided to attack the Iranians. Then what they've decided to do now on social media is they are posting pictures of themselves being relatively injured. You know, it's not even that bad. And they are playing the victim cards because that is what you do. You F around, you find out, then you are the victim. So the protests seem to be, as I said, unstoppable at this point. And you can easily tell by the anger and what they are actually chanting. One of the things that they are saying now, and I'm going to show you the video, is after so many years of crimes and oppression, death to this regime. Let's go. Yeah, the last chance was we haven't given so many of our, we haven't sacrificed so many of our loved ones being murdered by the regime in order for us to simply be polite and surrender and worship the supreme leader. We refuse to surrender. Now, the Basij members, the militants, are so aggressive today that they somehow started to even confront each other. I'm not really sure who's in charge, the gang leaders, but the ringleaders, but it seems to be slightly chaotic on the IRGC side today at the university campuses. Let's go. Now, all those who have already been injured, and of course, we're going to show you the videos of the IRGC members now, forces, they're shooting directly at people in Abdanan. Things are escalating in that city massively. And of course, we have the evidence to show you. In Tehran, at the Sharif University, students have decided to also fight back against the Islamic prayer, the call to prayer. As you guys know, mosques and Islamic centers, for some time now, over the last few centuries, they have this tendency of the call to prayer, which is basically on a megaphone speaker, someone goes, and then that means you have to go and do prayer. Once that started during lunchtime, students decided to clap and whistle to drown out that sound. Let's go. Yeah, you could hardly hear in the background. It was just this tiny, tiny sound of oh. But someone said it sounds like a barking dog, almost. Yeah, but that's an insult to dogs, for the record. But yeah, I get the argument. So the real victims of today, the IRGC Basij members. But the Iranians have also decided to take justice into their own hands. They have not been just sitting at home doing nothing. And what they have been doing is they've been building networks to identify the forces and those who are the oppressors, essentially, and the IRGC Basij members' hideouts. In Esfahan, this is a photo from Esfahan, the local Iranians have managed to identify one of the homes belonging to the Basij, IRGC Basij, accusing some of these people have been accused of killing the 2-year-old boy, Ali Mohammed Sadeghi. He was only 2 and he was murdered by the regime. So people have decided to basically go and destroy the house, as you do. It's called self-defense. But in terms of those who have lost their lives, we also have this sad video of a 10-year-old boy in Iran whose mother was taken by the regime forces. In this heartbreaking video, he says, "My life is finished because my mum is dead. My life was destroyed with a single bullet by the regime." Let's go.
زندگی تمام شد. کی گفته؟ یا مادرم مرده با یه تیر یه گلوله کل زندگی باشید سه نفر بودیم یکی کم شد دیگه کلا زندگی نه عاشق پلیس بودم اینم شد آخرین که هیچ پلیس هم زده مادرم کشت این بود جوابم بخاطر 10 سال زندگی من به دنیا آمدم کلا فقط مگه من چه دست دارم 10 سال فقط 10 سال میدونستم با مامانم باشم بقیهش تو زندان زندگی بودم زندگی مامون این تایش بود زندگی تورم دیدم گفتنی دیدم پولیس دیدم همه غمات دیدم آخرش بعد 40 روز با بارم اونجا بودم که الان 40 روز اکثر هست ولی یکی با ببینم
یا ما همه
یه چیزی میخوام چرا این بلا رو سر من
The evil had spread like a fever ahead. It was night when you died.
This is a story of many families in Iran right now. But the payback is coming. Justice is coming. Huge crowd in Pars province chanting, "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return home." Yeah, they're also chanting about the sun and lion flag, which is the original flag of the Iranian nation, the land of Aryans. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the armed forces of Iran seem to be not up to date with the latest technology or personalized technology for their own military. This is why they're always in trouble. So we have this now from the IRGC military. What they are using now is, you can see in this image, they're using Flight Radar 24, the website, and Windows and TeamViewer as their main infrastructure of their computing system. So this is exactly why the Israelis and Mossad are able to easily infiltrate and hack them and destroy them. I mean, this is just embarrassing. It's been 47 years and you don't even have your own systems. So they are literally using vulnerable systems and they can easily get into trouble for. This is what we're up against. This is why they're called paper tigers. And but they forgot to actually hide that screen while they were doing whatever they're doing. But the protests in general across the country are now unstoppable. Let's go to the next video we have received from there. I think, let me just double check the, yeah, we can go. Yeah, cool. Huge, absolutely huge. Somebody says, team viewer, oh Lord. Yeah, absolute morons. Team viewer, really? It's weird. People in the country are also being obviously extremely creative with their protests. We are now seeing a lot of essentially signatures of the last king of Iran, the last Shah, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. This is in Ekbatan. This is the area in the capital, but where we seem to be seeing a lot of these as a symbol of resistance around the country. It's also a little bit forgery, but he's not alive anymore, so it's okay. So this is absolutely beautiful, what is happening around up and down Iran. And someone says, greetings from the US, Florida. Love your broadcasts. I hope Trump removes the Islamic regime soon. Me too. Let's go to students at the Beheshti University. They are singing the revolutionary nationalist song, I Swear by the Lovers of Iran. Let's go. This was the revolutionary anthem, I Swear by the Lovers of Iran. These are the students, Basij University, who are still currently under lockdown. They have been barricaded inside the university. The other students have managed to break through the barricades. Of course, they're now out on the streets, but these guys are still basically stuck inside. They're not allowed to leave. We've got armed forces, of course, around the universities. Let's go to Abdanan. If you remember Abdanan, the city where literally since the beginning of the uprising, they've been leading from the front. Things have been kicking off over there. They are now shooting the protesters directly. But before that, let's just show the beginning of the gatherings as people started to come out a couple of hours ago. Let's go. Yes, they are chanting death to Khamenei and death to the dictator. We are getting some statements from Abdanan, which we're going to go to. I'm just going to double check this beforehand. And someone says, the IRGC plays the F around and find out game. I wonder if they took their acting notes from Antifa, mostly from Nicolas Maduro, I guess. Tutsi just gave an angry stare to who knows whom. Could be anybody. Oh, yeah. Okay. And yes, we have it now. So let's just quickly tell you about the situation on the ground in Abdanan, as it's been escalating. Right. Direct shooting at protesters. According to the reports coming in from Abdanan today, 21st of February. Khamenei's mercenaries in Abdanan in the Ilam province have now opened fire directly and extensively on the protesting citizens. The people of Abdanan who took to the streets this morning to protest the arrest of another teacher and activist, Mr. Yaqub Mohammadi. They started chanting the slogans "Death to Khamenei" and "Death to the dictator." They are now facing live ammunition from the regime's forces. We will get more updates from Abdanan as things are escalating in that part of Iran. In terms of geopolitically speaking, we're also getting confirmation that the last few European countries have also now acted. Sweden and Serbia are the latest countries from the continent of Europe to now urge their citizens to leave Iran immediately. Of course, we've had a number of countries already. Most of the European Union have already called for their citizens to leave, but we will keep an eye on this development, of course, over the next few hours. As I said, according to Pentagon, war is imminent. Now, war being imminent, it could be tonight, it could be, obviously, it was last night, obviously. I did say it's highly unlikely it would be last night, but it could be any time from any moment from tonight till technically the end of February, which is the official deadline set by President Trump. What we are waiting for now is apparently the Islamic Republic have now promised to send a proposal, the draft proposal, the final proposal to President Trump either today or tomorrow. And what they are proposing is a bit of a pause when it comes to the enrichment of uranium for the nuclear program and a couple of other random things. But if they manage to surrender a lot of things that they have, apart from ballistic missiles, then they might be able to buy some time. But even if they obviously try to surrender nuclear, but not ballistic missiles, the Israelis are going to go in anyway. because for the Israelis, it's the ballistic missile program that is a threat, that is dangerous. But President Trump, according to the White House, he is now considering a very radical option. He is going to be taking Khamenei and also his son, Mujtaba, out. So one of the options on the table for the Americans is direct assassination of not just the supreme leader, but also his son, who will be his successor. Although I'm not really sure why they are considering Mujtaba as his successor, because the rest of the regime don't take Mujtaba seriously. Nobody wants him. Nobody trusts him. And once Khamenei dies, even out with illness or whatever, then there's going to be massive infighting anyway, because you've got different groups who all want to be king. And they're not going to allow Mujtaba to get even close. I'm going to get some reaction in the live chat. If you want to join 2C TV Plus, you can go to 2c.tv or scan the QR code. You get full access to our streaming platform and download the 2C TV app. So we have Tanya saying, in Israel, it feels like the IRGC is treated like a real threat and not like a paper tiger that they are. We are not afraid. Please start already, Trump. It's both. So they are a threat and they are a paper tiger. And the reason I say that is because they're not necessarily a threat as in terms of being winners or victorious, not in that sense. They can't win, but they are a threat because they could easily damage Israel quite a lot. They can damage it. Israel is a small country. Despite a great self-defense system, it's still going to be quite hard because they're going to be targeting civilian areas in Haifa and in Tel Aviv and elsewhere. But they're not going to be able to win because they are a paper tiger. Now, somebody, Betty, says, take a break from all this news. The thing is, some people, maybe like Betty, you can afford to do it. If you don't have if you don't have anything, any stake in this. But there are millions of people right now, and I'm not just talking about the 90 million people in Iran. There are also the Americans, especially the American armed forces personnel, the Israelis, and many others in the region who are right now on edge. They've been on edge for 47 years. And their job, as opposed to people in the West, the liberals in the West who can just bury their heads in the sand when it comes to negative news, and we're like, let's just turn it off. Let's just go and have a drink and have fun and just not get negative news. They have to be on standby. They have to know. They have to be informed about everything that's going on around their country and when it comes to the threats. So they have to know. And my job is to ensure that they are informed. Every single minute, things are happening and people could lose their lives, and they need to know the correct information to be able to stay alive. Not everybody can afford to.
Okay, I think that's pretty much what that's the news from 2C. Now, guys, I want to share a documentary with you. This was sent to me by a friend of mine who works at Iran International, and they've created a documentary about some of the people who have been murdered by the Islamic regime. So she sent this to me, and I think it's really, really important that we play this. So let's watch this documentary together. And then in the meantime, I need to make a post about the list of shame in Persian, so I can add that to my Instagram account. But I'll be here and we'll be watching this together. So let's go ahead and watch this documentary.
شلنگ تنفس توی دهنش بوده بچه رو.
Yeah, you'll have to read along with the captions here, the subtitles. It is 90 minutes, but let's see how long, let's see how much of this we're going to watch, but it just follow along with the subtitles here. The captions are big enough.
اومدن زدنش یه خلاص.
He was only 17 years old.
okay, it's
He
in
went
English.
out to protest for his future and the future of his country and never came home. As families in Iran demand an end to the Islamic Republic, the world debates diplomacy as warships move closer. Today on Eye for Iran, targeting children, we speak with the father of a teenage Iranian protester killed in custody, wounded during the January uprising. 17-year-old Sam Afshari was detained by security forces. His dad tells us how he was later shot execution style.
دیده بود نشناخته چون بچه یه ذره صورتش چیز بود نشناخته دیگه گفته بود تتو داره یه دونه رو سینه‌اش به زبان لاتین مادر زده گفت یه ذره اون پارچه رو بدین پایین من بچه‌م رو سینه‌اش زده به لاتین مادر چه وقتی تتو رو به سینه‌اش می‌بینن برای سام ستانه خودشه.
Then, the Islamic Republic is set to appear not once but twice before United Nations human rights bodies in Geneva. UN Watch Executive Director Hilal Nouer is calling for a diplomatic walkout.
You cannot grant a podium, you cannot grant a false badge of international legitimacy to a regime that just murdered tens of thousands of its people.
And is war now imminent, with Iran facing a reported end of February deadline to make major nuclear concessions, escalating threats from Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, and growing military deployments, including the arrival of the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group? Analysts warn diplomacy may be reaching its final moments. We break it down with national security expert Dr. Casey Babb, Newsweek columnist Peter Ruff, and Adel Nazarian from the Gold Institute for International Strategy.
That people who watch this space closely are going, we don't know. We have no idea. So if people who are paying attention to this part of the world really don't know, it's probably safe to say that the regime doesn't know as well, and that's a very good thing.
Only President Trump knows, honestly, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Right? And
I would say though that the size of the buildup does not, to me, foreshadow a massive attack, but perhaps a massive retaliation.
I'm Negar Moshahedi, and this is Eye for Iran. Parviz, from the bottom of my heart, my deepest condolences to you and your family, and thank you for finding the strength and the courage to speak during such an incredibly painful time.
شبکه شما که این ارتباط رو برقرار کردین من در خدمتتون هستم.
Let's begin by talking about your son. Tell us about Sam.
سام افشاری تولد 1387 متولد تهران کرج به دنیا آمده بود 17 سالش بود دقیقاً دوم دی تولدش بود که تقریبا 2 سال مونده بود دیپلم کامپیوتر آیتی رو بگیره آیتی شبکه میخونده دیگه این بچه تو مسابقات شنا رتبه اول رو تو شنا میاره تو استان کرج یه مدال طلا هم داره بعد اینکه امسال قرار بود بیاد اینجا کاراشو بکنم بیاد اینجا سام تک فرزند من بود زبان انگلیسیش پرفکت بود عالی خیلی زبان صحبت میکرد زبان آلمانیش در حد B1 آلمانی بود. دیگه این پسر عالی بود. از لحاظ اجتماعی برخوردش با دوستاش یا همسایه‌هاش خیلی خوب بود. با خانواده خوب بود. شوخ‌طبع بود. شاد بود. شوخی زیاد میکرد. میگفت میخندیدیم. بیشتر وقتا با هم در ارتباط بودیم، تصویری یا حالت پیام. با هم صحبت میکردیم. از آینده صحبت میکردیم. سام گفتم چه برنامه‌ای داری سام بیا اینجا. گفت که میخوام بیام اینجا درسم ادامه بدم، اشتغال کنم، برم دانشگاه، اگه بشه مهندسی کامپیوترم رو بگیرم. دیگه خیلی بچه آرزوها داشت. همینطور من خیلی آرزوها داشتم واسش که بخواد بیاد زندگی خودش و آینده خودش رو رقم بزنه، چون الان شرایط میدونید که شرایط تو ایران خیلی وضعیت خرابه. حالا قبل از این اتفاقا هم مثلا خیلی بحرانی بود از همه لحاظ. از لحاظ این که نمیتونست حرفش رو بزنه دیگه، آزادی بیان نداشت. نه به خاطر فکر کنید به خاطر فقر رفت بیرون، به خاطر حالا خیلی این بچه خیلی از همه لحاظ کامل بود. از لحاظ مالی هم از طرف من ساپورت میشد. هیچ مشکل اقتصادی هم نداشت که بخوایم بگیم خب حالا مشکل اقتصادی داشت رفت بیرون و حالا بله رفت برای عقیده های خودش که اون چیزایی که تو سر داشت رفت، ولی به خاطر حالا مسائل اقتصادی اینجور چیزا نبود، چون از طرف من تامین میشد. بعد اینکه آره دیگه کلا این بچه با هزاران آرزو به خاک سپردیمش. این سرکوبگرای تروریست جمهوری اسلامی به قتل رسوندنش ناجوانمردانه با دست خالی. این بچه 17 سالش بود. شما با تیری که حالا تیربار بستین یا با تک تیرانداز زده، به هر حال از پشت این بچه یک بار زدین، بچه زخمی شده، بچه رو کشون بردن توی آپارتمانی، بازم توی اون آپارتمان سرکوبگرای جمهوری اسلامی گرفتن از دست مردم، از ساکنین اون آپارتمان برداشتن با خودشون بردن به اصطلاح بیمارستان هم از پشت سر به این بچه تیر خلاص رو زدن، از تو لپش تیر اومده بود بیرون. نمیدونم باید چی گفت به این جانیا. واقعا این یک نسل کشیه. نمیدونم جامعه جهانی میبینه چرا اقدامی نمیکنه. این برای جامعه جهانی خطرناکه. این تروریستای جمهوری اسلامی نه تنها برای مردم ایران بلکه برای جامعه جهانی خطرناکه. خیلی فراتر از اون چیزی که جامعه جهانی تصورشو بکنه. چه جنایاتی تو ایران اتفاق افتاده خیلی فراتر از اون. مثلا یه سری چیزا جدیدن میشنوم و به گوشم میرسه اصلا وحشتناکه. یعنی جنایت نمیدونم، یعنی واقعا یه انسان میتونه همچین جنایتی؟ نمیدونم. واقعا خیلی وحشیانه. وقتی شما تیر خلاص رو به اون جوون زدی دیگه، چرا با تبر زدین سرشو؟ وحشیانه، کاملا وحشیانه. و این ظلمشون پایدار نمیمونه. یه جایی باید تموم بشه. حتی من اگر جامعه جهانی کاری نکنه، من حتی اگر خودم بشه تنهایی لباس رزم تنم میکنم میرم مقابلشون وای میستم. جون هزاران جوان، نه تنها تمام بچه‌های زیر سن آینده سازای کشور ما بودن. اصلا مو به تنم سیخ میشه. من گریه هامو کردم. الان وقت گریه هم نیست. الان بیشتر حجم دارم. خشم دارم، خشم. یعنی اگه اتفاقی نیفته خون بچه‌های ما پایمال میشه. مردم ما 90 میلیون انسان الان گروگانن، گروگان جمهوری اسلامی، تروریسته. من موندم شما که این سپاه و تروریست اعلام کردین و دیگه چرا کار دیگه‌ش رو انجام نمیدین؟ معدل چین؟ آیا میخوایم بیشتر از این کشته بدیم؟ بالای 50,000 نفر. حتی من الان بعضی وقتا تو رسانه ها میشنون که حداقل 90,000 نفر بوده. نمیدونم این جنایات رو چجوری، اصلا نمیشه سرپوشیشن کرد. اصلا یک دونه انسان شما بگو، نگو اصلا 50,000 تا. یک انسان چرا باید کشته بشه؟ اصلا به هر دلیلی که بخواد اعتراض کنه، دست خالی اومده بیرون اعتراض کنه، حقش رو میخواد، حق شهروندیش رو بخواد. دوست داره کشورش دموکراسی بشه، دموکراسی داشته باشه، دوست نداره دیکتاتوری حکومت کنه تو کشورش که ظلم کنه از همه لحاظ. حتی من شنیدم به زنهای جاویدنامه‌ای که کشته شده، بعد از اینکه کشته شده تجاوز بهشون شده. همین الان که من دارم با شما صحبت میکنم اطلاع موثق دارم که بچه‌ها بهم گفتن بابا اینا اصلا حکم صادر نمیکنن، اصلا نیازی نیست حکم صادر کنن اعدام کنن. تو تمام تو سوله‌های سپاه دارن تمام لباساشون رو در میارن، درو میکنن، تیر خلاص میزنن، سریع میفرستن سبخونه. میگه اینا بازی که دارن، بازی سیاستشون رو دارن چیز میکنن. مثل همون عراقچی که اومد ادعا کرد، وزیر امور خارجه‌اش اومد گفتش که هولوش 3,000 نفر مردن. تا اونجوری که من دقیقاً 3,000 نفر. خب شما میگی 3,000 نفر مردن، پس چرا الان 50,000 نفر صداش در اومده؟ اصلا 40,000 نفر یا 90,000 نفر؟ پس کدومش درسته؟ همینایی که درسته که ما داریم با چشم میبینیم، همینا درسته که تمام به گوش ما میرسونن رسانه‌ها این بر اون بر، اقوام، دوستان. این چه جنایاتیه؟ چرا میخواین سرپوشی کنی از این جنایات؟ نسل‌کشی اتفاق افتاده. جامعه جهانی بیدار شه، اصلا بیدار هستن، ولی خب یه سری مسائل سیاسی و سیاست نمیذاره کاری انجام بدن. ولی من جامعه جهانی میخوام که دست کار شن. الان وقتشه، الان وقتشه. بعدن دیره، بعدنی وجود نداره. دارن قتل عام میکنن. به داد مردم ایران برسید. در نحوی دارن اعدام میکنن. کوچه خیابون الان دیده باشید به زور میریزن تو خونه، شناسایی میکنن و میدارن میبرن. به خانواده هیچ اطلاعی نمیدن. بچه رو سالم میبرن، کشتش رو تحویل خانوادهش میدن. من از جامعه جهانی میخوام کمک کنید به مردم ایران. هر طوری که شده جون مردم ایران در خطر، جون سامهای دیگه در خطره. اگه نجنبیم اونا رو از دست میدیم. عجله کنید. هر یک روزش هم دیره. هر یک روزش هم کلی آدم داره میگیره. الان من از خانواده‌های جانباخته از این تریبون میگم که محکم باشید، گریه نکنید. الان وقتی، الان وقت خشمتون رو نگه. اونایی که به راحتی بچه هاتون رو سلاخی کردن، بچه‌م رو سلاخی کرده، باید جواب بده. فردایی باید محاکمه بشه. باید راه اینه، باید جمهوری تروریست اسلامی سرنگون بشه. موندرش برای جامعه جهانی خطرناکه. مطمئن باشین اینها که به خود مردمشون رحم نکردن، مطمئن باشین به شما هم رحم نخواهند کرد. این همه وقت کشی میکنن دستیابی پیدا کنن به انرژی هسته‌ای و اتمی و چه میدونم از اینجور چیزا که بخوام کارشون رو تموم کنن. اسلام و شیعه و خداشون این بود، این کارو کردن. جنایت بر علیه بشریت. من فقط میخوام از مردم محکم باشید، محکم و استوار بایستید، کم نیایید. منم پدر جاویدنامم، ولی الان وقت عذابی نیست، الان وقت خشم.
My heart is shattered for you, and the fact that, like you said, the pain is so strong that you've moved beyond tears and anger, and the fact that your son, a teenage boy, was alive. They injured him, but they finished him off after, execution style. It's so important for the world to know what is happening to the people of Iran. Tell me, when did you know something had happened? Like from the time that you received your last message from Psalm, when did you know something bad had happened?
3 روز یا 4 روز بعد این موضوع، چون اینترنت ها کاملا قطع بود، ارتباط نداشتم. بعد از اینکه به سختی ارتباط برقرار شد، خیلی کوتاه تونستم متوجه بشم کشته شدن سام عزیزمو، که گفتم اول اطلاعات ها خیلی گنگ می اومد برام. نگاه کنید توی یه سری رسانه ها گفتن که ضد نقیض مقدار، گفتن که چون دقیق نمیدونستم. الان جدیدن دقیق اطلاعات رو میدونم که سام رو این سرکوبگرا توی عظیمیه میدون مهران یک پلیس به اضافه 10 بوده که پلیس امنیت میگن، حالا نمیدونم چیه، اونجا بهش از پشت تیر میزنن. بعد بغل همین پلیس امنیت یا آپارتمان مسکونی بوده که اهالی اونجا تا میبینن این بچه از پشت تیر خورده افتاده، داره خودش کشون میبره که به جا برسونه، اینا میگیرن، اهالی اون آپارتمان میگیرن این بچه رو بکشونن توی پارکینگ آپارتمان، در رو ببندن که چیز نشه، که این سرکوبگرا از راه میرسن، بچه منو برمیدارن با خودشون میبرن و بعد پیگیر میشیم. البته پیگیر میشیم یکی از همسایه ها، البته نمیخوام اسمشو ببرم به خاطر وضعیت امنیتی، که اونجا مشغول کار بوده، کارمند اونجا بوده، شیفتش بوده تو بیمارستان مدنی. میگن سام آوردن اونجا، سام نبود، خیلی دیگه هم آورده بودن، ولی یک پسر 17 ساله بود. ازش پرسیدن گفت سام، و یعنی میتونسته صحبت کنه. بعد سریع اتاق اعمال اونجا چیزا رو مثل که براش فراهم میکنن، اصلا زیر چیز بوده، خواستن احیاش کنن، برگردوننش، حتی شلنگ بچه شلنگ تنفس توی دهنش بوده، بچه رو اومدن زدنش. خلاص. البته خب عکسی هم هست از سام که شیلنگ تو دهنش بوده، شیلنگ تنفس تو دهنش بوده. دیگه یه ذره به خاطر امنیتی میترسن بفرستن برام، احتمال داره که بعد برام بفرستن. بعد اینکه تیر خلاص رو میزنن منتقل میکنن سردخونه. بعد 1 روز یا 2 روز اینطورا بعدش خانواده نگران میشن، میبینن 1 روز بعدش نگران میشن، میبینن که چیه، میان ارتباط میگیرن، هیچی بهتون جواب نمیده، میگن برید توی سردخونه ها و بیمارستان ها رو بگردین. میرن سردخونه های بهشت، میرن فکر کنم بهشت سکینه است، میرن سردخونه اونجا جستجو میکنن با برادرم که میبینن هم توی مانیتور اول لیست رو نگاه میکنه برادرم، لیست اسامی اون جانباختگار رو نگاه میکنه، بعد رو مانیتورشون لیست سام افشاری میاد بالا. داداشم که اول چیزی نمیگه به خانواده که چیزی گفت اول خودم برم شناسایی کنم مطمئن شم، بعد خودش میره شناسایی میکنه میگه آره خودشه، یه به طرف صورتش بعد هم متلاشی شده بود از پشت بود. بعد گفتن باید مادرش بیاد تشخیص بده، شما چون عموش هستی. برادرش خانومم رفته بود، بچه رو صورتش رو دیده بود نشناخته بود، چون بچه یه ذره صورتش چیز بود نشناخته بود دیگه. گفته بود تتو داره، یه دونه رو سینه‌اش به زبان لاتین مادر زده. گفت یه ذره اون پارچه رو بدیم پایین. من بچه‌م رو سینه‌اش زده به لاتین مادر. چه وقتی تتو رو به سینه‌اش می‌بینن برای سام ستانه خودشه. بعد از اینکه می‌بینن بعد خیلی تو فشار میذارن، میخوان سامو بدن، خیلی اذیت میکنن. قرار بود بفرستنش سمت اشتهار، 2-3 ساعت فاصله است تا خونه. بعد یه جای بر و بیابونی همونجا بی سر و صدا گفتن باید دفنش کنیم، مراسم هیچی نیست شبانه. بعد خیلی با تلاش برابر جستجو کردیم یه جا پیدا کنیم نزدیک خونه باشه، با کلی مبلغ تیر رو که دادیم بهشونو. بعد اینکه تونستیم به هر حال یه جا براش پیدا کنیم پیش یه جاویدنام دیگه، طبقه پایینیش مزارش، طبقه پایینیش که جاویدنام دیگه است، آقای جاویدنام امیر بیاتی، طبقه بالاش سام افشاری پسر من. انقدر مزارها جوونای ما پرپر شدن، داداشم میگفت اصلا جا نیست، انقدر هست آدم کجا باید جا بدیم. گفت وحشتناک توی کانتینر رو هم دیگه توی سردخونه آدم بود دراز کشیده، بوی خون. میگفت من تا داداش بوی خون رو تا حالا انقدر از نزدیک حس نکرده بودم. گفت بوی خون بالای 800 نفر 1000 نفر فقط توی سالن و یه چیزی. حالا جدا از اون کامینای کانتینردار جلوی سردخونه صف وایساده بودن چقدر تا خالی کنن. سام عزیزم رو توی کرج مزار کلاک بالا به خاک سپردیمشون. حالا اگه دوستان بازم میخوان برن اونجا به یاد جاویدنام، کرج کلاک بالا مزار شهدا آرمستان. الان حضور ذهن ندارم، یادم رفت اصلا، اونقدر ذهنم درگیر شد. آرامستان شهدا فکر میکنم توی کلاک بالا. وحشیانه است. نمیتونم نمیتونم چی باید است. من فقط میگم به داد برسیم، نذارین این حکومت بمونه. این حکومت بمونه همه رو قتل عام میکنه، دنیا رو زیر و رو میکنه. این اگه دستش برسه به اون چیزی که میخواد، مطمئن باشین زورگویی میکنه به تمام کشورهای دنیا. این یک نسل کشی بود توی ایران اتفاق افتاد. شاید بعد از 80 سال بعد از نسل‌کشی هولوکوست که فکر می‌کنم این بعدش خیلی وحشتناک، قابل تصور نیست. اصلا من بعضی وقتا اصلا مغزم ارور میده، اصلا بعضی وقتا اصلا باورم نمیشه، اصلا مگه میشه؟ اصلا چطور میتونه آدم چونه یه انسان رو بگه یک بچه سر من 17 سالش بوده، خیلی بچه‌های کوچیکتری بوده، 3 سال 4 سال، این بچه‌های بیگناه، بچه خانوم باردار بوده، بچه رو وایستادن جنین ببینن داره، نگاش کنن اون خانوم رو تاربو شکافی کنن، اگر بچه جنین داره پول 2 تا تیر رو بدن، هزینه 2 تا تیر رو بدن. یعنی وحشتناکه.
I'm so sorry. What do you want the world to know about your son? You know, why did he go out into the protests? What did he want for the future of Iran? And what does justice look like to you right now, if that's even possible?
عدالت اگر وجود داشته باشه، اگر عدالتی باشه برای این انسان‌های بی‌دفاع، باید جمهوری تروریستی جمهوری اسلامی رو باید کارش رو تموم کنه. یعنی باید تمام اینا محاکمه بشن، همونطور که محاکمه نورنبرگ بود، تمام اینا سردمداراشون، سرکوبگراشون، حتی یکیشون هم نباید دست مردم در بره، دست سازمان جهانی در بره، چون دستشون به خون جوانای ما، به خون مردم، به خون انسان آلوده شده. باید اینا محاکمه بشن. باید جمهوری اسلامی منحل بشه. جمهوری اسلامی باید تموم بشه. بعد از این جمهوری اسلامی نباید باشه، چون تروریستن اینا. شما گفتیم به زبون تروریسته، تو عملم انجامش بدیم، تمومش کنیم. معطل چی؟ معطل این که بازم یه نسل دیگه انجام بشه. واقعا منتظر چی هستی؟
Exactly.
اگه ادعای حقوق بشر نداریم، حقوق بشر ادعا داره از شهروندان کل دنیا حمایت کنه، از همه لحاظ. شروع کنید، تمومش کنید، زمان نذارید براش. این وقت زمان نیست دیگه، زمانی نیست برای جمهوری اسلامی. اگر قتلی در کار نبود بازم میشد، ولی الان جنایت کردن، نسل کشی کردن. خیلی از جوانای ما الان زخمی هستن، در بند هستن، نیاز به کمک دارن. کسایی که جانفداهایی که کشته شدن، خیلی هاشون نونآور خانواده بودن، خیلی هاشون نونآور خانواده بودن، خیلی هاشون دکتر بودن، خیلی هاشون مهندس بودن، خیلی هاشون نخبه بودن. ما خیلی ها رو از دست دادیم. خیلی از جوانان رو پرور کردن. اینا همین رو میخواستن. اینا میخواستن دین اسلامشون رو رشد بدن، ایرانی رو از بین ببرن. دقیقا همون چیزی که توی اعتقادات خودشون هست، دقیقا همون رو پیاده کردن رو مردم ایران. خیلی عادی، میکشن، براشون مثلا معنی مفهوم نداره. وقتی یه تک تیرانداز از بالا وایستاده، براش مهم نیست اون پایین خانوم، بچه است، زنه، مستقیم هدف میگیره تو قلبش، مستقیم هدف میگیره تو پیشونیش. به نظر شما باید چیکارش کرد؟ جامعه جهان، این نظر منه. به نظر شما نباید این محاکمه بشه؟ نباید این جمهوری تروریست اسلامی برکنار بشه، چیده بشه؟ از ریشه باید چیده شه. اصولی نه که یه پرده رو بگیرین آقا تروریستی شد خب تمومش کنیم بره. نه این بازم کارش رو ادامه میده. همینطور که همین الان به اسم مذاکره با آمریکا میرن میشینن پشت میز مذاکره، پشت سرشون دارن جوانامونو میکشن، جوانامونو دارن اعدام صحرایی میکنن. نگاه به حرفاشون نکنید. اینا بارها دروغ گفتن به مردم، به جامعه جهانی اینا دروغ گفتن، هر سری دروغ گفتن. باور نکنید. از اینا هر کاری برمیاد. بهتون ثابت شد، به ما ثابت شد و تمام به من که ثابت شده بود قبلا، به من 15 سال پیش ثابت شده بود، نه الان. ولی الان به جامعه جهانی باید ثابت شده باشه با این کشتار و نسل کشی. دیگه نمیدونم واقعا چی بگم. باید همه‌شون محاکمه شن. باید جمهوری اسلامی کلاً از زمین محو بشه. باید تمام سردمداراشون، اونایی که دستور دادن، مخصوصاً علی خامنه‌ای که همشون با دستور علی خامنه‌ای، سپاه که علی خامنه‌ای به سپاه دستور میده، زنجیربار، سپاه هم به رسته‌های پایینشون به سرکوبگران که خیلی بیرحمانه میکشن برای بقاشون. بقا به چه قیمتی؟ به جون قیمت یه انسان حتی جانباختاری که میکشتن لوازم قیمتیشون از جمله گوشتیاشون، طلای گردنشون، خانوم‌ها یا آقایون که داشتن انگشتر، ساعت، چیزای قیمتیشون رو به غنیمت برمی‌داشتن. توی خانوم‌هایی که عزیزایی که گرفتن این اعتراضات، خیلی هاشون رو توی زندان‌ها بهشون تجاوز کردن، کشتنشون. خیلی هاشون هم تجاوز کردن. آخه آدم چقدر میتونه اینقدر؟ نمیدونم، واقعا باید تمومش کنیم دیگه. جامعه جهانی خسته شدیم. ما 47 سال خسته شدیم مردم ایران. فکر نکنیم فقط الان کش داره. ما از زمان تاریخ رو برگردیم عقب، از زمان که اینا اومدن رستگار، از اون زمان دارن کشتار میکنن. کشتارشون کم بود، کم کم بیشتر شد. سال 98 چقدر کشتن، چقدر مخفیانه همه رو ریختن تو سد کرج، تو سدهای کرج. بعدن گندش در اومد که چقدر انسان موندن اون زیر. دستاشون رو بسته بودن، انداخته بودن، تیر زده بودن. کدوم انسانی واقعا این میشه اسمشو گفت انسان؟ اینا انسان نیستن. اینا نمیدونم چی باید، اصلا زبونم نمیچرخه، نمیدونم چی باید بینه بگیم. اینا کشتار زیاد کردن، ولی آخرین کشتارشون، امیدوارم که آخرین کشتارشون باشه. چون اگر جامعه جهانی باز هم اقدام نکنه، باز هم دست به کار نشه، گفتم اما عرض اولم گفتم، یک روزم الان پشت پرده دارن مخفیانه اعدام میکنن، دارن اعدام‌های سرپایی میکنن، الان دارن تیر خلاص میزنن به هوای اونایی که خیلی ها رو الان من شنیدم که توی تهران منطقه 15 همراه این زباله‌های چیز توی گور دست جمعی، داخل این زباله‌ها و موادی که مواد اصلی که تو زباله‌ها بوده، اینا رو چیز کردن بسوزونن که شناسایی نشن. کلی گور دست جمعی چیز کردن. خب تمام اینا هست. فکر نکنید در حد حرف، همش اتفاق افتاده، هست، شده. خیلی وحشتناکه، خیلی وحشتناکه. میگم هر لحظه خبرهای وحشتناکی میرسه دیگه. چجوری دیگه یک بچه، یک دختر رو فیلمشو نشون دادن، دختره رو انداخت زمین، با کلی که زد به سرت در آخر نگاه کنید تبر بود، نمیدونم چی بود، از اون چاقوی همه چی از اونا بود، قابون رو سرش. بچه چه گناهی داشت؟ تلف شد، جاویدنام شد.
I'm so sorry, Parviz John, and thank you for your strength and for your courage. As a journalist and also on behalf of my network, we will continue to be the voice for the people of Iran. We will continue to fight for the people of Iran and to be there for you 100% of the way. I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
بله ممنونم. فقط این که بگم سام و جاویدنامه‌های دیگه رفتن برای خواسته هاشون، رفتن برای یه ایران آزاد، رفتن برای دموکراسی با دست خالی، رفتن برای اعتراض با دست خالی، ولی با تیری که خورد پشت سرش، با تیری که خورد پشت کمرش تحویل خانواده دادن. فقط میگم جامعه جهانی دست به کار شید. دستکشی اتفاق افتاده. این باید یه جا تموم شه. ممنون.
Just weeks after the deadliest crackdown in Iran's history, the Islamic Republic is being given not one, but two prominent platforms at United Nations human rights bodies in Geneva. Joining us now is Hilal Nouer, the executive director of UN Watch. Hilal, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, basic question, what is going on in the UN? Do they not watch the news? Do they not know what happened? Or is this a case of protocol prevailing above human rights?
The UN knows exactly what's going on. And unfortunately, the UN is a political body. It's a very cynical body. And many of the member states are not interested in promoting human rights. You know, some of the world's worst dictators are sitting around the table, certainly at regular UN bodies, but even at the Human Rights Council, you have Qatar, you have China, Cuba, Iraq, Egypt, Vietnam. Now, these are not countries that care about human rights. These are countries that cover up human rights. And sadly, they don't see a problem in electing Iran vice chair to multiple UN committees, putting Iranian regime officials on the Human Rights Council's expert body, inviting the deputy foreign minister to address the opening plenary of the Human Rights Council next week. They don't see a problem with that.
Well, and thank you for the advocacy that you do to address those major issues. Who exactly is scheduled to speak?
Well, I can't pronounce his name very well, but it's something like Karim Garibabdi.
That's correct, actually. Pretty good.
Yeah, and he's the deputy foreign minister of Iran. He's a longtime regime official who's responsible for, you know, helping to kill tens of thousands of people and to be an apologist on the world scene for their crimes. He's involved in the nuclear program and negotiations connected to hiding the illegal nuclear program. So he's someone who has blood on his hands and should not be addressing a UN body, and certainly not a UN human rights body. You know, some people think apologists for this sort of thing say, well, the UN, it's neutral, it's universal, and everyone gets a chance. Guess what? The UN was founded in 1945 as the anti-Hitler alliance. It was those who won the victory over Adolf Hitler. They were not neutral. They took a stand. They stood up for human rights, freedoms, security, international security, peace, rule of law. These are the values of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN either stands for something or it doesn't. And when they claim to meet for the Human Rights Council, they claim to be a body that actually has values. And if you stand for them, you cannot grant a podium. You cannot grant a false badge of international legitimacy to a regime that just murdered tens of thousands of its people. And here in Geneva, we just hosted victims. One woman has a bullet in her arm. Another woman, her eye was blinded by the gunshots of the regime. Shame on the UN for inviting the murderers who tried to wound and kill innocent people.
And many would argue that the Islamic Republic is the modern day Nazis of our time.
Well, if you look at what they say and what they do, they're in that vein. They certainly speak about genocide. They've long called for destroying the entire state of Israel, which is the home of the Jewish people. They've worked to accomplish that by sending hundreds of millions of dollars from the Iranian people to fund terror groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. The Hamas massacre of October 7th was in the name of a genocide. They wanted to kill as many Jews as they could. And of course, if you look at what they're doing to their own people, the Nazis also were merciless to their own people. And you see what Iran is doing to their own people. So they're definitely in that vein.
I recently spoke with a man by the name of Parviz. He's living in Germany. His son was in Iran. He was a teenage boy who took to the streets for a better future. He was injured during the protests. There was bystanders, according to eyewitness accounts and forensic evidence, who tried to help him. But unfortunately, the security officials took him away and then finished him off, execution style, with a bullet going through his head and out his mouth, a 17-year-old boy. What message does it send to people like them?
Well, look, for too long, the international community treated this murderous regime as if they're a legitimate interlocutor, as if they're legitimate diplomats. They are terrorists. As Masih Alinejad said here yesterday in Geneva, she said, these are ISIS. These are the terrorists of the Islamic State. They're no different. They're no better. And they should be treated as such. They should be expelled. There should be no Iranian diplomats in Geneva or the rest of Europe. The other countries like the UK need to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization, joining the EU, which today officially added them to their list. And they need to make very clear it's not business as usual anymore. So look, President Trump has threatened military action. That's the only way at this point you're going to stop the regime. But every country has to do whatever they can. If they're not going to take military action, then do the maximum to stop granting any oxygen, any legitimacy, any fuel to this regime.
Why do you suppose the United Nations, like you said, given how they were founded and their supposed values, would give legitimacy to a regime that massacred its own people? I mean, we don't have a full look at the exact numbers. You know, it could be conservative estimates are saying, 36,000. It could be up to 90, 100,000. There are people who are dying now from untreated wounds because doctors have been kidnapped, abducted, and killed. They're not allowed to treat protesters. After something of this scale and magnitude, why would they give them legitimacy in the first place?
Well, look, sadly, there's a big gap between the piece of paper that people signed on to and reality. And the pieces of paper are significant. The United Nations Charter, Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, speaks about the right to life, speaks about freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, all of which are being trampled. People are being murdered for exercising their freedom of speech. So you cannot get a worse violation than what the Islamic regime is doing today. But the United Nations is composed of governments, and many of them are themselves dictators. China, Cuba, Russia, Venezuela. These are dictatorships. So they don't care about the piece of paper. They're very cynical. And sadly, many of them have achieved seats on the UN Human Rights Council. So it's on paper is one thing. In reality is very cynical, political situation. And the minimum is our democracies need to call it out. So we're calling on France, Germany, the UK, Canada to step up and to walk out. UN Watch has sent a petition to a demand, rather, to all of the diplomatic missions here in Geneva, demanding that they walk out when the deputy foreign minister shows up next week on the podium. Now it's scheduled for Monday, February 23rd. All democracies need to do the moral thing, stand up, walk out.
Originally, Foreign Minister Abbas Adalchi was set to address the United Nations, but thanks to a campaign that your organization launched, a petition, he was, at first I thought he was canceled, but he was taken off the list and then replaced with this individual. So what happened?
We don't know. We only know the facts. The facts are one day he was on the list, the other day his name was removed from the list. And eventually the deputy foreign minister's name appeared. And we can't tell you what's going on behind the scenes, but normally every country has the right to send an official. We know that the foreign minister changed his name was removed after our campaign. We cannot claim that it was because of it. But the reality is that the deputy foreign minister has been added. And we don't know what happened behind the scenes. The United Nations is not going to give that information.
In terms of the walkout, do you have an idea of what could happen that day?
Well, we know what we're calling for, and it's based on precedent. We're not asking the Europeans to do something that's never happened before. When Mahmoud Ahmadinejad appeared here in Geneva at the so-called Durban Review Conference in April 2009, and he began to speak and spew Holocaust denial, numerous EU countries and other Western countries stood up and walked out. Number one. Precedent number two, March 2022, here in Geneva, United Nations Human Rights Council, the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, just a month after their invasion of Ukraine, he began to speak, and many dozens of Western diplomats stood up and walked out. They refused to legitimize a regime that had just invaded Ukraine. Okay, very good. You have a precedent. How can the same diplomats not do the same remedy when a mass murderer who's just massacred tens of thousands of people, at least, just a month ago, how can you legitimize this regime? So based on precedent, that's in our demand letter, we're calling on all EU, all Western countries, all democracies, walk out.
When it comes to the United Nations, how long did it take for them to condemn the killings? Because to my knowledge, I believe it took at least 2 weeks for the Secretary General to make some sort of statement.
Look, it took a long time, all right? And there's many UN bodies. So I'll just mention one in Geneva, the UN Human Rights Council. They did not meet or say anything for over 3 weeks. I don't know if it was well over 3 weeks before they had a meeting and they adopted a resolution, which was fine, but it was very weak. It was basically copy paste for what they had adopted in November 2022, which didn't achieve very much at all. So they weren't looking to figure out what went wrong last time they adopted a resolution and to make it stronger. So I would say it's pretty weak from the Human Rights Council. Secretary General was, in my opinion, absent. I don't have the dates in front of me when he spoke out, but it took a long time till he spoke out. He did not appear in person. He did not appear at the Security Council. I've not seen any video of him speaking out. It's a statement or two that he issued, again, relatively weak. And you go across the board, and there's a UN Special Rapporteur on Iran. Her name is Mai Sato. She could have been a lot stronger. The past several days, she wasn't tweeting anything about Iran. She is tweeting stuff to defend one of Iranian regime's allies, Francesca Albanese, who's a pro-Hamas rapporteur, has appeared on Iranian regime state TV dozens and dozens of times. So she's an Iranian regime, ally at the minimum. And the UN Special Rapporteur in Iran is like defending her instead of tweeting about people being killed in Iran. So there's a priorities problem. And, we speak about the UN, but it's a broader culture. There's groups that are adjacent to the UN, like Amnesty International. Took them a very long time to speak out. Finally, they did, but it's not their priority. And I think there's a major problem here. It's politics, it's worldview. People are afraid of criticizing an Islamic regime that might be called Islamophobia by some of the ridiculous political correctness that exists, I would say, infects the Western.
Even though they're killing Muslims.
Exactly. It's absurd. It's absurd. But for the Western mind, that's considered not polite, and they're not actually about helping people. Thank you. You make the point. Tens of thousands of Muslims were being killed, but in the Western political culture that exists, it's considered taboo. And so to virtue signal, to show that you're using the right coded words and you're in the company of the good, you don't necessarily do what helps people. Same like the Palestinians. When the UN passes resolutions for the Palestinians, they're actually for Hamas, not helping a single Palestinian. So too often what happens in the name of human rights, in the name of humanity, is actually inspired by an agenda that's more self-serving for own political interests. And on Iran, it's shameful, but UN, but also UN adjacent groups, relatively silent, took a long time to speak out. When they do speak out, still not their priority. And there's no rational explanation for it.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought out that X post by Mai Sato. I was quite shocked because it was very strong. And I thought to myself, well, I don't remember seeing this level of condemnation when it came to a massacre of tens of thousands of people inside Iran, given that that's her role and her responsibility as well.
Absolutely. It's also not her issue. She's a special rapporteur in Iran. There's only one special rapporteur in Iran, only one. Almost none of the others are speaking about Iran. They could. There's a special rapporteur on freedom of religion, freedom of speech. They could speak about Iran every day if they wanted to. For the most part, they're not. The first joint statement on Iran had 5 out of 81. Only 5 co-signed the statement. So this woman, Mai Sato, she's the expert on Iran. Speak about Iran. Instead, she's defending a rapporteur who got criticized by the foreign minister of France, in my opinion, rightfully, even if you don't think it's right. It's not her job to speak about that. Meanwhile, she's the only UN expert on Iran. Why didn't she condemn when Iran was elected vice chair of the UN Commission on Social Development? She's a UN person. Why didn't she condemn that absurdity? When yesterday, the Islamic regime was elected vice chair again of the UN Committee on the UN Charter and its values of international law and peace. Why didn't she condemn that? And the others that we mentioned, putting Afsana Nadipour, regime official on the Human Rights Council Expert Committee, inviting the deputy foreign minister. She should be condemning these things that are squarely in her jurisdiction and mandate as the UN point person on Iran. Instead, she's defending a radical pro-Hamas, pro-regime figure who should be expelled from the UN and who has American sanctions against her. So something's messed up with her priorities.
And she, as you said, she recently appeared on Press TV as well.
Numerous times. I mean, who did?
Francesca.
Francesca Albanese has numerous times, dozens of times, appeared on Press TV, often in exclusives. And, the Islamic regime is the first one to defend her from any criticisms. And you read the tweet by this UN rapporteur, and you can't tell the difference between the UN rapporteur's tweet and the statements made by the Islamic regime. That's a problem.
And so that's why, a lot of people in the Iranian diaspora and outside of the diaspora and inside Iran are calling the UN a joke. What is your response to that?
Well, sadly, for the most part, that is a fact. There are a few who are doing a little bit, but it's really the exception. And the UN is betraying the people of Iran. And our democracies need to call that out and need to put pressure on the UN to change. The UN is an influential body. It's not the main one making decisions, as Secretary Rubio said when he was at the Munich conference. He said, the UN, where were they on Ukraine? They didn't do a damn thing. Where were they on Gaza? It's President Trump who got the hostages released. The UN is making itself irrelevant, but to be honest, it's worse than that because they do have influence. And sadly, too often they're using it to legitimize regimes. It's not what the UN was founded to be. We call on them to return to their founding principles.
What can be done now?
Well, at the end of the day, democracies are the only ones that are subject to any form of persuasion. So we call on all our governments in Europe, in Canada, in North America, in Australia. They need to use whatever levers they have to put pressure on a murderous regime to stop the killings, whether it's designating IRGC, expelling diplomats, pushing for action at the UN. Every lever has got to be deployed if we're going to save people whose lives are at threat.
Is there anything else you'd like to add that we haven't touched on?
I think that's sufficient.
Thank you so much, Hillel, for joining us today on Eye for Iran.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Casey Babb, Peter Ruff, and Adel Nazarian, thank you all so much for joining us. Before we get into strategy and military calculations, I want to bring viewers back to something we just heard. In my first segment, I spoke with Parviz Afshari, a father whose 17-year-old boy, Sam, went out to protest. He just wanted a better future for Iran. He was wounded, taken to the hospital. He could have survived. He had, non-life-threatening injuries, but instead the regime took him to custody and decided to finish him off execution style with a bullet to his head. And his story, of course, is not isolated. Tens of thousands have been killed. Children, as we just mentioned, have been targeted, and many more who survived appear to be hoping for President Trump's help to be on the way. So, Casey, let's start with you. Do you think it will, and what would it look like?
It's really tough to say. Again, if I had to bet on it, I would say probably you're going to see some sort of intervention here, because obviously you're dealing with this egregious, catastrophic human toll, right? The people of Iran are the primary victims of what's going on here. They're bearing the brunt of the regime's atrocities. But you also have to, if you zoom out a little bit as well, you look at whether it's Bibi Netanyahu or President Trump. This is also, I would say, a matter of legitimacy, which is a very serious thing. This is serious language. You have a regime that's massacring its own people. that's working towards a nuclear bomb, that's been calling for the death of Jews, the death of Zionists, the death of America, that's, vehemently opposed to women's rights, that is opposed to the LGBTQ community, that's virtually opposed to everything. If not now, when? And so if they do not strike now, if they do not do something now, you're really going to have people questioning the legitimacy of these governments. So I think, yes, probably you're going to see something, but it's tough to tell. I mean, this is warfare, this is signaling, and I think we'll probably know within the next few days.
Yeah, and what you said, if not now, when? That is exactly what Sam Afshari's father, Pahlavi, said in our first segment. And obviously, even Senator Lindsey Graham was like, we would not be building a military buildup of this magnitude just to flex our muscles, right? I mean, there's a lot of cost, there's a lot of planning that goes into it. Peter, what are your thoughts? We've been obviously hearing about these deployments and preparations, and after the 12-day war, more so, we've been waiting for something to happen, and it didn't happen right after the 12-day war. It happened in January. It's important to note, and we go over this in our Iran International Insights that you can find on YouTube with Mayor Sharafidin and Gail Rehan, who were hosting, and they talk about small triggers versus big triggers, and how the regime can prep for these big triggers, but they can never really prep for these small triggers because they don't know what's going to instigate it. You can prep for the death of Khamenei, for example, but Mahsa Amini or the economic crisis in January at the Bazaar, that's something that you can't really prepare for. So what do you think they're preparing for at this point? Can they? And what message are you seeing from the military preparations that are underway?
Well, it's good to be with you. And before I get to that, let me just say how important I think the work that you're doing is keeping world informed about what's really going on in Iran and the nature of the gangster regime that's been in charge since 1979.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you.
In Donald Trump, you actually he has already come to the aid of the Iranian people. The Iranian people are not the enemy of America. I don't know any American who hates the Iranian people. It's the regime that's been at war with the United States since the Ayatollah pushed the other coalition partners out and took control of the government in 1979, which led to the seizure of the American embassy and a more than a year-long hostage crisis. No president has done more to help the Iranian people, I think, than Donald Trump. Other presidents like Joe Biden and Barack Obama tried to buy peace. They tried to buy passivity. They tried to buy off the leaders. And the money that they gave turned around and was put into war making against the United States through support for terror organizations in other countries that attack U.S. military personnel and U.S. commercial projects. People who are thinking that Donald Trump will oversee a George W. Bush style invasion of Iran followed by a lengthy occupation need to readjust their expectations. I think the 12-day war is a clue. We are trying to change the behavior of the regime. That's not the same as changing the regime. Donald Trump has ruled out regime change. Bibi Netanyahu wants regime change. Donald Trump said no. And he said no during the 12-day war. And I think we learned the folly of regime change in Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield, or Operation Iraqi Freedom, that toppled Saddam Hussein. And then the Americans, in their wisdom, came into Baghdad, fired the people who arrested the criminals and kept the lights on and kept the water running. And people had nowhere to turn but to the Islamic Revolutionary State, and they joined terrorist groups. What Trump is trying to do is change the behavior with subtle pressure, like the total destruction of Iran's nuclear program, by the American Air Force. I think the next subtle gesture will be an attack on Iran's ability to make war on its neighbors by destroying its ballistic missile program, and perhaps an attack on the Iranian Revolutionary Guard leadership in order to inhibit its ability to make war on its own people. Ultimately, the Iranian people have to take their government back. They have to win this war. No one is going to win it for them. Now, you can say it's cruel and inhuman, and I can understand your temptation, but the American president isn't going to send farm boys from South Dakota and Iowa and South Carolina to Tehran to die for some nation-building exercise. He campaigned against it. It's not who he is. It's not what his base will support. What they will support is targeted, specific, direct military pressure, along with maximum economic sanctions. And Trump has been very good about this. And the European leaders, who were all blowhards about what was going on in Gaza, continue to trade with Iran, continue to buy oil from Iran, continue to engage with Iran. Don't take their terrorism, their domestic or their global terrorism seriously. But Trump has pushed Iran to the wall economically. He will do, I believe, in the next few days or weeks, what he can do, but it will always be surgical. It will always be specific. It will always be limited, because he is trying to change the behavior of the existing regime. And that may include creating vacancies in the upper echelon of Iranians' civil or theocratic leadership, who will come in and make decisions that from now on we're going to do things different.
What do you think, Adel? You're of Iranian origin, and in terms of the discussions we have in the diaspora, we don't believe, because they're so ideological, that you can, in fact, change the behavior of this regime. So, what are your thoughts on that? And going back to that, small triggers versus big triggers from events such as another military strike that Peter mentioned on Iran. Could that not lead to the regime to collapse, and for the people of Iran to take it from there, so that the Americans wouldn't be involved, boots on the ground? They wouldn't be involved in regime change per se, but for the Iranian people to take back their country from what they describe, many of us, as occupation.
It's great to be on with all of you, and thank you for having me. I do believe that the only way to eradicate the theocratic ideology that is, has been pervaded by a radical Islamic way of thinking, which is completely opposite and diametrically opposed to what the Iranian people themselves believe in, the majority of which honestly are secular and they have respect and love for all faiths, is to cut it from the core, to cut the cancer out from its root. And that's specifically what the Islamic Republic of Iran is currently being led by. A cancer that is pervading the entire region and the West with a very, very poisoned ideology. And I do believe that first of all, this time around, the revolution is different than previous times. In fact, it bears a lot of similarity to the revolution that ultimately replaced the Shah of Iran with Khomeini. The reason being, you have to look at the Grand Bazaar in Tehran. During that 1978-1979 revolution, the Grand Bazaar was shut down in response to opposing the Shah then. And this time, December 28, 2025, it was shut down in opposition to the current Islamic Republic's leadership, the theocratic part of it. And this is the economic lifeblood of the regime. You cut off the economic powerhouse, then you're sending a message. Once the economy falls, everything else will follow. The power structure will follow. And I do believe that President Trump, so just to say, if not when, now, then to answer that question is, it's going to happen, I believe, before the end of the year. I do not believe this weekend, for example, will bring strikes. I think President Trump was very wise in announcing that he would be striking. I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. What he did then was to pull back to observe and he was able to identify where the assets are moving, where the billions of dollars are being laundered to, where the individuals who are either part of the regime operating along with them, where they were relocating to, what the movements were. And he caught them off guard. So what this does now is give him a better understanding as to who the targets are, where they are, and where they're going. What I can say is I know he's very interested in, and he will have a successful nuclear deal negotiated with Iran. Whether that remains to be seen, if it's with the current regime or with a new form of leadership, that remains to be seen. I happen to think, and I say this and I'll say it again, he can have it all. I think that the people themselves do want a different leadership structure, whether that means removing the current theocratic ideology and then working with, let's say, the president, Pezeshkian, or having, Reza Pahlavi, who's the crown prince of Iran, come to see. I see his role as, of course, ultimately it's up to the people of Iran to decide who they want to lead their nation. But I do see the crown prince operating in a way of either he will be an interim leader, let's say, to garner up popular support, to get
Which is what he said. I mean, he's saying, I'm here to help you and be your transitional leader.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't think he has an intention to, nor do I think the U.S. has any intention, frankly, of having him, step in to be the actual, long-term leader. I don't think he wants that himself, but ultimately the people will decide. But I think that if he could be beneficial to helping people, rally support for them to take part in elections, it's going to be great. Regarding the assets we have, positions that we've had moving into the Middle East, I do think that President Trump is planning something for sure. There will be, look, Venezuela was something different, right? I think that his intention to get involved in Venezuela, to have, basically a continuation of the Maduro regime without causing any casualties, that was one way of doing it. Iran's different. I do believe that there will be minimum, obviously, to no casualties, except for if he's targeting actual people who are IRGC officials or are seen as terrorists by the US and a lot of nations. That would be one thing. He's doing whatever he can to minimize blowback against Israel, against allied nations like the UAE, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. I have to also point out a comment that was made, a tweet rather, that was made by a gentleman, a guy named, he calls himself Sayed Mohammed Marandi. You may know who he is. So he made a comment, tweeted out, leave all Arab countries in the Persian Gulf immediately. That seems like a threat. I mean, the way he sees it is he's trying to give people, it's similar to what Israel does, right? Israel warns people to evacuate before striking. So I think what that indicates is he's obviously close to the regime in Iran. They're probably planning a counterstrike in response to America doing anything. And I do believe that they will target the Arab nations. And it's just a matter of, frankly, trying to mitigate that. And I believe that our intelligence, along with Israel's intelligence, and even the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Oman and Jordan and Qatar's intelligence will be able to also fight back against any kind of potential strikes against their people. But ultimately, the people of Iran have always, and the Middle East for that matter, have generally always done better under Republican administrations than under Democratic ones. And I think the previous administration also indicated that to us. Unfortunately, under the previous administration's leadership, whoever was leading it behind President Biden, which is a continuation of, we can say, the Democratic administration prior to President Trump's 2016 election victory, they were more interested in starting wars. And there was no reason for the war in Ukraine to go on as long as it has. And that's a whole different topic. But I do think, generally speaking, President Trump is someone who has stuck to his word. He is anti-war. But at the end of the day, if it means securing national security interests, and frankly, there is no way, in my opinion, that the current Iranian leadership can get away with the massacre that they've committed, the tens of thousands of Iranian people, without some kind of a justice, honestly, being served their way.
And Casey, what do you think about that, especially like the regional geopolitics at play here? Because I mean, Qatar is quite close with the Islamic Republic, especially under the Muslim Brotherhood, and we know there is evidence of a lot of soft power and influence campaigns coming from Qatar that may be orchestrated or at least in coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm thinking about legitimacy here, and I'm thinking about opportunity. And so I agree with much of what Peter said, but I also believe that this operation could potentially be a little more significant than some people might think, just simply because of the cascading effects that it could have to the benefit of America and America's allies throughout the region. I mean, when you cut off the tentacle of an octopus, it grows back. And so if you look at the region, even beyond Qatar, if you look at Hezbollah, Hamas, other entities in the region that have killed scores of Americans, right now there's some relative calm, if we want to put it that way, but that's not guaranteed over the long term. And so you have to cut the head off the octopus. And so I see there's an opportunity here. And even if you look at the matter of the Palestinians, which this is in part why you're seeing so many, the silence of quote unquote progressives, right? And in this whole situation is because, the schizophrenic thinking that plagues that sort of ideological sphere is that, yes, these are bad, this is a bad regime, these are bad people, but they're also the lifeline supporting the Palestinian resistance. And so if you look at it there, America and other countries are putting billions of dollars into, the Board of Peace and, some sort of peace building effort in Gaza. If you allow the regime to continue on the way that it has been operating, you're sort of working at, you're not doing yourself any favors in that part of the world, in that region. And so I think if you want to have substantive change in the Palestinian territories as well, all roads sort of lead to the regime in Iran. Mm-hmm. So there are complexities here. There are many layers here, geopolitical issues that and factors that need to be taken into account. But again, I see there's an opportunity here to really rewrite much of the Middle East as we know it. And I think, frankly, that there's a responsibility here, even if the United States administration, if President Trump's administration has made it clear that they don't want a regime change, maybe there's a somewhere just beneath that threshold that gets, the people of Iran, we're talking about America, maybe it's time for a football analogy, within, field goal range, to have something happen here that is meaningful over the long term. So, I don't know if we're going to see something in the coming days. I would imagine we'll probably get a better sense of things, but who knows? I mean, that, as I was saying earlier to somebody, this is to the benefit of America and Israel, that people who watch this space closely are going, we don't know, we have no idea. So, if people who are paying attention to this part of the world really don't know, it's probably safe to say that the regime doesn't know as well, and that's a very good thing.
Only President Trump knows, honestly, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Right. And
I would say though that the size of the buildup does not, to me, foreshadow a massive attack, but perhaps a massive retaliation. If I'm correct, and others are correct, that the ballistic missiles, for example, are going to be a target of what happens next. We know that Iran uses its ballistic missiles for revenge after its attack. It attacks Israel, it attacks U.S. military installations. And so to have the major air presence that we'll have off the Lincoln and the Ford will allow us to attack those sites while they're in operation. We'll know where they are because we'll be able to see them being used, and we can destroy them. The objective here is to reduce Iran's capacity to make war on its neighbors and on itself. The reason we have made the progress we have made in Gaza is because we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. The Arab states are not stupid. They understand that Iran threatens them as well. They may not want to give voice to that, but they understand it. And they understand that Donald Trump is putting that tiger back in the cage. And so it is safe to ally themselves, which is why the Egyptians, the Turks, and the Qataris stood up and signed the peace plan that Trump proposed, why they are working to bring about peace in Gaza, why the Abraham Accords are extending, why we are seeing progress, because people are no longer worried about the radicalism coming out of Iran, or at least not as worried as they were. They see that there is a brighter, better future for the Iranian people and for the people of the region based on peace, coexistence, and leading to prosperity, which is what everybody wants and what the Creator offers to everyone.
I would, if you don't mind, just want to add one other thought as well. And again, I agree with virtually everything that Peter said, but leaders and their leaders and decision making and perceptions change over time, and I have no doubt that there are people sitting down with the president and people close to him in his inner circle and saying, they've killed X amount of people in the last 24 hours. Not just that, they're probably weaving in personal stories. There are probably personal stories that are reaching the president. And this changes people. And I wouldn't be surprised if the carnage that the Iranian people have had to endure the last number of weeks is changing, if it is not changing the calculus and maybe the risk tolerance of the president and those around him. I mean, he's here, say what you will about the president. You show him some of the images that average people have seen on social media, and that's going to change somebody. And I think we just need to keep that in mind as well. We could potentially be surprised with whatever happens. Some people might go, oh, wow, this is a little larger than we anticipated. And it could be because of what we're seeing, just the human toll in Iran.
So if I may add to that, that's why I do believe that President Trump, look, whether he does what he needs to do, that is the diplomatic and the, let's say, the duty, right, of America to preserve human rights and uphold them. Whether he does it before negotiating a new deal with the current leadership, or first does something that causes a change in the current leadership and then negotiates a deal, this regime is going. And I think, to be frank with you, the only way, I'm just going to level set and say the only way realistically that the Iranian people are going to be able to decide for themselves and to fight back is when they're armed. These poor Iranians who are literally protesting peacefully have been, they weren't armed. And I think if there is a way to get them the appropriate measure so they can fight back equally, then the Iranian people will persevere. Until then, they'll continue to get slaughtered in the streets. And they'll continue, as Nagar mentioned to us earlier, in stories that I've heard personally as well, to get executed even in hospitals, treating their injuries. And it's egregious. It's beyond the pale that we're living through this in our lifetime right now. It's a pogrom basically. So that's why I think I'm pretty confident that this regime is going to go before the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the human toll and the human aspect, as you said, is crucial to the story and to the future of Iran. I just wanted to read part of an article that was an investigative report by my colleague, Shahid Alavi. A man who says he was deployed during Tehran's January crackdown describes watching protesters shot and helping load bodies into refrigerated trucks, including a little girl whose earrings had been taken before her body was thrown inside. Kazem, a 40-year-old Tehran resident, says he was present as part of the state's repression apparatus during 2 nights of mass violence, of course, January 8th and 9th. He says he had previously spent a relatively long time in detention by the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps intelligence organization, and was released after promising cooperation. He maintains, as he told my colleague, Shahid, that he did not kill anyone and that he fired only into the air. Just wanted to get everyone's reaction to that. Adel, we can start with you, then Peter, then Casey.
So just to make sure I have this clear, this is an IRGC operative who himself refused to
according to him, according to what he told my colleague, that he refused to shoot and kill people, but he was loading dead body bags onto the trucks, including this 9-year-old girl where he alleges that one of the officers had stolen her earrings.
I believe it.
Loaded her body.
I believe he wasn't complicit, but what I want to know is how is he still alive? Where is he? Is he still in Iran? Has he escaped? Has he fled the country? It's pretty tough. I have to bring to everyone's attention here. I'm sure you're aware of this. Yeah, people like Rick Sanchez, Bushra Sheikh, two other, Calla Walsh and another guy, who were there during the IRGC's revolution, the anniversary of the revolution, and whitewashing what just happened in Iran, and essentially on this platform of anti-American imperialism. Right? I can't believe they're still using that terminology, but it's pretty egregious when they're essentially muddying the waters of moral clarity with this parade in the background that clearly was guided. And what does that do? I mean, have you any of you heard about this or seen the reactions from people be, or their view of what's going on in Iran be actually impacted by this? And I'd love to go back to the previous question you asked, obviously, Nagar, for Peter and Casey to also answer, but maybe these could both be answered. Because they literally interviewed people who were family members of IRGC operatives, and they were saying how, yeah, the IRGC, my own husband is working for the IRGC, and the police forces and one of them was attacked by the protesters, and just flipping the narrative completely into one where the people who were killing the Iranian protesters were actually the victims now, according to their narrative.
Well, my colleagues in the U.S. press are largely cheerleaders now. Objectivity has gone out of reporting. I write opinion pieces, so I don't have to pretend to be objective. But they put their thumb on their scale. They cheer for Hamas. They boo the protesters in Iran by ignoring them. They cover up the crimes of the regime. They make it look like they're reasonable people who are interested in genuine negotiation, who are not interested in obtaining nuclear weapons, and who don't mean it when they say death to America, death to Israel. Well, I learned a long time ago from my grandfather, when someone tells you who they are, believe them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, the regime has been very clear and straightforward and very consistent for a long, long time. And I have always struggled to understand the approach that, oh, maybe we can just meet them halfway. You can't meet a terrorist with a nuke halfway, okay? That's just not going to work out for anybody. And then when it comes to the narrative, I mean, as Peter said, nothing surprises me anymore. What we've seen in the last 2.5 years, it's just been frankly unfathomable, really. So the silence on what's going on in Iran, the flipping of the script, this is unfortunately the situation we have to deal with. Hopefully we see some of this sort of improve in time, but God only knows. Right now, though, I'm just thinking of the people of Iran, of the people of Israel, the people in the region who, are buckling up and preparing right now for a literal war. As surgical and strategic as these strikes may be, things happen. And in war, you don't know how things are going to turn out. And I think we need to watch this space very closely and keep people, the civilians that could be impacted by this, top of mind right now.
Yeah, and to add to your point, I was speaking with Hilal Nouer from Watch in our second segment, and he was, telling us that the Islamic Republic is being given not one, but two prominent platforms at the United Nations human rights bodies in Geneva in the coming days. So, after a
I have to say, it just reminds me, it can't be said enough that people need to stop looking to the United States for global moral leadership. It's a fig leaf. It's a laundry that dictators use to whitewash
United Nations,
the United Nations, you mean?
United Nations. You said United States. I think you meant United Nations. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Well, that was a mistake. Yes, the United Nations. The United Nations is a giant laundry that washes clean the reputations of bloodthirsty dictators, and you need to stop looking to it for moral leadership.
And Peter, just to add to that, right? Because if America doesn't stand up for these things, who else in the world does? Who else has been similar to the U.S.? I mean, you see the United Kingdom has completely lost its mind.
Nothing.
You see France, Germany. My God, I can say the UAE has done a pretty good job lately of being vocal against radicalism.
Oh, in France, the Iranian embassy was throwing a party just a few days ago.
I didn't even know about
This
that.
is stuff you can't make this stuff
No.
up. It's just beyond.
And
So,
I'm
yeah,
working on this investigation right now with the free press on, like you mentioned, Casey, you know, when they flip the switch on this narrative, and it's fascinating, well, troubling, but the mechanism of which, how they were able to, you know, it didn't really begin with the regime state media. It actually began with Western influencers working in coordination with the regime, and then it traveled outward and then inward and gained legitimacy when state officials in Iran started repeating this narrative that, oh, it was the CIA, it was the Mossad that carried out this attacks, and then it traveled back outward again and to big influencers like Max Blumenthal or Nick Fuentes. So people from the alt-right and the extreme alt-left and alt-right who share one thing in common, and that is being very critical and having, quite frankly, hatred for Israel, and if you ask me, for Jewish people around the world.
Yeah,
it's very, very, very troubling. So thank you so much to our panel today.
Thank you.
Lots in store, and we have yet to see what's going to happen. So I appreciate your time and your expertise and your analysis. Thank you. Well, if you like this episode, you can hit the like button.
Okay, guys. So, thank you for indulging me. Thank you for indulging me to allow me time to fix and speak about the political list of shame. So I've made a post in Persian, and I've posted it to my Instagram, and people are responding, which is great. So like people are adding names to. Have you? Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. You know, it's okay if there's duplicates. That's fine, because that's okay. That's okay. Like I think I have to make like I have to write it. I have to add a disclaimer here that like the list is not monitored, right? So anyone can just add a name, and it's not like I review it first. So it's just put there. So I'm assuming that at some point the trolls are going to, you know, start just like filling out random names and to start spamming or whatever the case might be. So I think what I'm probably going to have to do is like, I don't know, maybe once every 24 hours, just kind of go through the list and just like, you know, maybe clean it up or something. But like, I'm not looking at the links, nothing like that. You know what? Maybe I should do that right now. Let me actually do that right now. Let me just do that right now really quickly. Give me a moment, sorry. So and links are not reviewed. Okay. There we go. Let me just fix this here. Right, format, merge. Okay, and then okay. All right. I mean, what I'll try to do is, once in a while, like maybe once a day, if I have time, I'll go I'll try to go through this and see if I can like fix it up, but I really don't have the ability to. Like, I really don't have the ability. What's going on here? Okay. Sort column A to Z. Like I don't have the personal ability to like monitor the list, but oh. Texas, you can help? Aw, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, Texas, if you're willing to help me out with that, if you could send me an email, says Texas, send me an email to iranrally@gmail.com. Send me Texas, if you can. Yeah, send me an email with your Google account to that email address, and I'll add you as I guess an admin or something, so that if you're able to help me with that, I'd appreciate that very much. Maybe just kind of go through the links and make sure it's like a real politician and it's not spam or something like that. That would be very helpful. Honestly, okay, I can change it, guys. The purple was just like it was like an automatic thing. I haven't thought about that here. I'll change it. Wait, how do I do this? How do I change the color? Here. What? It says, oh wait, I gotta remove filter. Okay, wait. Okay. Here we go. Is that better? Is that better? Honestly, the purple was just like it was just whatever showed up. But I changed it to red. Okay, so now it's red. It's like the reddest of all the reds. Okay. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate that. And then I made a video and I posted it on Instagram and on X. Do you want to see my video where I'm speaking in Persian? Here you go. So this is what I was doing. Now you guys know when I was away because I was making a video in Persian to explain this. Oh, you got your Javi Chuck cup and t-shirt. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you like the quality. It is pretty good quality, isn't it? Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. The state, well, the reason I don't have state is because like not because it's international, right? And not all countries have like a state or whatever. So I just left it at country. But every once in a while, what I'm doing is I just go in and I just sort it by last name. So so try to search for it by last name. Okay, here's my video in Persian. You guys get to hear me speak Persian now for like 2 minutes. درود به همه دوستان و هم‌میهنان. من الان وسط لایو استریم انگلیسیم هستم ولی یه پیام و آپدیت خیلی کوتاهی برای شما دارم. طبق صحبت‌های شاهزاده رضا پهلوی که چند روز پیش گفتند که Should we get Armin to do a translation when he comes back? I'll be like, Armin, I have a video. Armin, I have a video for you to translate. And then we'll get him to translate this. I'll be like, Armin, I need your help to translate this video. درود به همه دوستان و هم‌میهنان. من الان وسط لایو استریم انگلیسیم هستم ولی یه پیام و آپدیت خیلی کوتاهی برای شما دارم. طبق صحبت‌های شاهزاده رضا پهلوی که چند روز پیش گفتند که پیام ما ایرانیایی که خارج از کشور هستیم به اون سیاستمدارانی و تصمیم گیرندگانی که توی کشورهای میزبانمون هستن باید بهشون بگیم که اگر که شما از انقلاب شیر و خورشید حمایت نکنید و از مبارزه مردم ایران با جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی حمایت نکنید، ما به شما رأی نمیدیم و شما را حمایت نمی‌کنیم. من اومدم یه وبسایت خیلی ساده درست کردم با یه فرم و توی این وبسایت میتونین اسم و اطلاعات هر سیاستمداری یا تصمیم گیرنده‌ای توی دولت کشور خودتون، کسایی که حمایت نمی‌کنن میتونید اطلاعاتشون رو توی این فرم بذارین که ما همه بدونیم برای رأی‌گیری‌های آینده کیا از ما حمایت کردند و کیا حمایت نکردند. این فرم خیلی ساده است و هیچ اطلاعات شخصی هم من از شما نمیگیرم. همه اطلاعاتش روی خود وبسایت گوگل و گوگل امنه. تنها این اطلاعاتی که این فرم میخواد فقط اسم و فامیل سیاستمدار، تو کدوم کشور هستند، حزبشون چیه و یه لینک به چیزی که گفتند. حالا اگه مثلا یه پستی روی اکس بوده یا فیسبوک یا چیزی تو مجلس گفتن، دیگه لینکی هم باید بذارین که بتونین نشون بدین که چی گفتند که بر علیه مردم ایران بوده. اگه دارین از اینستاگرام نگاه میکنین، لینک این فرم هم توی اینستاگرام بایوم گذاشتم و هم یه استوری میکنم و لینک رو اونجا میذارم. و اگه که دارین از اکس یا فیسبوک نگاه میکنین، خب لینک همونجاست، معلومه، میتونین روش کلیک کنین. Sorry, I just realized Texas, I totally gave you the wrong email address. It's not iranrally@gmail.com. I don't even think that email exists. It's iranrally@gigamari.com. I'm so sorry, Texas. I was looking for your email address. I couldn't find it. If you could send it to that instead, iranrally@gigamari.com. That's the email address. I'm so sorry. Okay. من باید برگردم به لایو استریم انگلیسیم ولی امشب یه پست دیگه راجع به پتیشن هم درست میکنم چون که باید راجع به مرحله دوم پتیشن هم صحبت بکنیم. سپاس از حمایت شما. پاینده ایران، جاوید شاه. There you go. So there's my message in Persian where I'm basically explaining what's going on. Guys, so it's okay. It's okay if there's duplicates because the links, there's like different links, right? So that's fine. It's totally okay. Totally okay if there are duplicates, not an issue. The link is here. It's wait, let me add it to both chats. There you go. And then Yeah. So there's my little update. On that. Okay. Let me just check something here. Okay. So there's that. And then I do have some news that I want to share with you guys. Where is it? Oh yeah. This is something I wanted to caution you guys about, okay? So be very careful with like non-Iranian media outlets that are just like sharing footage without context. Like, for example, this account said that police have reportedly begun using force against protesters opposing the regime. And then they showed this video. This video, however, he's not a protester. Oh, Armin's here, thank God. This video, however, he's not a protester. Hey, Armin. Wait, let me change the screen here.
Oh, sorry, I ruined your layout.
No, that's, oh my gosh, no, totally fine. Totally fine. Welcome back, Armin. We were just going over this video. I was just explaining, fake news, like be very careful about non-Iranian accounts. So readers added context. So thankfully it was community noted, and so the community note is there. I also retweeted that and I provided an explanation as well. So there's that. Armin, I have a video for you that is in Persian that needs translating to English.
Okay, let's do that. By the way, Goldie, in our discussion group, this crazy Islamist person came, and he was supporting the Islamic Republic. He was, pro Hamas, it was crazy.
Oh my
Said
gosh.
Jews did 9/11, and we were talking to him. It was really crazy. So we had a crazy discussion hour.
I have no idea how you have the patience for that.
Yeah.
I spent most of the time making a video about the list of shame, and then I had to put that in English, in Persian, and then now people on Instagram are asking me questions about it. So trying to figure all of that out. But yeah, it's going well. We already have like 100 entries. People are entering names, which is great. I sent you the video link in the private chat. So if you can just translate that.
Okay.
I'm too lazy to translate it to English.
Oh my God. I'm translating. Oh my God, I'm so happy. What an honor. Translating Goldie Kamari.
People
guys,
prefer Armin translations, so
wow, guys, this is my first time translating the legend herself. Okay, so let's let me retweet this. Repost. Sorry, Elon. Sorry, Elon. Repost, not retweet. Okay, let's listen to this. Can I listen to it once without translating first? Okay.
درود به همه دوستان و همیهنان. من الان وسط لایو استریم انگلیسیم هستم ولی یه پیام و آپدیت خیلی کوتاهی برای شما دارم. طبق صحبت‌های
Actually, let me translate it right away. So she's saying hi to all my friends and followers. I have a new update for you guys. So I was in the middle of my English live stream, but I have an update for you. I have a short update for you.
طبق صحبت‌های شاهزاده رضا پهلوی که چند روز پیش گفتند که پیام ما ایرانیایی که خارج از کشور هستیم به اون سیاستمدارانی و تصمیم گیرندگانی که توی کشورهای میزبانمون هستن باید بهشون بگیم که اگر که شما از انقلاب شیر و خورشید حمایت نکنید و از
So Goldie is saying, according to the command by the Prince Reza, call to action by Prince Reza Pahlavi. So the politicians that are making the wrong decisions, who are not supporting
افغانی
Iran.
که توی کشورهای میزبانمون هستن باید بهشون بگیم که اگر که شما از انقلاب
We have to show to those politicians that if they don't support the Lion and Sun
شیر و
Revolution
خورشید حمایت نکنید و از مبارزه مردم ایران با جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی حمایت نکنید ما
and don't support the Iranian people in their fight against the demonic regime,
شما رأی نمیدیم و
we would not be voting for you,
شما رو حمایت نمی‌کنیم
and we will not be voting for you, and we will not be supporting you. So then Goldie puts the message of Prince Reza Pahlavi. She highlights the part that Prince Reza Pahlavi is asking Iranians outside of Iran to be basically voting as a bloc and supporting the politicians who vote along the lines of supporting the Iranian people against in their fight against their regime.
من اومدم یه وبسایت خیلی ساده درست کردم.
So she's saying I made a new, very simple website for you.
با یه فرم و توی این وبسایت میتونید
Where there's a form on this website, and on this website what you can do is
اسم و اطلاعات هر سیاستمداری یا تصمیم گیرنده توی
so you could come on this website and basically in this form you could add the names and the information of the politicians.
دولت کشور خودتون کسایی که حمایت نمی‌کنن میتونید
So you could add the people who are not supporting. Goldie, how about this? How about what do you think? You're the politician, so you tell me. Is there utility to also add politicians who are supporting us so that we could go vote for them? You're muted.
I mean, someone suggested that. So I mean, sure, I could make like a separate one. But listen, I'm assuming that people in their countries already know who's supporting them and who isn't. This is more just because King Reza Pahlavi said, let's keep track of who is not supporting us.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, okay.
I mean, we could make one that's supporting us, but there's different levels of support. So this is more just to focus on if you're not supporting, we're not voting for you. So this is the no vote.
Yeah,
in terms of who people are. Sorry, yeah.
And maybe it's better to keep it simple and not confusing, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. So you could put their information in this form so that we could all know for future elections, for voting. We could know who supported us and who didn't support us. Yeah, by the way, Goldie, I think like this is called single issue voters. Like we could turn into single issue voters, like, right? That's the right. Oh, you're muted. But anyway, you're working on, by the way, I'm not going to talk to you.
No, the only reason
you're working on something and I'm interrupting you.
No, it's fine. The only reason I mute myself is because when I type, like the sound of my nails is loud and that's distracted you. So that's the only reason why I'm muting. But like, okay, I won't mute myself anymore. You'll just have to listen to my nails.
Mute yourself. But I also know that you're working on these other projects, and every time I'm asking you a question, I'm like stopping you from finishing.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'll just keep my mic unmuted. You'll just have to deal with my nail tapping. But you're not distracting me. You're not distracting me whatsoever.
How do you even type with long nails? I always wondered that. How do people type with long nails?
I don't know. I just
nails
do it. They're not that long.
Okay.
They're not that long.
Okay. All right, let's continue. Oh, the list is this big already? This is the same list that you showed me?
Yeah, it's even longer now.
What? Goldie power. What? 119 people are already there. Goldie, you're very influential. Very, very influential person. You have the power to move people. Okay. You make things happen. Amazing.
I'm an influencer, right? Isn't that what being an influencer is all about?
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's a lot of influence. All right, let's continue. Guys, I'm working with a celebrity.
این فرم خیلی ساده است و هیچ اطلاعات شخصی هم من از شما نمیگیرم.
So you're saying this form is very simple and I'm not going to be collecting any personal information from you.
همه اطلاعاتش روی خود وبسایت گوگل و گوگل امنه.
And that's a very important point. She's saying all this information is being stored on Google and Google is very secure.
تنها اطلاعاتی که این فرم میخواد فقط اسم و فامیل.
The only information that this form wants is the name and last name
سیاستمدار
of the politician,
اون کشور هستند
and which country they're from,
حزبشون چیه
and what party they're from,
و یه لینک به چیزی که گفتند
and the link to the thing that they said.
حالا اگه مثلا یه پستی روی اکس بوده یا فیسبوک یا چیزی تو
If there was a post on X, for example, or on Facebook,
مجلس گفتن دیگه لینکی هم باید بذارین
or whatever they said in the parliament or something,
که بتونین نشون بدین
so you have to provide a link so that you could show,
که چی گفتند که بر
so you could show what they said
علیه
that was against the people of Iran.
مردم ایران بوده. اگه دارین از اینستاگرام نگاه میکنین لینک این فرم
If you're watching from Instagram, the link to this form is okay. She's probably going to say it's in the bio.
هم توی اینستاگرام بایوم گذاشتم.
Yep, it's in the bio.
و هم یه استوری میکنم و لینک رو
Oh, and I will also put a story and I put the link there as well.
و اگه که دارین از اکس یا فیسبوک نگاه میکنین خب لینک همونجاست.
If you're watching this on X or YouTube, well, the link is already there. Wait, did she say? No, she said X or Facebook?
یا فیسبوک نگاه میکنین خب
Oh yeah, X or Facebook.
لینک همونجاست معلومه میتونین روش کلیک بکنین. من باید برگردم به لایو استریم انگلیسیم ولی
I need to go back to my English live stream.
امشب یه پست دیگه راجع به پتیشن هم
But tonight I will post another post about the petition.
درست کنم چون که باید راجع به مرحله دوم پتیشن هم
Because we need to talk about the second step from the petition.
صحبت بکنیم. سپاس از حمایت شما.
Thank you for your support.
ایران جاوید.
Long live Iran, long live the king. Perfect. Amazing. Good job.
There we go. All right. I'm sure you told wait, why is this? I'm not influencing American politics. What's this person saying? Stupid person. I'm banning them. I'm not influencing American politics at all whatsoever. We're creating a list of shame so that we in our own countries know who to vote for or who not to vote for.
Well, the people who are the Iranians who would be influencing America in politics would be Iranian Americans. That's what they did. It would be Iranian Americans who have the right to influence American politics because they're American citizens. Iranian Americans have the right to influence American politics because they're American. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, someone was asking about a disclaimer. So here, let me share this as well.
Also, if you're American, you should be very happy to have Iranian Americans influence your politics because they're going to be saving you from Islam. Okay? They're a good influence.
Yep. Wait.
The Iranian Americans are the Iranians who appreciate American values. They're a good influence. Damn straight.
Okay, so for people who are like, where's the disclaimer? You should have a disclaimer. We do. I do have a disclaimer on the page. Here, let me just bring it up again really quickly. It's literally right at the top. So I say, Important disclaimer, this list is unmonitored and links evidence are not reviewed or verified prior to being added. They are added automatically. Use this reference list at your own risk and double check the links. And then people are like, I don't know why some people are like requesting access to this spreadsheet, because you don't need access to the spreadsheet. Like Control C, Control V, like here, let me just put that right at the top again. Delete row. Delete row. Okay. Like the link is right there. So anyone who wants to add someone to the list, you just click on the Google form and it'll take you to the Google form. So you don't need access. You don't need editor access to this. So yeah. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, it's just part of the trying to explain it, but that's fine. All right. So we have that. And then Texas, thank you so much for agreeing to help out. Like I said, don't worry about if there's any duplications. It's just a matter of seeing, if there's like more than one, if there's like duplication, it's fine as long as it's different information. So for example, I think like with Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's like 3 with Ocasio-Cortez now, but it looks like, I think this one's like duplication. So in that case, like it could be fixed or something. But like here, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, there's 2 different posts, right? There's this one and then there's this one. So that duplication is fine because it's just, keeping records and keeping track of everything. So, and then I'll try to look at it once a day as well, if I can. All right. That's my little update, Armin. Do you want to go back to the news or videos or anything else that you might have?
Well, there are some new news, but I haven't. I'm working on gathering them because I was in the discussion group. I don't know if they're how much of it. Yeah.
So I mean, if you're still gathering, I can share a few things. Okay, someone asked about Mark Carney. Wait, let me find that comment again. So where was it? I just want to bring this up because this is a good example. So you can't add Mark Carney to the list because even though he's not he's not directly supporting, he's not against it either, right? So this list is for politicians who have explicitly said that they are anti-war, right? Or they don't want to strike, or if they're working with the regime, right? So this isn't for politicians who've said nothing. But we are working on trying to get a statement from Mark Carney through the petition. So there's that as well. But like we can't just assume that people who are saying nothing are against, right? So because saying nothing, like as long as they're not like, we don't support a strike against the Islamic regime, then we can't add them to the list. But if there's someone, like if you know of a Canadian politician who said, I don't support a strike, I don't want the United States to attack Iran, you can add them to the list. But if they haven't said that, then you can't put a politician there just because you don't like them. Yeah, politicians that support the MEK, that's fine too. Yeah, you can add politicians who support the MEK because they're working against. Yeah. Okay. So
today was a good day with the people coming out in Iran. And yeah, this is Goldie, I don't know if you agree with this or not. I think that, I mean, it does seem like America and Israel are going to attack, very, 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 very likely. However, based on what I see from the Iranian people, I think that if America and Israel don't attack, it's true that the cost of the revolution would be so much higher, many more Iranians would die, and the regime will topple later. It is also true that one way or another, the Islamic Republic will fall. Like, the Iranian people are not going to stop until the Islamic Republic falls, even if we didn't get any help. Do you agree with that? I don't think all these.
Yeah. Well, that's what King Reza Pahlavi said. He said the regime is going to fall.
Right.
The only question is whether or not it happens sooner rather than later. So the question is how long it's going to take. So that's why the military intervention from the United States is so important, because that's really going to help. That's going to help speed up the process, and of course, limit the number of lives being lost, right? And King Reza Pahlavi himself said that during his press conference in Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago, and he's also been saying that in various interviews that he's had since then, right? So we all know the regime's going to fall. It's just a matter of when. And the sooner it happens, the more lives we can save. Because right now, even with the footage coming out yesterday and today, where the regime is just opening fire on Iranians, they're still murdering people.
Okay, I have the updates if whenever you want me to go through them.
Please.
Okay. All right. So as we showed you at the beginning of the stream, let me just give you a summary. On the first day of university reopenings in Iran, which coincided with the 40th day memorial of the January protester massacre, a massive new wave of student protests erupted. So with regards to locations, we're looking at protests took place across major campuses, including Amir Kabir, Sharif University, Tehran University, Shahid Beheshti, and the Mashhad Medical Sciences Universities. And so this was like really widespread as soon as the universities opened in Iran. So we had direct confrontation. Students wore black clothing, held sit-ins. So black clothing for our fallen, and they had sit-ins, and they stood face to face with suppression forces, as we showed you some videos at the beginning of the stream. So the chants and demand slogans were directly aimed against the Islamic Republic. And also pro-Pahlavi sentiment. There was a heavy presence of pro-Pahlavi chants, such as "This is the final battle," "Pahlavi will return," and also "Javid Shah." And a prominent chant, one of the prominent chants was "Death to the three corruptions," the Mullahs, the lefties, the MEK. This represents a total rejection of the historical alliance between Islamist Marxists and the MEK. And yeah, so these are all the ideologies that are blamed for ruining the country. There was violent crackdown. Basij militia forces violently attacked students' gatherings at Sharif and Amir Kabir universities after attempting to co-opt the 40-day memorial for themselves. And the atmosphere on the university grounds remained highly securitized. I think amniyati kardan, that's the best way to translate it. Security, like heavy security forces presence with severe pressure on students. And then we had individual defiance, resistance. We had students resisting it. We had, for example, former prisoner Mehdad. Actually, I have to actually double check this, so I'm not going to read that one, right? So this is a very historical shift for people who might not understand how significant this is. This is a huge paradigm shift. Universities historically were dominated by leftist ideologies. They're experiencing a massive shift towards pro-Pahlavi and nationalist patriotic sentiments. By the way, this also shows that our university students are different from the rest of the world's university students, because the level of patriotism and nationalism in our universities. I mean, even in Iran, universities were more left leaning compared to the rest of the country, just like most other places. But now we have solved that problem. Our universities are filled with patriots who shout out Javid Shah, which is amazing, right? Yeah, so students are, this is reclaiming history. Students are actively reevaluating history and rejecting ideological historians. They view the Pahlavi legacy not as a distant past, but as a living educational identity for the future. And the timing is very symbolic. These protests align with the eve of the 3rd of Esfand, basically February 22nd, the anniversary of Reza Shah's emergence in 1921. Reza Shah is viewed by these students as the father of modern Iranian universities. So it was actually pretty insane for our universities. Like back in my father's time, universities in Iran were very leftist and anti-Pahlavi, anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, all of that nonsense, which didn't make any sense because all the universities that they were studying in was built by Reza Shah and also Muhammad Reza Shah. So for you to go into university and be anti-Pahlavi while studying in a university built by Pahlavi, it was pretty hypocritical. And it's very nice that today's students, they view the university students in Iran, they view that Reza Shah is viewed as the father of modern universities in Iran, right? So this shows that Iranian university students have a much higher level of awareness and political understanding of their own history and the politics of their country. The maturity, the political maturity of the Iranian people is one of the reasons why I have a lot of hope for the future of Iran once we become free. Like the Iranian people are very aware of history, very aware of politics, very aware of global affairs, and this level of intelligence and awareness is going to make the wisdom of our crowd in Iran even more effective in directing us into the right way, even than compared to even other societies, right? So Sharif University was originally founded by Muhammad Reza Shah, who envisioned it as the MIT of the region, shouting pro-Pahlavi slogans in its heart is a historically claiming of the institution's roots. And then students are drawn to Prince Reza Pahlavi due to his liberal and democratic stances, his focus on civil rights, and his political integrity, and also ideological diversity. Despite this dominant trend, universities maintain a diversity of thought, including even leftists who now support Prince Reza Pahlavi, and also so the base of support for Prince Reza Pahlavi is not just monarchist. Okay, his base of support is very, very diverse. So other than that, let's go to some military updates. Yeah, so as you know, the US and the Islamic Republic are rapidly moving towards a military confrontation as diplomatic avenues close. There, as everybody knows here, there's a massive military buildup. The US is executing a massive deployment of military assets to the region. It still continues, comparable in scale only to the first Persian Gulf War. So we haven't had anything for more than 2 decades, anything like this for more than 2 decades. And guys, by the way, a lot of people anticipate for this to be the greatest, the most impressive, biggest, fastest, maybe even war of our time. So if these analysts are correct, get ready to see the greatest wonders of modern warfare that hasn't all of the technological advancements that we haven't seen and that have been developed in the past 20 years when it comes to modern weaponry that we haven't seen in action. get ready for us to see all of that. If these analysts are correct, this is going to be big and very, very, very impressive when it comes to United States making like putting on an exhibition when it comes to its military capability. This is, by the way, guys, this war. Let me actually emphasize this, okay? Other than the fact that this is about getting rid of the Islamic Republic once and for all, and finally, United States loses one of its four enemies, right? CCP, Putin, the Islamic Republic, North Korea. There's four. One of them is gone. That's 25% less headache for United States and the rest of the world. This is going to be very, very significant. Very significant. Okay, it's going to put United States in the perfect position in the Cold War that is going to be starting with China. Having Iran as an ally positions United States very well to get ready for that, right? But other than the Iran flipping over to the United States side, another significant thing that happens in this war is by United States giving the opportunity to demonstrate all the abilities that it has gained in the past 20 years, and it hasn't been able to demonstrate that, to deter China from trying anything, right? This is why this war is going to be so important, not just for the region, not just for the Middle East, but for China, because obviously we all know China, when this war starts, China is going to be watching and evaluating every single second of this war. And this war will be studied forever, everywhere, in academia, in every single military strategy think tank, or any form of analysis by any government when it comes to warfare. Every single second of this war, all the strategies, everything that was used, everything that didn't work exactly the way, all the communication, frame by frame, every corner, every second will be documented, will be recorded, and will be studied for years and years to come everywhere. People would be having lectures about this. People would be writing books about this. There will be documentaries after documentaries being made about this. This is going to be a very, very significant war if it happens the way all of these analysts are saying. But one of the most important, and guys, this is the most important war of our lifetime. This is going to completely change the balance of the global powers as it is right now, put America in a very, very, very comfortable position going forward when it comes to China. That's why this is one of the most historical events that will happen. This could bring finally peace in the Middle East. And if peace happens in the Middle East, but because remember, guys, if peace is brought to the Middle East, then most of the main countries in the Middle East will be U.S. allies. And the Middle East is the connection between three continents. If countries in the Middle East are mostly U.S. allies, America will have so much allies and influence in the place that connects. Forget even the oil and gas. This is the connection between all of the trade routes that connects India and China to Europe and Israel and Africa go through the Middle East. So strategically, this is such an important place for it to move to the American side before we enter this new age of Cold War between China and United States. It's very important that this happens before we get to that phase for America, for the West, for all of the values, the classical liberal values that we support here. This is so bad for Russia and China, and really good for Israel and America and the entirety of the West. So that's why it needs to happen, right? But what I was saying is that by United States being able to demonstrate all of the toys that they have developed in the past 20 years, that they haven't been able to demonstrate them in a real warlike scenario, that demonstration is very important for China to see as a way to make it back the F off and basically realize how inferior it is when it comes to military strength to the United States. That demonstration, if this goes wrong, it will embolden China. It will make them more confident. But if it goes really, really well, then it will scare the bejesus out of them, and they will back down. And by one war, like a lot of them, some Americans think like, oh my God, this is going to be very costly. If you could, a war with China would be a lot more expensive. Okay. If by this war you could get China to back the F off, you would be saving so much money. I mean, not a head-to-head confrontational war, but there's going to be a lot of regional conflict with China using different ways, like different, I'm not going to go into that, but all of that together is more costly than this war. So even though you're going to be saving a lot of money by toppling the Islamic Republic just in the Middle East, because the United States wouldn't have to dedicate so much resources in maintaining stability in the Middle East, you would also be saving a lot of money if this war goes really well when it comes to demonstrating your deterrence capabilities to the CCP and having them to reevaluate and back down, and all of the money that the United States would be saving from them backing out because of their realization of how the ability of the United States, that will also save you a lot of money. That's why a lot of people don't understand that information warfare is as important as military warfare. This is why Biden's mishandling of the exit from Afghanistan cost America so much money, because it made America's enemies more confident when it comes to being more aggressive. So there's a lot of military costs associated with dealing with that aggression. So in the same way, if you're very, very successful in a battle because of the deterrence, because of demonstration of that deterrence capability, and then backing off and basically becoming less aggressive, that will save you potentially trillions of dollars in revenue, right? And basically in taxes, right? So let me know if that makes sense, by the way. So where was I? Right. So the U.S. is okay. I already read that part. Military assets in region, comparable scale. Yeah, already. Let me know if the way I explained this. Let me know if it's, first of all, if it makes sense, and if it's also understandable. Let me know in the chat, because I want to make sure that what I'm explaining is, and also if it's helpful. Let me know if it's helpful.
Okay. There's also a post from King Reza Pahlavi.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go to that.
Yeah, totally missed this. I just posted it right now. So, and this is in English. So this is a message to non-Iranians and everyone, or no one, people who don't speak Persian. Like, this is a message to you guys. So he says, I was proud to represent the people of Iran at the Munich Security Conference to ensure that world leaders, policymakers, and the media heard their voice. I wasn't alone, but with 250,000 of my compatriots. Each day, more of the world is with us in our fight for freedom. Guys, this message is for you. This message is for you. Get ready. Okay.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we, the people of Iran, are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region.
with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Perfect.
That was so good. That was so good. Should we play it again? I feel like we should play it one more time.
Yep, let's do that.
Okay.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Goldie, I think a new AI video. Can I share that?
Yes, of course.
I think this might be the most insane one yet. I don't know.
Oh
Because
no.
now we have planes underwater. Look at this.
Wait.
Oh.
Are we going full Haydar? Do we need okay, finish the music, but I feel like I need to put on my hijab for this.
Okay.
All right, finish it. Wait, let
Guys.
me put on my hijab. If we're going full Haydar, we have to go full Haydar. Give me a
Full
moment
hijab.
here.
Guys, we have planes in submarines.
We need your green headband too, Armin. Where's your Haydar headband?
We have the Islamic Republic having planes in its submarines, and it's deploying them from under the water, and they take off. By the way, they don't need any runway. The Islamic Republic fighter jets, they require no runway for takeoff. Apparently, this is Islamic science. Oh god, we have violated all the laws of logic and physics and everything. Oh my god, what would these people do with that AI? Oh my god. I mean, I'm glad that they have AI, because with all of this effort they might actually go build a real army. With all the effort that these people are putting into AI videos, if they didn't have AI, they might have actually, if they spent all of this time, they might actually be able to make a real army. Why?
Armin, where's your Haydar headband?
Oh, Haydar headband. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's go. Okay.
Oh my gosh, wait, someone says دمتون گرم بچه ها، من خندیدم، خیلی خوبه کانالتون. حیف فکر نکنم شما اون موقعی که داشتیم آرمین داشت همه هیدر رو توضیح میداد و داشت نشون میداد، بعد اونم خیلی جالب بود. حالا I'll play that later when Armin leaves, but I'm glad you enjoyed. Listen, if I hear the Haydar music, you have to go full Haydar. So the
We
Haydar.
have to go full Haydar. We can't do half a Haydar.
بعد حجابم رو رعایت بکنم وقتی که I don't know.
Yes,
با
of
اون
course.
ویدیوهای AI شون دیگه.
Oh, Goldie, if we have ever time, the song that you play at the beginning of the show, Surut.
Yes.
I don't know if there's so much symbolism in there.
Do you want to translate that right now?
Well, I mean, not now because it will take a while. But if you ever need to take a break, and it's a slow news day, I would like to go over the symbolism of the song with the. I mean, if the audience likes it, I don't know. Do you think the audience would appreciate that? Because we play it every time.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
they definitely appreciate all of your translations, and
Oh.
our viewers really enjoy it because like the context that we give them, that you give them, it makes it easier to understand, right? Um, so
Yeah. Because yeah, and also beyond just the translation of the song, understanding that song completely is also educational regarding the political mindset of the Iranian people against the regime. Like
yeah.
a lot of things, you if you understand the song fully, you also understand the Iranian people, because I think that song Sughut really captures the mindset of the Iranian people and the way they think about the revolution.
I
So I
mean,
think that
if you want to share that right now, I mean, we have time. It's up
um
to you.
okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Do you have the video, right?
Well, let me find it.
So I can load it here because I have the video
I,
ready to go.
so I need the one with the I got it. I need the one with the English subtitles
Yeah, that's the one you
because
gave me.
yeah, there we go. Got it. So let me go here, share this. And I also want to thank Jewish Tom, who, by the way, Jewish Tom is Iranian and he's not Jewish, but he calls himself Jewish Tom because he loves Israel. But he helped me a lot when it comes to.
I also missed this super chat. So Kevin says, Durud dust azadi. Thank you. Durud dust. So for all the Iranians here, داریم کم کم به همه زبان فارسی یاد میدیم. So درود دوست, that's azadi.
Yeah.
People also know yach and many other words. They know kotak, kotlet. So for all of our Iranian friends and followers who are watching, especially if you've just recently joined, there's been 56 days of us teaching our non-Iranian friends and supporters Persian. So we're very excited about that. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, so let's just listen to the. Should I listen to this? We listen to the song once without me going through it, so
Sure.
people who don't know what we're talking about, they know. Yeah, okay.
میاد روزی که سیمرغ
You're muted.
All right, so let's go over this. It's saying a day will come when Iran's Simorgh spreads its wings again. So Simorgh is basically a bird like a phoenix. That's basically when it dies, its ashes like turn. It's basically very similar to. It's not phoenix, but it's very similar to phoenix. Okay, so the Simorgh, however, it's the Simorgh and the mythical bird is in the Shahnameh. So Shahnameh, guys, remember, it's the book that Iranian people celebrate like no other book, written by the Persian poet Ferdowsi. So Simorgh is the mythical bird in that book, and it symbolizes rebirth, wisdom, and healing. So for this reason, it refers to the Simorgh as a force that prevents the massacre of the people by spreading its wings. And also remember that the Simorgh in Shahnameh had 3 feathers, and you were supposed to burn it every time that Iran needs help. And 2 of it has already been used in the book Shahnameh, and the 3rd feather hasn't been used yet. So that's why a lot of Iranian people refer to Prince Reza Pahlavi as the 3rd feather of the Simorgh, right? So there you go.
ایران پالاشو کرده با
Yeah, Simorgh. People are saying Simorgh. No, it's GH Simorgh.
باز که دیگه مردممون نشن قتل عام.
So this part is saying a day will come when Iran's Simorgh spread its wing.
ایران پالاشو کرده باز که دیگه
So our people won't be massacred anymore. The curse on our generation will break.
مردممون نشن قتل عام. میشکنه طلسم نسل ما. پیش ما
We miss all those who were killed.
خالی جای همشون. جزو خوبا
Those who died are among the greats in history.
تاریخ همه رفته ها. رو تخت بیمارستان
Okay, they delivered the kill shot on hospital beds. This refers to during this revolution. Remember, the Islamic Republic went into the hospital, and the people who were injured, they basically shot them in the head and killed them, even though they were in the hospital. Tricksters show golden apples hidden beneath their Islamic cloaks. So, golden apple is this reference to Greek mythology. This is the reference to the apple of discord. Is basically the deceivers are showing the golden apples under their Islamic cloaks, which refers to the apple of discord. It means that they started a war through religious deception. And this further states that despite this religious deception, they slaughter even. Oh yeah, here actually this part. Listen to this part. So they're using their Islamic, cloaks as a way to deceive people. So when it says golden apples, this is a reference to Greek mythology, the apple of discord. Okay, so here's this. They cut the veins of Adam and Eve with a halal blade. Okay, this is really symbolic. So by saying cutting the veins of Adam and Eve, they're basically talking about killing humanity. They kill humanity. This is like an Adam and Eve is representation here for all humans, right? And by cutting their veins with halal blade is like what they call halal. Halal doesn't just refer to food. Halal is something that is Islamically good, Islamically permissible, not just food. Everything in Islam that is halal, it means that is Islamically allowed and good. So saying that by the halal blade, they cut the veins of Adam and Eve is basically suggesting here that Islamically being anti-humanity is allowed, is permissible, right? Okay, so this is actually very interesting. So okay, say it says they killed 72 nations. Where are the Shia chest beaters now? Okay, so this 72 refers to 2 different things at the same time. And no, it's not the 72 houris in heaven. It's not that. There are other things that are 72. Okay, so when Hussein By the way, guys, let me know if you like to go this deep into the into the symbolism and mythology and the stories behind these verses here. Okay, so Hussein is the third Imam of Shia Muslims, right? And he was the grandson of Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad. For Shia Muslims, Imam Hussein is the most significant person, more important than Muhammad, more important than Allah. Hussein is everything. Okay, it's usually a competition between Ali and Hussein is actually even more popular than Ali. So when he went, and Shia Muslims keep crying about the fact that he was killed by Yazid in Karbala, and every year the same day they have Ashura and Tasu'a, and they beat themselves and they cry about the fact that Yazid killed Hussein, right? So the 72 here is the number of people that Hussein had with him in Karbala. So when Muslims cry about the events of Karbala close to 1400 years ago, they cry about not just the murder of Hussein, but the murder of the 72 people, because all of these people were the best of all people, according to Shia Muslims. Everybody else abandoned Hussein except these 72 people. So these 72 people, every single one of them has their own story, and Shia Muslims know their stories, they tell their stories, and they cry about them every year for 1400 years, right? So, but however, 72, there's another 72 in another poet's book, Hafiz. Hafiz is a Persian poet, and he's very famous. He's very much loved, not as much as Ferdowsi, but he's very high up there. And in his book, in his poetry, the 72 nations in the poetry of Hafiz is a reference to all people of every color and every religion and every sect and everything. So basically, Hafiz refers to all people as the 72 nations, right? So given that 72 refers, based on Hafiz's poetry, to all people of all nations, of all religions, but 72 also is the 72 people who died in Karbala, who Shia Muslims keep crying about. This song here is trying to show that when they kill so many people, you don't cry about it. You don't come and beat up your, like, here's also, they're killing 72 nations. Basically, they're anti-humanity. They kill so many people, but you go and cry over the death of those 72 people. So it doesn't explain all of that. It just says this. It says they killed 72 nations. Where are the Shia chest beaters now? But it doesn't say Shia, but it just says where's your chest beating? Let me do the literal translation. So where are you chest beaters? It doesn't mention Shia, but it just says they killed 72 nations. Where are the chest beaters? So you beat your chest for 72 people who died 1400 years ago in a desert in Karbala, but you show no emotions when they're killing 72 nations. But by saying 72 nations it just means people of all kinds, people of all kinds of colors and religions and places. Yeah. So let's go here. So this one is just no symbolism here. Saying among the cries of the people, the patrol sirens fades away. Your agents will be torn beneath the cars of rage. So let me actually show something here. I'll show you what he's referring to here. Okay. I have two links. So he's saying your agents, basically agents of the Islamic Republic, will be torn beneath the cars of rage, right? So if you look at here, if you look at this news item, there was, like, you could see, I'm not going to show this video because we're going to get, YouTube is going to give us a strike. But I think a lot of you have already seen this video. During this revolution, the regime car basically ran over. This was a very hard video to watch, by the way. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, this car here just runs over these people, and this is a regime car. It just runs over them. And I'm not going to show the video, but let me show you. Yeah, Iran armored vehicle ran over protesters in 3 Ardabil areas, and I think, look, this was an Instagram video. I think Instagram removed it, so because it shows direct violence, right? So here saying your agent. So this is basically suggesting that we will do the same thing to you. Let me actually read this. It says that the machine of rage runs over your agents. Yes, the machine of rage are basically the Iranian people. Like, if you run with your cars over our people, our rage is like basically is comparing our rage to that same machine, and we will run over you, which is a reversal of what happened and a promise of revenge. In Ardabil, armored vehicles ran over and crushed the people. So that's what this is referring to. So I'm showing you guys this because a lot of these different verses of this song refers to different events that happened in early January, and everything. So that's why I keep bringing, like, I wanted to, when it comes up, I want to show you what happened during the revolution and which part of this revolution each one of these lines is referring to. Okay. Ooh, this is very, very symbolic. Okay, so this says this time Rasht's fire didn't turn into a garden. So this is very, oh my god, the way that he uses the words is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Let me make sure. Okay, so let me tell you what this is referring to. So this is referring to this. Okay, so what the Islamic Republic did in the Rasht city, Rasht has what the people of Rasht experienced in January 8 and 9. It was one of the most brutal things ever. Like, it was hell on earth. So what the Islamic Republic did in Rasht city is that when they started shooting, like when the order of shooting came and the regime started shooting into the crowds, the people ran away from the main city and they went into the alleys in the corner. And because of the Rasht Bazaar was close by, and that there's so many different corners in the bazaar, so many people went into the Rasht Bazaar to basically hide from the bullets, so to defend themselves from the bullets being rained upon them. And then what the Islamic Republic did is that they surrounded that area so that they couldn't leave, and they set the bazaar on fire so that the people would burn inside. And anybody who was coming out to run away from the fire, they would be shooting them. So even when people were coming out with their hands up, it didn't matter that they had their hands up. They would keep shooting them, and they were shooting so many people indiscriminately. People were coming out of the fire to save themselves, and they were being shot left and right as they were escaping the fire. And it was men, women, and children coming out of the fire, and they would shoot every single one of them, right? So this is what this part of the song is referring to. It's saying the Rasht fire didn't turn into a garden, right? So the people were burning in the fire of the Rasht Bazaar. And this second part, that it didn't turn into a garden, is referring to a Quranic verse. So in the Quran, there's a story that the unbelievers were basically got tired of Abraham preaching monotheism. So the unbelievers they sentenced Abraham to death. So they arrested him, and his sentence was death by fire. Right? So the way that they did it, that they had a real huge pile, like big fire. If the fire is so big that nobody could get close to it, so you had to throw the person in because the fire was so big and so hot that nobody could get close to it. and they basically had this equipment or whatever that they would throw Abraham in. And then when Abraham were falling into the fire, this Islamic miracle happened, that the fire turned into a garden of flower, and Abraham fell into the flowers and nothing happened to him. So this is a story in the Quran, and that's what this is referring to. So it says, in Islamic tradition, Abraham is thrown into flames and it won't burn, and turns into it turns the fire into a garden. He's saying that this time the fire of Rash didn't turn into a garden. So meaning that it's in your, basically it's suggesting that it's in your fantasies in the Quranic verses, only your people fall into fire and nothing happens to your people, nothing happens to Abraham, because but our people, when you're setting fire on our people, they just burn. Okay, so it's Abraham. Yeah, maybe Abraham is spared because God, like Allah, saves Abraham from the fire, but there's nobody saving our people. When you set our people on fire, they just burn. So far you guys are with me. Let me know let me know in the chat. Okay, let's continue. Okay, yeah, so saying, but Zahak in the end, Feridun will rise. Okay, so this is going back to the book Shahnameh, the poetry of Shahnameh. So remember the main characters in this part of the Shahnameh. Zahak is the evil villain king, demon-like king with the snakes growing from its shoulders that needs to be fed with brains of young people of Iran. That's Zahak. Kaveh Ahangar, Kaveh the blacksmith, is the hero that kills Zahak. Feridun is the rightful king that has to be that's supposed to be empowered instead of Zahak. So Feridun is the just king that with the fall of Zahak comes and starts ruling. So it's a just noble king is Feridun. Zahak is the evil villain, and Kaveh is the hero that kills Zahak and brings Feridun the king into power. Okay, so when he here is saying, but Zahak in the end Feridun will rise, the way you could read this is Zahak is Khamenei and Feridun here is Prince Reza Pahlavi. And by the way, the pro Pahlavi messaging in this song is very indirect. Somebody might say that I am reading too much into it, that this is a pro Pahlavi song. I will show you why this is, even though it doesn't mention Pahlavi, I'll show you the reference to Pahlavi in this song. Okay, I'll show you the reference, but it's very indirect. It's very subtle. Yes, exactly. Ali is saying Zahak is Khamenei, Feridun is Prince Reza Pahlavi. Exactly. Let me go here. Okay. Feridun. Hold on. Let me actually read this part. By the way, I have some notes from Jewish Town. Yeah. So it refers to Zahak and Feridun. Feridun was this is what Jewish Town wrote. Feridun was a prince who lived in the mountains from the time of Zahak. And after the time of Zahak, he's the one who comes to power. Eventually, the people ask Feridun to take leadership of the uprising. In my opinion, this refers to Reza Pahlavi, Prince Reza Pahlavi. Yep, and that's my opinion as well. And we have, and further down, you'll see this. Okay. So the fire of people's hatred reaches the sky. So first, it's referring to the fire of Rashtir before, but then it gets to a second fire. So they set the Rash Bazaar on fire and set the people on fire. But now he's saying, well, the fire of people's rage will reach the skies. So to me, it seems like this is a comparison with one fire and another fire. So it's kind of like saying our fire will be bigger than your fire. Like you set the bazaar, Rash Bazaar on fire and burn the people. But the fire of our rage is so big that it will reach the sky. So we will burn you with our fire as well. So yeah, the fire of the people's hatred reaches the sky. Your mosques burn like how our mothers chests did. So let me listen to the Persian part
با
here.
تیش کینه آدما مسجداتون میسوزن مثل سینه مادرها.
So the reason this is when you say their chests are burning. Oh, hold on. When you say somebody's chest is burning in Persian, it's a Persian saying when saying somebody is in a lot of anguish and pain, emotional pain. In Persian, we refer to it as their hearts being on fire or their chest being lit on fire. So that's a Persian way for us to say somebody is in deep anguish and pain, emotional pain, right? So here he's saying that your mosques burn like the mothers' chest. So the mothers of the fallen, the people who died, their mothers are in anguish and in pain and in misery from the loss of their children. So their chests are on fire. So he's saying, in the same way that you set the chest of our mothers in pain, your mosques will burn as well. Oh my God. So let me see. Yeah, okay. So prayer rugs taste the blood of the youth. This is like, I think this is referring to the fact that your hands are so mixed with the blood of the people in Iran that when you pray, your prayer rugs are basically soaked in blood. So the prayer rugs that these people are praying on is soaked in blood. So instead of saying the prayer rugs are soaked in blood of the youth, of the Iranian youth, it says the prayer rugs are tasting the blood of the youth. So the people who go pray, before praying, they kill so many Iranian youth that when they pray, the blood of the Iranian youth on their hands basically touches the prayer rug. So it's soaked in blood, and the prayer rugs are tasting the blood of the Iranian youth, right? And then here, okay, so this line is my favorite as an unbeliever myself. This line is my favorite, one of my actually the second. There's another part of the song that I love the most, but this is one of my favorite parts of the song. It's saying the uprising of unbelievers breaks the pillar of faith. So the unbelievers are kafirun, so kuffar in Islam. We are the unbelievers, right? And the pillars of faith in Islam will be broken by the uprising. So he's referring to this revolution as the uprising of unbelievers. And this is an uprising of unbelievers which will break down the pillars of faith. In the morning clothes, a mother dances beside the grave. So again, you guys know what this is referring to. Hold on. So we have already shown you this a lot, that that Iranians burying slain protest youth mourn with dancing and defiance. So instead of crying and reading the Quran, the Iranians are dancing and singing. When it comes to at the memorials of their loved ones, like this. Look at this. This is one of our fallen, for example. This was his birth. Oh, look at this. I haven't seen this. Hold on. This is one of our fallens, and this is when he was alive. Oh.
This is Sina Hafshanos, just 27 years old. He had a well-known flower shop in northeastern Iran.
But now, okay, I just want to show this part. This is how they're remembering him when he died.
And this was him.
Look.
Being laid to rest.
So this is the way Iranian people are remembering their fall. After Majid Reza Rahnavard, in his will, told Iranian people to not read the Quran, do not cry when he dies, sing, dance, play music. Now this has become a tradition for Iranian people now, that Majid Reza Rahnavard had said that. So this is the part of the song that is referring to that. In mourning clothes, a mother dances beside the grave. So they're dancing because this is how they're basically breaking away from old traditions, reading the Quran and crying, and they're using Majid Reza Rahnavard's way to remember the fallen. And this is a very symbolic way of cutting away from old customs, Islamic customs, and stuff like that. So whoever kills more receives a golden Kalashnikov. So this is again referring to how the Islamic Republic rewards the suppressing forces. Let me see here. It's a part of. Yeah, so let me read what Jewish Tom has said before, because before he said it refers to the dancing of the mothers of the fallen at the mourning ceremonies, and to the boy who stood. Oh no, this part hasn't come yet. Okay, so yeah, there's another thing that is coming here. Yeah, right. Okay, let me show you this part. Okay, so I wish I had a link for this. I don't have a link for this. If somebody has it, can you please send it to me right now? You guys know what this part is referring to? It's like the hero is the one who didn't let them open the door when IRGC was smashing doors with batons. You guys remember what this was about? I wish somebody could send it to me right now so that this explanation has full reference. With full reference. Okay, let me just quickly find it. Iranian Hodor. Anybody? Yeah, Iranian Hodor. Or IRGC. Oh, why can't I find it? Oh, no, don't have it. Anybody wants to send me? Oh, found it. Oh my God, thank you. Okay, good. If anybody wants to send me, oh, there we go. Here. So this was the man. Look, he was holding the door, and this is him before he died. They killed him. They killed him here. They killed him right here. Right? Actually, let me refresh so we could go back to the beginning. So so you can see this is a man that was they were letting in protesters. So in the middle of the protests, this man, Muhammad Jabari. Okay, his name is Muhammad Jabari. So what he did was that this building, they opened the door so that the protesters who were running away from IRGC, they could seek refuge in this house, and then they were being followed by IRGC. And this man, while everybody was running away, he stood behind so that he could hold the door so that they couldn't get in, so that other people could run away, right? And then look, he's opening the door for people to get in. And then when the IRGC, everybody ran away, but he stood back to hold the door closed so that when they're trying to get, and guys, there's videos from the other side that I don't have right now. They had machetes, they had batons, like one of them had a big machete, and they were trying to get in. Everybody ran away, but he stood back so that he could hold the door closed as long as possible so everybody could run away. And eventually when they got in, look here, I mean, look at all of these people, there's so many of them, and he fell, and they came right, and they started beating him, and he died, right? They started killing him, he died, right? So, and this is his burial ground. This is where he died. Yeah. So that's what this is referring to, this part of saying the hero is the one who didn't let them open the door when IRGC was smashing doors with batons.
که پشت در خالی نکرد وقتی کوبیده میشد چماق سپاه به درا پر جنازه و جسد.
City is filled by the corpses from newborn girls to old men.
زیر شهر دختر نوزاد تا پیرمرد پسر میشه.
A son becomes fatherless, a father loses his son.
بی پدر پدر میشه بی پسر لباسامون سیاه.
Our clothes are darker than midnight. Oh, a fetus's head boiling in pot of death. I don't know what this is. Let me see. I don't know what this is referring to. Hold on. Let me see. No, okay, Jewish Tom didn't explain this part to me. I think this is a fetus's head boiling in the pot of the. If anybody knows what this is referring to, let me know, because Jewish Tom didn't explain this part, and I don't know what this part is explaining. Okay, this part به نوزاد تیر خورده بود نمیشه نشون. یه توزاد تیر. Okay, so Ali saying there was a fetus's head boiling in the pot of death. So Ali is saying this is reference to this is reference to a pregnant woman who was shot and the fetus was shot as like the bullet went through the fetus. Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, apparently this has something to do with the pregnant woman being shot. I don't know exactly the reference, but okay. Okay, so this part is very interesting. Okay, it's saying like MEK, you are enemies of Iranians. Who are you bringing? Okay. Who are you bringing Iraqis to kill? Who are you bringing Iraqis to kill? To kill for? Let me actually listen to the Persian. Yeah, who are you bringing the Iraqis for? So, guys, why do you think it's referring to the MEK here? Anybody in the chat? Like, let me. I know. I want to see if you guys know. Okay, what does the MEK have to do with anything here right now? Why would this be? Why would this be the time to mention the MEK? Anybody knows? Okay. Yes, exactly. Saddam. Okay. Because one of the main reasons why Iranians hate exactly, guys, you guys got it. Okay, one of the main reasons why the Iranian people hate MEK is because they worked with Saddam to kill Iranians in the 8-year war, right? So, given that that's one of the main reasons why Iranians hate MEK, now this is referring to the fact that the Islamic Republic brought Hashd Shabi from Iraq to kill Iranians. So you might, I mean, a lot of you know how bad MEK is, but you might think, okay, yeah, the MEK is bad, but what does this got to do with the middle of the, like, early January revolution? Because they were not there. But what he's comparing the Islamic Republic to the great unforgivable crime of the MEK that worked with the Iraqis to kill Iranians. So he's saying, like the MEK, who are the enemies of Iranians, you also brought Iraqis to kill Iranians. So the Hashd Shabi, otherwise known as the Popular Mobilization Front, is a Iraqi Shia militia group that is the proxy of the Islamic Republic. That was one of the main 3 groups of Shia militia groups that the Islamic Republic brought inside Iran to kill the protesters because they didn't have enough people to suppress the Iranians, right? So the 3 was Hashd Shabi from Iraq, Fatimiyan from Afghanistan, and Zainabiyan from Pakistan. And basically by reminding people that the reason why we consider MEK to be the enemies of Iranians is their collaboration with those Iraqis that came kill Iranians, and the Islamic Republic did the same thing, right? So let me continue. Okay, the dance of the regime. Oh, okay, this part. Let me bring this part. Hold on. Oh, wait, I have the. I have that. Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Let me see. Abdanan. Okay, تنفس مصنوعی. This part is important. So the dance of the regime stooges and the instrument of indifference. Iran is dying, and they give her artificial breathing with chemical gas. So you guys know what this part is referring to. Is referring to the chemical gases that was used. Okay, let me actually read the last part where what Jewish Tom wrote about, and the last part. Let me actually mark this. Saying the last part says it tells the Islamic Republic that just like the MEK, you are enemies of Iranians, and ask for whom are you bringing the Iraqis. This again refers to the fact that both the Islamic Republic and the MEK, who collaborated with Saddam during the Iran-Iraq war, they both brought Iraqi forces into the country to kill Iranians. Okay. So this part, giving artificial respiration, am I pronouncing this right? With chemical gas, respiration, yes. Chemical gas also refers to reports coming from various cities that the Islamic Republic used chemical gases in the massacre of the people. Remember when Goldie and I showed you the Islamic Republic using gas masks, and there were some reports regarding people's skin reacting to it. So this is what this part is referring to that too. So okay, this part is it. Okay, so Suqut is the name of the song, and Suqut means the fall. So it's saying the fall. So this is about the fall of the Islamic Republic. So the fall. Every time it says Suqut, this means the fall. So the fall. We are together from north to south. In the end, you sink into blood. So it's telling the Islamic Republic that you will fall and you will sink into blood. The knives have reached the bone. Oh, this is the Persian saying. When you say in Persian, when you say that the knives have reached the bone, is basically, it means that we have reached a breaking point. Means that there is no more tolerating this. That this is too much to pain to suffer, and it needs to end. Basically, this is the end. So in Persian, when you say, when you cut somebody, if the blade goes so deep that it hits the bone, that's just basically a way of saying that we have reached a breaking point. So now it's just repeating that verse again. So from the smoke of their rifles, the city is fogged. This is pretty obvious. In the blood-filled gutter, a woman's hair ties afloat. So this is referring to our fallen, or the people who were killed by the regime. Who said our problem is like, oh, this is, let me know if you know what this is referring to. Guys, the people who have been following us from the beginning, let me know if you understand what this is referring to. It's saying, who said our problem is economics? In Abdanan, rice grains fell from the sky like snow. Do you guys understand this reference? So the first part, I think a lot of you already get. A lot of Western media and cover, and also the Islamic Republic, try to reduce this revolution to just something about inflation or their drop in the real value or economic issues. But this is a misrepresentation of what this revolution is about. Yeah, this is Western media misinformation, disinformation. Iranian people have been constantly saying that this is not about economics. We want to topple. We're done with this regime. We're not fighting for better economic conditions. We're fighting to end this regime, right? So that's the first part. And for proof of that, it offers you the second part. It says in Abdanan, in the city of Abdanan, rice grains fell from the sky like snow. You guys remember the event that he's referring to here? Let me bring it up. Let me bring up the news. Okay, the link to that. I have here. Is it this one? No, it's the first one. Here. Okay, I got it. So here, this is what happened in Abdanan. You guys remember this? Let me unmute. So this was January 6th in Abdanan, right? So in Abdanan, people went and raided an IRGC facility and they took the rice, but they didn't steal it. They didn't take it home. To make it a point that we're not going to be stealing food, they just threw it in the air. And this was also a point to make it clear to people that we are anti-RGC. We're not desperate for food or some money to come and steal the rice and take it home. Even though the economic situation is very bad and people need food, we're not desperate enough to to go and steal your food. We attack this IRGC base and we're just going to throw the rice in the air because we're just against the IRGC. So they made a point not stealing. They wanted to they want the world to see that we're not stealing the rice. We're just throwing it into the streets because there was IRGC. So we're opening it. You see how they're throwing it in the air, and it's coming down like snow? So that's what this part of the song is referring to. It's saying, who said our problem is economics? In Abdanan, rice grains fell from the sky like snow. So guys, you see how every single event in this revolution is turning into its own moment, into its own symbolic moment. Like, there are so many moments of our revolution that forever be like etched into our minds forever and ever. And we like, this is now, you're witnessing the Iranian people's genesis story of their new freedom, their rebirth of their country. And you know how, for example, in the United States, you have the stories of the founding of your country, and other countries have the same thing. So you can see even now, as the rebirth of our country is happening, the moments that are bringing that about is already turning into symbols and historic moments. Like, history of our country, of the genesis of the history of the rebirth of our country is being created in real time, and you're all are witnessing it in real time. Yeah, so by the way, Abdanan, yes, thank you for Ali for reminding people. Abdanan is a Kurdish city, and they came out in, like, it's one of the most one of the cities that showed up in this revolution. So they were so awe-inspiring, and Abdanan has made the entire country proud, and they have responded to Prince Reza Pahlavi's call to action, and they came out and said Javid Shah and Pahlavi will return, which shows that the Kurds are with Pahlavi, because Abdanan, by the way, guys, it's not Abadan, okay? Abadan is a different place, it's a different city. This is Abdanan, okay? So Abdanan is Kurdish, and given that Abdanan is constantly on the news when it comes to supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, saying Javid Shah, don't let anybody tell you that the Iranian Kurds are not with Pahlavi, given how inspirational the city of Abdanan has been to the rest of the country in Iran, and their support for Prince Reza Pahlavi. Okay, so that's another thing regarding Abdanan. But look at this: from the smoke of their rifle, the city is fogged. In the blood-filled gutter, a woman's hair ties float. So this is the part about Abdanan. Oh, the people's flesh is charity meat on the stove. Okay, so this is referring to Nasri. Let me see if he has anything for here. Okay, so I don't know if you guys know what Nasri is. Nasri, so in Shia Islam, you have Nasri, which is a food. You basically sacrifice a sheep, and then you give out the food, and then people come to your religious ceremony or gathering because there's free food. Okay, and if you give out, it's seen. by the way, it's a really good propaganda tactic because it's seen as something positive that you're giving out free food to people who show up, and then a lot of people who can't have food, they show up and get food. But in reality, what it does is it just, you have a religious ceremony for Hussein or Ali or whatever, one of these 12 imams or anything, something like that. And then because people are showing up for free food, what happens is that the religious ceremonies in Iran gets crowded, and the crowd, the big crowd, it turns into a marketing campaign for Iranians being pro Shia ideology. So even when it comes to charity and giving to the people, there's always an agenda. The agenda is the soft power of the Islamic Republic. But that food that you give out for people to come and eat for free is called Nazri, right? So let me listen to the verse and see how this is. So yeah, here he's saying that it's now the people's flesh, like the people's own flesh is the charity meat, is that Nazri on top of the stove. So in the same way that this is referring to the Islamic tradition, in the same way that the Shia tradition uses like food to for its own agenda, now the flesh of the Iranian people has been used for the same thing, their bodies. Let me actually say being shot. Okay, Islam. Yeah, okay. This is so this part saying in Iran history, your era is worthless. So this refers to something that a lot of people, anti-Islamic Republic people, like to remind the Islamic Republic, because the Islamic Republic keeps acting like they're inevitable and the Islamic Republic is powerful and they're the real reality of Iran, and they're going to be here for thousands of years, or until the Mahdi comes and the end of times, right? What people want to remind them of, that these 47 years of the Islamic Republic is nothing compared to multi-thousand year history of Iran. So many people around the world, when you say Iran, they think of mullahs, which is so unfair given that we had thousands and thousands of years of history of kings, and only in the past 47 years we have been dealing with mullahs. So if you think of Iran and you think of these mullahs, you have to understand that this is just a stumbling block in our history. Like it's just a small, it's just nothing. It's just basically a small little, I mean, it looks very big obstacle because as individuals, 47 years is big. It's like half a lifetime for an individual, but that's only when you compare it to our lives as individuals. But to Iran as an ancient nation with thousands of years of history, 47 years is nothing. So this, for even though Islamic Republic is like a big obstacle for us as Iranian people who have like only one lifetime to live, for Iran as a country, 47 years is something. It's just like a very short, a blip. Exactly. Thank you. NOFX, thank you so much for that. Yes, for the super chat as well. It's just like a blip. It's just like a very short nightmare, that like a small little nap with a nightmare that you wake up from immediately, right? So a lot of us like to remind the Islamic Republic that they're nothing, that once they're over, they would be over in a way as if they did not even exist. Like Iran has dealt with bigger, longer lasting tragedies and problems than the Islamic Republic and has overcome them. Iran has dealt with Alexander's invasion, the Arab invasion, the Mongols invasion, and it has survived every single one of them, and Iran as a nation is still here. So these 47 years, like the Mongols came and went and we still overcame them. They are nothing compared to all the other things that we had to deal with. And 47 years will be over and the Islamic Republic will fall, and it would be as if they never came. Like they wouldn't even, like if you look at the entire book of Iran's history, they wouldn't even be able to fill a page. So this part is saying in Iran's history, your era is worthless, like it's nothing. They shut throats during chants. So this is in reference to being shot in the throat while shouting slogans. This refers to reports stating that during this early January, when the revolution was on its peak, when people were in the streets in the million, the Islamic Republic would shoot at people in the throat while they were chanting Javid Shah. And Jewish Tom wrote something that he saw on. By the way, this song is by Fadoi, and Jewish Tom says that before this song came out, he saw on Fadoi's page that one of his posts that he reposted something regarding this this issue, like this. Let me actually see if they have a reporting for this. So yeah, so Jewish Tom knows what he's referring to because he saw him posting this. Oh, here I actually have. So this is something apparently that the person who made the song, he reposted this. Okay, let's do this. Saying in many of the narratives and reports coming out of Iran, it's said that one person was chanting slogans like Javid Shah when a bullet struck him in the throat. They deliberately and intentionally target the throat and vocal cords that were shouting. And this part is saying that all of the bullets that were being shot at people were either towards their brain or towards their throat. So it's saying there were only it was very rare for people to be shot in the leg. And saying my heart is broken for this young 18-year-old that died. Okay, so yeah, so basically reporting, and people are confirming that a lot of reports comes that people were shot in the throat on purpose. Apparently, it was happening so many times. So that's what this part of the song is reporting. They shot throats during chants. Oh, this is another part. This part goes so. This is so. I don't know. This part is fire. I don't know what you guys saying, but for me, this part is fire. Let me listen to the Persian part. This line is my favorite part of the song. تولد دلیل توبه خداست. Oh, greatest diss of all time. So it's telling the Islamic Republic that your birth is the reason God repents. I don't know if there has ever been a better description of evil. If there has ever been a more poetic description of evil. So obviously, you guys know that in Islam, the createe, okay, the humans are the ones who have to repent to the creator. The createe, makhluk, repents to khaliq. So God is the creator. We are the createe. We are the ones who have been created. Okay. So the creator is the one who forgives. The one who has been created are the people are the ones who have to ask for repentance from the creator, from God. But here it's telling the Islamic Republic that your birth, the Islamic Republic, has flipped that. You are so evil that God has to ask forgiveness for creating you. You're so evil that you have become the reason for God having to repent. So it says, your birth is the reason God repents. Isn't that powerful? Your birth caused God himself to repent. I don't know. I think that was the most. I think this line is like fire. I don't know. I love this line. Let me know what you guys think. All right, so let's continue. Ooh, what a pity for Iran's. Okay, what for Iran's soil? The cleric sinks to the deepest filth. Let me see this part. Ooh, okay, okay. What a pity! What a waste of Iran's soil. The cleric sinks to the deepest filth. Ooh, okay. This is so. After the fall of the Islamic Republic, life will be so sweet like butter and honey. Yeah, life would be so sweet like butter and honey once the Islamic Republic falls. Let me see if. Oh, there's a part that is coming, and there's another part that is coming that is my favorite. Hold on, let me see. Yes, there's another part that is coming that is my favorite. Hold on. The beautiful part of the revolution, this revolution story, is that Assad's dog fled to Russia, but you will remain here. Do you guys know what this is referring to? This is okay. Okay. So we're saying basically we will F you up. Like Assad managed to run away to Russia, but you're stuck here with us. This is kind of scary for the mullahs here. He's basically suggesting that you're not going to be like Assad. You're going to be, that reminds me of that line from Rorschach saying, I'm not stuck here with you. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. This reminds me of that, right? It's saying the beautiful part of this revolution is like, unlike Assad, you will stay here with us. Like we will. Yes, exactly. So Assad's dog refers to, Assad's a photo, but you will remain here. So Assad's dogs are basically the forces of Assad fled to Russia with him. But if the Islamic Republic hire like officials, even if they run away, the suppressing forces, right? The armed, the police, the Basij, the Niru and Sami, the people who are in the streets, they will be abandoned, right, Ali? Yeah, so your commanders might run away, but you will be abandoned here with us, right? The people's lives are cheap like the money in their pockets. They will kill women. They will kill women to reach the hair of the Houris. Oh wow. Okay, so this part I love this. Okay, so obviously the first line is obvious. So people's lives are cheap for them. So they sell for the money that they're being paid. That they have in the pockets, they're willing to take lives because people's lives are cheap for them, so they're so willing to take lives. And now this second line here is putting two different kinds of women. So they're killing Iranian women for the sake of the women that they will be given to in paradise. The 72 virgins, they're called Houris, right? So saying they kill the woman for the hair of the Houris in heaven, in afterlife. So for the sake of their Islamic ideals, for the sake of getting those virgins in heaven, they're killing the women here on earth. So they kill women here on earth so that they could get women in heaven. So Houris are basically like angelic sex slaves in heaven. See-through, by the way, translucent, see-through angels, sex slave angels. 72 of them for each. Right. Yeah. By the way, I'm not making the translucent one part. They're so white. It's said in Islam that they're so pale that you could see their bones. And apparently that's supposed to be attractive. Like jellyfish, exactly. Neo is saying like jellyfish. I'm imagining sex that's weird. That's gonna look weird. You could see. Okay, never mind. Ooh, this is another favorite part of this song. Yeah, Ali is pointing out that Muslims really like white skin, and they're so obsessed with that in Islam it teaches you that the women in paradise that are offered to, they're so white that you could see their bones. That's how much they're obsessed with white skin. You guys didn't know that? Yeah, that's true. Islam is obsessed with white skin. Obsessed with it. It sees that as such a beautiful thing. And that's why the Huris in heaven are that white. Yeah. And I think that's like being a vampire. Worse than a vampire. Like a vampire like is white like a ghost. Right? But these people are so white apparently that you could actually like it's like glass. You can see their bones. I mean, if you see their bones, you probably should be able to see their guts as well. Like, isn't that gross? Anyways, you see their poop. I mean, do angels poop? I don't know. Maybe they don't. All right, hold on. Where were we? This part. This part is actually one of my favorite parts. Look at this. Somebody say, "What the f?" Exactly. Yeah, Islam is weird, guys. Islam is really weird. حرف دل هممون بود خون روی دیوار. Saying the writing in blood on the wall spoke for all of us.
I think that refers to the picture of people writing in blood, Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Exactly. Let me bring it up. And this is why you know that this is a pro Pahlavi song. Because this part of the song, even though it doesn't mention Pahlavi, but this part of the song is referring to this image, right? So I posted this saying, Iranians write Javid Shah with their own blood in the streets of Iran. So this was in the middle of the shooting, like right the day after the shootings, the mass shootings, the giant mass slaughter that happened. Let me actually copy image, put it over here so we could zoom in. Oh, I did a mistake. Copy here. So if you look here, this was on January 9th when the Islamic Republic shot people in tens of thousands, Iranian people in tens of thousands. The next day when people came out and saw, you could see somebody was shot here. You could see that so much blood. But instead of running away, he tapped into his own blood, he or she in the own blood, and they wrote Marg Bar Khamenei here and also Javid Shah here on top. You see that? Javid Shah. Right? And that's what he's referring to. And he's saying, this part of the song, saying, the writing in blood on the wall spoke for all of us. Isn't that beautiful, guys? I don't know. This song is something else, right? And then the second line, you guys remember what this is referring to? Let me play it. Phone lights turn the city skies into brightness. So remember, guys, when we were covering the revolution, at some point all the lights were turned off and the entire cities went black. And you couldn't see, and the Iranian people were out in the streets in millions, and they realized that because the Islamic Republic had cut all the lights, you couldn't see how many they are. But the Iranian people, when they came out there, they were so impressed with the numbers that they wanted the whole world to see that how many of us are out there. So what they did is that they took out their phones and they used their phone lights so that everybody could, the whole world could see that how many of them are out there. So that if that the fact that millions of Iranians are in the streets don't get hidden because of the darkness of the night and the fact that the Islamic Republic had cut out the street lights and they were in the darkness. So the Iranian people brought their phones out and they were holding their phones so everybody, the whole world could see their numbers. And this is what that's referring to, saying the phone lights turned the city's sky into brightness. Oh my God. All right, let's continue. So they say they didn't shoot the cat. Here, cat, guys, refers to Iran because the Iran, you know, Iran looks like a cat. Saying they didn't shoot the cat for no reason. They forced Islam. Oh. They forced Islam on us by repression, by beating it in. Ooh, so here's a thing. Blood, this is a famous saying in Persian, but he adds something to it. He's saying blood cannot be cleansed off by anything. And then he adds something to it. Even if the IRGC washes the whole city every day, right? So when you say blood does not get clean, like cannot be cleaned with anything, it means that when you spill blood, that is it. Like you cannot, like that's a crime that cannot be washed away. So you could say killing people is a crime that cannot go, like it's an absolute crime. Like taking life and killing is a crime. It's an unforgivable crime. But there's a Persian saying when you say blood cannot be washed away with anything, means when you kill somebody, when you spill blood, that even that will never go away, right? So, but he picks that saying, the Persian saying, and he adds something to it. He said, even if the IRGC washes the whole city every day, this refers to the IRGC. You know, remember, guys, when we were reporting, when they were doing a mass slaughter of the Iranian people, they will come out the next day and they will bring fire trucks and they will take the hose and they will try to wash all the blood that they spilled themselves the night before, just to hide the evidence of their mass slaughter. So that's why he's combining these two lines. He's saying, like, even if the IRGC keeps washing the entire city every day, the blood that they spilled cannot be washed away. Let me see what Jewish Tom wrote here, saying it says even if IRGC washes the city every day, blood cannot be cleaned by anything. It refers to the IRGC forces immediately beginning to wash the streets after killing people to make it appear as if nothing had happened a few hours earlier. All right, let's continue. So homeland, our wounds are shared. The pain belongs to us all. Our mark sits on the regime's head, holding. Okay, so basically, this means that they're aiming. So our mark sits on the regime's head, and we're holding our breath. So, guys, I don't know how many of you play Call of Duty. Remember when you're a sniper, when you're about to take the shot, you hold your breath. So that because when you breathe, I think this is what that's referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you're taking a shot, when you're breathing, your aim goes up and down, right? So you need to hold your breath so that your aim is steady, and then you take a shot. So it's saying all of us are basically, our mark sits on regime's head, and we're holding our breath. What is this? Thank you guys for introducing our culture to Iranians. Oh, to non-Iranians. Oh, thank you for that. So sweet.
You might be thanking us too early because we also showed a video from اون ریستارتی دیوونه که داره راجبه حباب و یخ صحبت میکنه. حالا همه غیر ایرانیا کلمه یخ هم بلدن. حالا اونو شاید براتون ریپلی بکنم چون که خیلی وقت اون فیلم یخ رو پلی نکردم. And then maybe you won't be thanking us for showing the crazy Iceman. Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm almost done with this. Almost done. Oh, the Aras will turn blue on the map again. Okay, this is beautiful. This refers to the Aras River in Iran becoming blue again, meaning it becomes fuller, which is a symbol of fertility and things returning to order. So, by the way, like in Iran, because of the mismanagement of the Islamic Republic, there's so many of our rivers and our lakes that have been dried out, and it's not just because of global warming, because we have shown that the lakes right next to it on the other side of the border, like in Azerbaijan and Turkey, for example, like Urumie, which is a lake in Iran, has dried up, even though another lakes, similar lakes right across the border in Azerbaijan and Turkey have not dried up. So a lot of this drying of our lakes and rivers is because of mismanagement. Oh, Yuvi, thank you for the gift buying on my channel, guys. I don't get a lot of super chats and memberships on the Atheist Republic side. So thank you. Whenever I see that, I need to make sure I thank people. Thank you for the support, UV. All right, so let's continue. So this is the repeat of that the other part that we already tried. All right, so this is again. Let me actually. I forgot to read this part. The last line is Hafiz's poetry. I shall overturn the heavens if they do not turn according to my wish. I am not one of the. I'm not one to endure humiliation from the wheel of fortune, which means if I do not reach my desire, I will disrupt the cycle of time, and I will not submit to the fate of the world. This also refers to standing firm and resisting the Islamic Republic. Which part is he talking about? این آخر چرخ به هم زنم از غیر من. Okay, let me see. Oh, wait, this one. This part. You'll be finished and we remain. The line of sun will rise again. Let me see. Oh, the fall. We are together from north to south. In the end, you sink into blood. Yeah, we are. You'll be finished and we will remain. The line of sun will rise again. So this part is part of a message of one of their fallen. This is a real message of one of our fallen who messaged his mom. So it's basically a repeat of what he said to his mom before he went and joined the protest and died, saying, Mom, I'm leaving, but I'm always with you. If you see a purple butterfly, that's me. If you see clouds in the sky, that's me. Oh, if you see clouds in the sky, that's me. The flower that falls in your path, that's me. Oh, now I see what he's saying. Okay, here, this line. Oh, I think there was a line at the very end. Okay, so I think there's one part of this that I don't know what Georgetown was referring to, which I'm going to ask him
he's
later.
referring to one of the Javi noms. Like that's a very famous phrase. Like it's something he said to his parents before they executed him. That was like part of like the last phone call.
He's giving. اگه بخواستم نرسم چرخ روزگار رو به هم میزنم و زیر بار تغییر روزگار نمیرم. I don't know. I have to ask him. Okay. I got a super chat. Yay! Look at this. Can I let me highlight this? Saying just wanted to say thanks from this side too. Cool channels. Well, thank you. You give this. Noah went on both sides. Give 2 super chats, one on each side. That's very generous. Thank you. Thank you for visiting me on this side as well.
I have another
appreciate that.
song. I have another revolutionary song that I really like it. I was trying to find the full version. Eventually, I found an extended version, and I spent a little bit of time translating it. So it already has the English subtitles. So I think I might have to I have to change around some of the songs on the playlist in the morning, and I think I might have an updated version tomorrow. So let me know what you think of this one. Oh, wait.
در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است مرگ بر صحاب گویی فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر صحاب گویی فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است مرگ بر صحاب گویی فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر صحاب گویی فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است.
Ooh, powerful. Very, very powerful. Loved it. Loved it.
All right, I'll take out a few things in the playlist, and I'll add this one.
Oh, okay. I got another super chat from Noam saying, Javid Shah. Noam, you're very generous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's really sweet. I do want to share one more thing before I go. Is that yeah?
Yeah, of
Okay, I
course.
think this is important. I just saw this, by the way. Okay, I think we should support this. What do you think? So this is the person that has now in full control. This Ali Javan Mahdi is in full control of BBC. No. Well, same thing. Voice of America Persian, and he's the reason he's like a separatist. He's a separatist, and he's very anti-Pahlavi. Okay, and we have been covering him for years. He's such a garbage person. Like, I cannot believe that they put him in charge of Voice of America. Like, who's in charge there? This is American taxpayer money being used for this. Like, he has a really, really bad history. I was very shocked when I heard that he was he was put in head of the Voice of America Persian. So Dr. Ayla Rod, I think, is saying, we the people of Iran are formally boycotting Voice of America Farsi for these are the reasons: for suppressing coverage of nationwide protests and pro-Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi chants, for platforming separatist narratives that the majority of Iranians reject, for mischaracterizing statements made by President Trump. Yeah, so one thing that they had done, Goldie, on Voice of America Persian is to Ali Javan Mahdi uses President Trump's words to make it seem like he's anti-Prince Reza Pahlavi. That's one of the things he does. Like he doesn't value, like he doesn't consider him as important, right? For marginalizing Pahlavi supporters while amplifying regime-aligned messaging. This is not neutrality, it's editorial misconduct. If Voice of America intends to retain credibility, accountability is required. Those responsible must be reviewed and removed. Carrie Lake and Ali Javanmardi. Okay, guys, I'm gonna Goldie. Do you support this? What do you think?
So I'm not going to comment on this because I'm in the process of suing VOA Farsi and
Oh,
these people
okay,
for defamation, as you know. So I'm not going to comment on this. But if you want to talk a little bit more about this, because I think a lot of people are curious, especially Americans, and they want to know like what's going on with VOA Farsi. If you have examples, if you want to take some time to speak about this right now, I could take like a 15-20 minute break so that you can maybe provide some details and examples about VOA Farsi.
I don't have the examples ready with me, so I'm not gonna. I don't know if I could do that. And I was. You need to take it 50 because I also. I think my wife is gonna kill me.
If you want to head out, that's fine. If you want to head out, that's fine. Because that's totally okay. I all I said is that whenever you want to talk about this, just let me know, and I'll just take a quick break so that I'm not here for when you're talking about it.
Sounds good. And is it okay if I just post a link to this in the chat?
Course, yeah, you can do whatever you like.
I just don't know the legality of it. Okay. So guys, the link this is for educational purposes. You can repost this, or if you don't want, you don't have to repost this, okay? But I posted a link in to this in the chat. Also, just quickly, I just want to say that this guy is famous for giving out false information. Like, he has a history of giving fake news out there, easily demonstrable fake news out there. Like during the Master Revolution, he reported Khamenei dead like multiple times. He had conspiracy theories regarding it's so stupid. Like, this guy the fakest of all fake news comes from his mouth. So I don't know who was in charge in Voice of America for them to have hired this man, but he is in war with anything Pahlavi related. Like, he considers Pahlavi to be the name Pahlavi to be fascist. He's famous for the line that, "Do you hear the sound of boots of fascism coming?" When it comes to Pahlavi, he that's what the line. He's famous for that line, right? And to suggest for this woman, what's her name again, Carrie Lake, to suggest that they are doing this completely unbiased, like that. Do they not do 5 minutes of research in the people that they're hiring? Like, the one thing Ali Javanmardi is famous for is being anti-Pahlavi, and then she comes and says we're completely neutral. Well, this is the man in charge of VOA Farsi. So again, one more time, I'm going to post this link in the chat because I think this deserves visibility. And thank you, Dr. Ayla Rud, for doing this. I think this deserves attention. Okay. So Goldie, what do you think about me doing? Like, I was afraid that if I explain that song, that it would get too long and maybe some people would lose interest halfway. But what do you think? Was that was that important? Was that good, or was that useful? Because I
thought that was excellent because it's really helpful to give context, right, to these sorts of things, because then when people are listening or following along, it gives them a better understanding of like what the lyrics actually mean, right? And I was looking at the chat and everyone was appreciating it. So yeah, it was great. I think these translations are excellent.
Thank you, guys. All right, so by the way, guys, when I leave Goldie here, please, like, I know it seems like I'm abandoning her and leaving her alone. I just, in my defense, you
start your day much earlier, guys. You have to remember, Armin starts his day like 4 or 5 hours earlier because he does the Persian language live stream before he joins the English one. So Armin's day starts way, way earlier.
Yes, yes. I don't abandon Goldie, okay? I'm gonna
No, it's not
her.
abandoning whatsoever. Not
All right,
abandoning
guys.
at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
all right, guys. I'm gonna go spend some time with my wife, and then I'll see you again tomorrow. Okay? So
sounds
I'm
good.
Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Mwah. Love you guys. Bye, Goldie.
Bye. See you later.
Bye.
Okay. By popular demand, here is the ICE video. So here's the ICE video. And then while I'm sharing, while you guys are watching the ICE video, I'm gonna take a quick break to follow up with a few things, and I'll be back soon. So enjoy the ICE video. All right, I sent you a video from the Restart Team Man.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Restart Team Man.
You know what? You know what? After all of the darkness and the death and the murder, we could use something to cheer our moods a little bit.
This is their leader, guys.
What's his name again? Sayed نمیدونم چی.
سید حسین حسینی. اینا چند تا برادر حسینی بودن که این از همشون عقب مونده تر بود، مثل دالتونان دقیقا.
You know what? Let's okay. So why don't we play it once for our Iranian followers so they can just listen along and laugh, and then guys, we'll go back and Armin will translate it for you.
Okay.
جهان هستی یک بیگ بنگه. یعنی یه خورشیدی وجود داره، یه دریایی وجود داره، اسم این دریا عرشه، اسم اون خورشید اللهه. میخوره به این دریا حباب تولید میشه. هر حباب بیگ بنگ شروع میشه. یعنی من قراره چاییمو در بیگ بنگ دیگه ای بخورم. اونجا چه شکلی آقا حسین؟ اونجا خورشید از یخ تولید شده، یعنی نور از یخ میاد بیرون. یعنی کره زمین اونجا نورشو از یخ میگیره. آقای دانشمند، یخ نور تولید میکنه. گیاهان اون کره زمین از یخ کاسبرگاشون تغذیه میکنه. خیلی خوشگله. بعد 4 که تولید میشه، تو اون ثانیه وارد بعد 5 که میشی میبینی چه خبره. اصلا دختراش فرق میکنن، پسراش فرق میکنن. نه عزیزم، انقدر دختر خوشگل در جهان وجود، تو هنوز نمیدونی خورشید از یخ باشه چه دختری تولید میکنه. هنوز نمیدونی. اونجا اصلا همه چیز فرق میکنه. جهان
What?
You know what? The very people wants just his dealer number. This is the effect when you immigrate and the pure stuff come to your hand.
Armin, I'm surprised by your expression. I thought you've seen this one before.
I only review his political analysis. I haven't seen his metaphysical views. I've never watched. What the hell? This is even more fun than his political shows.
Okay, guys. Yeah, so for everyone in the chat who's wondering, when he says yach, so yach means ice, but we don't say yach. That's like a crazy way of we just say yach. It's just ice. So
we say yach. He says yach.
He's like yach or something. So yach means ice, but
ice.
Okay, yeah. Armin's gonna translate for you now.
Oh my God, I don't even know. Okay.
جهان هستی یک بیگ بنگه. یعنی
So he's saying the world of reality is one big bang.
خورشیدی وجود داره، یه دریایی وجود داره.
There's the sun and then there's a sea.
اسم این دریا عرشه. اسم
The name of the sea is Arsh.
دریا عرشه. اسم اون خورشید اللهه.
The name of the sun is Allah. What the hell? Okay.
اون خورشید اللهه. میخوره به این دریا حباب تولید میشه.
The sun will hit the sea and it creates bubbles. Bubbles will come out of the sea because the sun hit the sea.
هر حباب بیگ بنگ شروع میشه. یعنی
each one of these bubbles will start a big bang.
من قراره چاییمو در بیگ بنگ دیگه ای بخورم.
I will be drinking my tea in another Big Bang. So you ask me, Mr. Hosseini, what is that other world like? What is that other place like? In that place, the sun has been made from ice. That means that light from the sun comes out of ice. Meaning that in that world, the earth of that world receives its light from ice. Mr. Scientist, pay attention, Mr. Scientist. Ice creates light. Ice will, in that world, ice creates light. In that world, the plants in that world, their leaves gets energy from ice. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
بعد 4 که تولید میشه تو اون ثانیه وارد بعد 5 که میشی
when the fourth dimension is created, in that second, when you enter the fifth dimension,
ببینی چه خبره.
Then you will see what's going on.
اصلا دختراش فرق میکنن، پسراش فرق میکنن.
The girls in that world are different. The boys in the I think he likes the boys more than the girls. He says in that world, the girls are different. The boys are different.
نه عزیزم، انقدر دختر خوشگل در جهان بودی تو هنوز نمیدونی خورشید.
There are so many beautiful girls in that world. You have no idea. The girls are so beautiful in that world. You have no idea.
تو هنوز نمیدونی خورشید از یخ باشه چه دختری تولید میکنه.
You have no idea when light comes, when the sun is made out of ice, you have no idea what beautiful girls that would create. What the fuck?
هنوز نمیدونی. اونجا اصلا همه چیز فرق میکنه.
Everything is different in that world.
What did I just say? You know what? If I was somebody working at DEA, I was showing him at the television for a perfect example of misusing or abusing psychoactive substance.
So, guys, the summary of this is that there's another world. So the whole world is basically there's a sea that when the sun hits it creates bubbles, and each one of these bubbles are a big bang, and these big bangs create parallel universes, and in some of these universes the sun is made out of ice, and if the sun is made out of ice, the light comes from the ice, and when light comes from the ice, everything created in that world from the earth of that world is so much more beautiful, including the boys and the girls, and you have no idea how beautiful the girls are in a world that light comes from ice. That's the summary.
Yeah.
Yes.
so for all of you, so when I said that like, you know, there's regular Western politics and then there's Iranian politics, I was not exaggerating. This guy has a cult following. So he's another project of the Islamic regime, and he actually has a cult following, and he actually believes that he is the legitimate Shah of Iran. Yeah.
Not Shah, emperor.
Emperor, right. So
emperor.
So he believes he's the emperor of Iran.
Yes.
Yeah. So like I said, Iranian politics, I'm telling you guys, you know, not only do we deal with, like, you know, Muslim terrorists murdering us, right? Like that aside, which is a whole other tragedy in and of itself, we have like Marxist Islamists, we have like the fake controlled opposition, we have like all these, like, you know, woke crazies, and then we have like Emperor Meth as well.
You know what, Goldie? You could have him. The people who wanted the Shah, you wanted the Shah?
Oh, the people who want the Shah? Here you go. You can take him. You can take Emperor Meth.
You ask for an Iranian Shah? Here we have.
You can have him. We don't want Emperor Meth. You can take him. Okay, so that was that one. That ended much quicker. That ended much quicker. So there's that one. And then let me share one more. And then I'll be back in a little bit to continue. I'm just in the middle of eating dinner. So here's Jihadi Pilates. All right. Here is Jihadi Master Splinter and the Jihadi Ninja Turtles.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
So this is where Armin would be like, because he knows all like the Shia stuff, right? So they're basically saying like, Ya Ali. Ali was one of the imams. I don't know which Imam Ali was. Armin knows the numbers. I don't know. Let's say Imam Ali is Imam number, 47. And then they say Imam Hussein, or like they say Ya Hussein. I don't know. Ya Hussein is like Imam number, 100. Oh, Ali's the first one? Okay, there you go. Whatever. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay. See, this is where we need Armin, because I'm terrible at translating or explaining this stuff, right? I don't know. Okay, so Ali's the first one. I don't know. Ali, Hussein, Hassan, Muhammad. Like, I don't even know what the difference is between them all. There's 12 of them. Geez, seems like there's more, honestly. Because there's the 12. Oh, you like your burgundy Miga hat. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. All right. I don't know. There's 12 of them. Whatever. Okay, Hussein is 3. Which one's Hassan? Is there an Imam Hassan? And then there's what, like an Imam like Oli? Is there like a Hassan Kachal? Is there like a, I don't know. Oh, there is a Hassan. Oh my gosh. Hassan Hussein. Okay. I honestly, I just like randomly put a name out there. Hassan. Okay, so Hassan is there. All right. What about okay, let me see if I can guess the other names. No. Don't tell me the names. I want to guess their names. So okay, so there's Ali, there's Hassan, there's Hussein. Do we have like an Imam Abul Fazl? Is there like an Abul Fazl? Or what about like an Abdul? Is there like an Abdul? Imam Abdul, do we have that? Or like an Abul Fazl? Do we have like an Imam, like, I don't know, Ainullah? I don't know, man. Maybe they're all just named Hassan and Hussein and Ali. I don't know. Anyways, okay. So, all right, let's go back. So you guys told me, okay, so Imam, so they say Ya Ali. Ali is the first Imam, apparently. And then they say Ya Hussein. That's the third one.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza.
Oh, there's a Reza. There's a Reza. Apparently there's like an Imam Reza. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Imam Reza. Yeah, there's a Reza. Okay, but guys, so this here, what you're watching, this is the original version of like that clip that Armin shared. So this is not satire. This is a real exercise video that's shown on Islamic regime state TV. Yeah. So, you know how like you wake up in the morning and like you turn on the TV and there's like, exercise programs on certain TV channels. Yeah, this is the jihadi exercise program.
Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra. Inshallah که دنیا و آخرت از خط بلادرونه صلوات فرستیم.
I don't know what that was. Inshallah, something about the world. So like Allah willing, something about the world. I don't know. Durka, Islamic something. I don't know, man.
No.
And then they're also talking about Zahra, but Zahra isn't one of the imams because I know she's a woman. So I don't know. Zahra is either like the wife or the concubine or like the bastard daughter of like one of the imams. I don't know which one, but Zahra is one of them. Oh, I know what that is. That's a salavat. So he's sending like a salavat, which is like some sort of prayer to like Muhammad. So now they're like during the exercise routine, they're praying to Muhammad. Sorry guys, I'm not as good as translating jihadi. I'm not as good as translating jihad to English because this is like literally not my thing. Like I don't care about this, but yeah. So they're like sending some sort of like salavat is like, I don't know, a prayer or something. So they're like praying to Muhammad for something, praying to Muhammad during the exercise.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجه. بسم الله.
And then say Bismillah, right? Bismillah, in the name of God. So then they say Bismillah. You know, it's like that verse in Queen, right? You know, Bismillah. We will not let you go. Anyway, so he says Bismillah, I guess in the name of Allah, and then they're like, then they start their like.
Bismillah.
Oh my God, what is this?
Oh. Oh.
That so this is an exercise show. So you know Armin showed like the he showed like an edited version which had like, I guess, the Hokey Pokey song on it. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. So I was looking for the original. This is the original. Yes, this is definitely like, this is like jihadi Master Splinter and like the terrorist Ninja Turtles. So this is like the Hokey Pokey, yeah. So but Armin had the Hokey Pokey song, and then I went and I found the original and I wanted to play it, but then Armin had to leave. So now I'm playing it for you guys. What's wrong with these people? I don't know. They're Muslim. I don't know what's wrong with them. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm sorry. I cannot. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with them. But now you see the nonsense that we've been dealing with for the last 47 years, right? So, yes, this is Haydar. This is Haydar Pilates, 100%. This is Haydar Pilates. So, but yeah, they like, guys, this is not satire. This is not made up. This is a real TV show. And you have like an old man who can like barely walk. He's leading like an exercise and he's just like, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Zahra, Allahu Akbar, Jihad Muhammad. And then everyone's like following along. And then this is like supposed, I don't know. Okay, we'll watch it again one more time because now I explained it. So we'll just watch the whole thing. And I wish this was satire. I wish this was Monty Python. Like I wish. But yeah, this is welcome to the nightmare that Iranians have to deal with for the last 47 years. Okay. I know, please don't ask me to explain why they're like this. I have no idea. Not my culture, not my circus, not my problem. This is literally not me. Oh yeah, I see the Armin shocked face. Yeah. That's going to be Armin's face tomorrow when we share this video with him.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra. انشاءالله که دنیا و آخرت از خط ولایت صلوات فرستید. اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد و عجل فرجهم. بسم الله.
Like, they're not even coordinated. They're not even coordinated. Like, are you so stupid? Like, are you, like, look, honestly, I feel like they just, like, took random people off the street. Like, just probably a bunch of, like, random people walking by. And then the Islamic regime probably, like, pointed a gun at their head and, like, you, come to the TV studio and you're going to be part of this, like, weird jihadi, like, Haydar Pilates class. And then the people can't say no. Like, they're not even coordinated. They're not even coordinated. Like, look, they're not even, like, at the very least, like, exercise videos, people are coordinated. They're in sync. They practice. This is just like, I don't know, they're just like doing it on the spot. I don't know, man. They're not coordinated. They're not even coordinated.
Oh.
What is that even supposed to do? What exercise? What is it?
Oh.
They're not even coordinated. My gosh. Okay. There you go. There is your, okay. I will also add this video. I will also add this video to the Iran Revolution live playlist. You have to give me time to download it. I'm also in the process of uploading the MEK one. This is the entire clip. It's literally like it's almost like a 2-minute clip. I don't know. Someone took it from TV. This is supposed to be like an exercise TV show or something. I don't know, man. Don't ask me what this is. I don't know. I don't know why they're like, saying Ya Ali, Ya Muhammad, whatever jihad nonsense while they're exercising. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know any of this. Okay, there you go. I hope you enjoyed that. So I'm going to go back to, I want to go back to the list, okay? So I just want to, what's going on here? Okay. I want to, wait, I want to format this. Why is this? Give me a moment. Why is this showing up as blank file? Wait. Sorry, give me a moment. Okay. All right, let me share this screen. I want to go over this list. I want to explain a few things, okay? Okay. First of all, let me just fix this link here. Black. Okay. So, I'm gonna make a post about this in Persian because I need to do a follow-up post. But guys, the one thing I just want to say is that this is only for, like, this list is only for those who are politicians or, people within government institutions that are decision makers. Okay, so this is not for, like, for example, someone included like a person who's like a German rapper and a German hip hop journalist. I'm gonna delete these. Okay, I have to delete these ones because these people, wait, before I delete it. Okay, I'm gonna have to delete these ones because, like, rappers and hip hop and, like, influencers, that's not the list. Okay, that's these people are not for the list. So please, like, don't add musicians, don't add influencers, don't add like again, like, TV host, don't because this is not for like influencers or journalists, or no. Tucker Carlson does not belong on this list. Okay, so this list is only for elected officials. Okay, this is only for elected officials because the point of this list is for these elected officials to be held accountable in future elections. Okay, so if someone wants to make a list with, non-politicians, that's fine. Okay. All right. Someone keeps on saying that Tommy interviews Carrie Lake and they talk about Iran. Thank you. That's great. I'm not going to talk about that on Iran Revolution Live because I'm in the process of suing the OA Farsi. So, I mean, whatever they want to talk about, totally fine. I'm not going to share it here. You guys can go watch it yourselves. But guys, this list, please, it is only, like, okay, so for example, comedian influencer, no, it's only, this is only for politicians. This is only for politicians. Okay, this is like actor, author, no. What's this? This is weird. Oh my gosh, guys, this person like exposed themselves. So this person, look at this. ببین این آدم چقدر خنگه. اسم خودش رو گذاشته نیما ابوالفاتی، بعد داره میگه که کینگ رضا پهلوی مزدوره. Oh my god, look at this. like ببین چقدر ارزشی ها واقعا، ببخشید، خنگن. اومده اسم خودش رو گذاشته and he literally exposed himself. This is so funny. This is so funny. Okay. But guys, please don't include, like, politicians only. Please, politicians only. چقدر خره. Oh my god. Okay. All right, Texas, if you're watching this, please don't delete the comedians and influencers yet, so that I can make a video explaining, to, reminding people to not add like, again, guys, this is not for TV hosts, actors, authors. Like, this is only for politicians, like literally elected officials. That's it. They have to, guys, the whole point of this list is for those who are in a position of power, if they're not supporting Iranians, and if they're not if they're basically saying, anti-war or whatever, right? Like, this is for them. Why? Because we're making a list so that in upcoming elections, Iranians in various countries can know who to vote for and who not to vote for, right? So, guys, like, I appreciate that people want to put others on the list, but this is not the place for authors or comedians or rappers or whatever. It's TV hosts, journalists. It's not for them. This is only for people who are elected officials. Okay, so that's what this list is for. So I'm gonna go. I have to clean up this list so that I can, and then I have to like explain to people. Okay. Right? So that's what the list is for. I'll have to make a list, but ببین همیهنانی که دارن الان نگاه میکنن لطفاً بگین که این، یعنی حالا اگه کسی هم میشناسین میتونین هم اطلاعات رسانی بکنین، بگین که این لیست فقط برای سیاستمدارانه. چرا؟ چون که برای مثلا رأیگیری های آینده میتونیم از این اطلاعات استفاده بکنیم که ببینیم به کی رأی بدیم و به کی رأی ندیم. That's it. اگه حالا کسی میخواد یه لیست دیگه درست بکنه، اون دیگه دست خودتونه. هر کاری که میخواین میتونین بکنین. من I'm not involved in that. Anyone can do whatever it is they like, but this list is only for elected officials, and that's it. So I just wanted to explain that as well. So okay. All right. So having said that, that's pretty much all. Yeah, AOC is on the list. So anyone can find the list here. I'll put the link in the chat again. It's here you go. So here's the link to the list one more time so people can go. And the way that it works is when you go to the list, okay, the first thing you want to do, okay, the first thing that you want to do is you want to just, check the list, see if the person is there or not, okay? So if the person is there, great. If the person is not there, or if you have additional information that you want to add, AOC is on the list. AOC is on the list. There you go. She's on the list like 4 times. She's on the list 4 times. So if you want to add someone to the list, what you do is, at the top of the page, there's a link to add the politicians, right? It's this link here, the one in yellow. So you click on the link, right? And then this form opens up. So you have a form, and then you can fill it out, and then you can submit, okay? And then once you fill it out, your submission automatically it gets added here to the list, okay? And, look at the disclaimer. So this is unmonitored, and links and evidence are not reviewed or verified prior to being added. They are added automatically. Use this reference list at your own risk and double check the links, okay? And then here I provide an explanation as to, the kind of, right? So this list is to keep a record of politicians and government officials outside of Iran okay? So And it's only for politicians. So I have to make a reminder video about that. Oh, wait. There we go. Sorry. Here's a disclaimer. I didn't switch the tab. So the disclaimer. This list is unmonitored and links evidence are not reviewed or verified prior to being added. They are added automatically. Use this reference list at your own risk and double check the links. Okay. Now, I have Texas Troop. She's helping me out with this, but yeah, like don't add rappers. Don't add rappers. This is a German rapper is not a politician. Okay. So this is only for politicians. Only for politicians. That's it. Okay. No, that's not a King Reza Pahlavi supporter. Or is he? I don't know. I mean, there's going to be trolls, right? So like this one's going to be like, I'm going to delete that one, right? Like I'm going to go through these and I'm going to like delete the fake ones, right? But all I'm saying, that's why there's a disclaimer, right? Because there's going to be trolls. There's going to be people who are going to put like fake info or, you know, whatever. So that's fine. That's fine. We'll go through it. We'll go through it. I'll try to go through it once a day, but you know, Texas Troop is helping me out. There you go. I haven't, you know what? I actually haven't added this link to Discord yet. I should do that. I'll do that as well. Okay. So what we're going to do now is, because there's no more breaking news, I'm going to continue with the documentary we were watching from, oh, my browser lost connection. All right. Give me a moment. Okay. Stop sharing. My browser lost audio connection. Okay. So, because there's no more breaking news at this point, we are going to go back to the documentary. Oh yeah, Texas, you don't have to worry about that. Let me deal with the list tonight, because I really appreciate your help, but let me deal with the list tonight because I want to take some screenshots of like examples of things not to put in there. So let me do that first, and then, you know, I'll delete. I'll do the cleaning up and deleting tonight when I'm done the live stream, so that I can make like an explanation video to give examples of like the types of people not to put in. Okay, but thank you so much, Texas. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so we're going to go back to the documentary that we were watching last night, the documentary from 1974. So because this doesn't have much to do with Iran Revolution Live, I'm going to end the live stream on Armin's channel because I don't want him to be copyright striked accidentally. So if you are watching from Armin's channel, either on X or on YouTube, please come over to my channel so that we can continue. I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that, because now we're kind of going away from Iran Revolution Live and we're going more towards our usual documentary watch party that we usually do. So I'm going to end Armin's channel now. And while I'm waiting for people to come over to my channel, let me just play a quick song as like an ending for Iran Revolution Live, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. Guys, as soon as Bapish is done, so anyone who's watching on Armin's channel, on X or YouTube. As soon as Bapish is done, I'm ending Armin's channel so that he doesn't get copyright striked with the documentary that I'm showing.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش.
Okay. Let me just remove the other one.